We are just going to be live in a minute on YouTube also. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I am just giving the YouTube link. Can someone check? Are you getting the voice of the YouTube also? Not able. Good morning. Can you hear me here? I'm hoping you are able to hear me on YouTube. Amit is coming, but in YouTube, I'm unable to voice. YouTube no voices. No. Let me. Yeah, I think now it is coming. Is it? Can you check once? I just heard something on YouTube. Now it's working. Now it's working. Now voice is coming in also. Okay, great. So we'll start today's session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you who are joining on Teams as well as those who are joining on YouTube. As you know, we do this Microsoft Community Conference, Microsoft Analytics Community Conference twice in a year, once in the June and one in November, December, and this is second one which is ongoing, and this time we are going to bring you around 40 sessions. We have planned around 43 sessions, but as you know, always there could be some hiccups at the last moment and some of the sessions may not happen, so we are expecting around 40 sessions to happen. This community conference is organized by Area Microsoft Fabric User Group and Hyderabad Data and AI Community, and in the past we have organized couple of such online conferences already, and in-person conferences and various other online conferences we have done. Now this conference is really special because this time Microsoft is doing Fabric Data Days, the 50 days of Fabric Data Days, where they want everybody to get certified with Microsoft Fabric. And as you know, that offer of getting vouchers got expired on 5th of December, but when we told them that we are going to have this conference on 13th 14th, so they extended exclusively for us the offer for the vouchers, and there is a special page which I'm going to show you in a short while. You will get a QR code, and I'll also share the URL with you for that, how to apply. There is a special link for that, so the older link is not working, but the newer one will support. So with that, let's start for the journey for today. I'm somehow not able to mute the notification on Teams, so we'll okay. So screen is not moving. Hope those who are on Teams able to see the next screen. I'm not shared any screen or for Teams. Share it again. Are you able to see my screen now on Teams? Yes. Okay. So everyone, I welcome you to this conference. My name is Amit Chandak, and I'm a Microsoft Data Platform MVP by Purview Community Super User. I am a YouTuber with the channel with my own name, as well as I uh, also own a website biworld.in, where I keep on sharing the videos or either from YouTube or directly recorded as courses, so that you can learn together. Now, currently I'm also working as Chief Analytics Officer at Canarica, and you can connect me on various websites like LinkedIn or YouTube. You can follow me. The links are there. You can scan them. And we'll move forward. So first of all, I would like to thank Pam specifically and Shannon uh, for organizing this Fabric Data Days. This is a 50 days program where a lot of MVP are doing these kind of DP600 and 700 and PL300 content on their channel, and Microsoft is also doing that on Microsoft Reactor, and uh, they are giving these vouchers, and because of that they have huge workload on emails which they have to share across. And I really appreciate all the efforts they are doing to making sure everybody gets the voucher. uh, uh, so thanks to Pam and Shannon, and specifically for this particular conference, a special thanks to Pam for providing us the links for sharing more vouchers. So thanks to Microsoft Fabric community managers for that. And I would also like to thank more Microsoft community manager Ashley Atimni, uh, Marisa and Ree for continuously supporting these community initiatives. I would also like to thank all of you for 2.5 million views on my YouTube channel. It would not have been possible without your support, and keep on watching the content. I really appreciate all of you doing that. I see a raised hand on Teams. You can unmute yourself, and if you have a very specific question, please ask, or you can type it in the chat window. And also thank you all of those who are following on the LinkedIn for 30,000 followers. In case you are also looking for a Power BI course, you can utilize this link. And we'll start with today's agenda. I know quite a few of you are already familiar with Microsoft Fabric, and some of you are already preparing for DP600 and 700. Some of you hopefully would have already got the voucher and in the stages we are preparing, and some of you already have given either DP600 or 700 and passed it out. So the Microsoft Fabric, as we know, is an end-to-end data analytics platform which designed for data movement, data processing, real-time analytics, report building, uh, and it provides you various engines or various workload. What we call here data engineering workload, data factory workload, data science workload, and data analytics workload. Also, it also provides us OLTP workload, which is your SQL database. So we have one platform which can do end-to-end data analytics, from the ingestion to the visualization, everything, whether it's need the transformation using technologies like Spark, whether you need data science, everything is possible in this one single platform. And why this platform is needed, how can we use this best, we are going to cover upcoming slides. Also, we call it Microsoft Fabric is a unified platform, and we'll understand that in detail. And unified end-to-end and data analytics platform that empowers technical user, business user, and citizen developer to seamlessly perform data integration, transformation, real-time analytics, visualization, and AI-driven app development. And why we are talking about AI-driven app development? Because it's an OLAP system, isn't it? Our expectation from all the data warehousing system or all the data analytics system, that they are all OLAP, online analytical processing system. But when we are talking about Fabric, we are also talking about app development. This is because we also have SQL DB here, which is a transactional database in Microsoft Fabric, and it got introduced a year back. Now, what all Microsoft Fabric contains? First of all, Microsoft Fabric has data factory, which include data pipeline, data flow gen 2, to have more than 200 plus connector combining these things in data factory. We also have copy job, mirroring, uh, shortcuts to bring in the data. Data engineering, your Spark data engineering, you can transform data using that. Data warehouses, lake houses, all part of this. SQL databases for your OLAP transformation. For data science, we have PySpark, your machine learning, everything what you need. You can, as well as we have our data warehousing support here. Now, when we talk about Microsoft Fabric, we have a lake house, which is, Delta lake based, where we have the Delta Lake support, and we have data warehousing, which is T-SQL support. So we call Lake House as Spark driven, and we call warehouse as T-SQL driven. For real-time analytics, we have Event House, or which is known as CustoDB, and for visualization, your favorite tool Power BI, and those who are data scientists can use notebooks for that, and Data Activator for real-time analytics. Is it a kit? Means it's like, Microsoft has put down various stuff from Azure and designed a kit. But no, it is not a kit. We have to understand this unified platform has been rebuilt, or ground up work has been done to make sure all the engines work in a unified manner with a unified experience. You will not feel that I am on a database UI or on a Power BI UI or on a data engineering UI, because all these UIs, all those options have been unified, reworked, ground up work has been done to make sure this all happens together. Then one of the things which has been done is one lake. One lake is one storage for your entire need. It is a virtualized storage for your tenant. One lake, one tenant. And it also takes care of your regional aspect, that you can have your regional copy at the workspace level in that particular region. So it is not only about having just the one lake virtualization, it is also about taking care of the regional aspect. Then comes the one capacity. Think about a scenario, you need to go and buy Power BI, you are a big organization, you need Power BI capacity, Power BI storage. Now in Power BI licensing, the storage comes along with that, huge amount of storage comes with the one capacity. That's the older licensing model. Now then you need a database or warehouse. You may go for Synapse, you may go for Azure SQL or Postgres or Cosmos DB. You need compute, you need storage, and you might have licensing depending on what kind of software you are taking. Same way you might need Azure Data Factory or Synapse Data Factory for transformation, or maybe you need Databricks. Again, you need to pay for those. So I'm paying at different places. I have different computes, but here one single compute can run all these workloads. It can run Data Factory workload, it can run data engineering workload, it can run SQL database workload, it can run your Power BI workload. So all these workload can be run by one single compute. But yes, practically for a larger organization, it is not possible to have these things running on one single compute. So can we have more than one compute? Yes. Each workspace allow you to have its own compute, and that is where we can have multiple computes also. So more than one compute is possible. So for an organization where, let's say, you have the night time which is ETL heavy and daytime which is Power BI heavy, think about that this one single compute is fully utilized throughout the day, and we are saving money on that. Then entire Microsoft Fabric is AI enabled, and every UI you will find Copilot. So it is low code, no code platform. So you go to Power BI, you want to create a report, you have Copilot. You will go to notebooks, you have Copilot. You go to SQL interfaces in lake houses or warehouses, you have Copilot. And it does an amazing job. I think I have given session in the past how to use Copilot, and you might have seen that sometime in lake houses and warehouses, we even don't specify a query and still it is able to do. And one of the best thing which has been done with Microsoft Fabric, which makes this unified platform stand out of peer platforms, or the platform which Microsoft itself has in the past, like taking this Azure ecosystem, is that anytime we are saving structured database, whether we use lakehouse, whether we use warehouse, it is saved in delta format. Please be on mute unless you need to unmute and ask the questions. So the structured data is always saved in delta format, and what happens because of that, that if a table is in lake house, I don't require a copy in warehouse because they are work on different technology because the storage is same. Power BI also able to read data from delta format. It means I don't need another copy for Power BI, and that is why we call one copy or zero copy or having no unnecessary copies in Microsoft Fabric, because we believe in one source of truth should not get replicated unless most needed. Yeah, definitely if I transform the data, I would need another copy of the transformed one, but we are not creating unnecessary copies in Microsoft Fabric. The unified platform bringing all everything together, uh, having single compute can be used. We have uh, one lake which stores everything, and we have one format for all the structured data so that we don't create copies. Now, if you are a Microsoft Fabric developer or you want to become Fabric developer, are there any certification? So some of you might be coming from Power BI world, and you know we have PL300 certification, which is Power BI data analyst, which also continues in the world of Microsoft Fabric. Yeah, I think people are complaining about Microsoft Teams sound. Somehow I'm not able to mute. I did try multiple times. I think I'm not able to get that option. There's an option I know, but somehow it is not getting switched. Okay, we'll see. If somebody knows the option, just ping me on the chat window. We'll try it. Just now, not able to locate that. Now, if you are coming to Microsoft Fabric, what are the options you have? So, options what you have is basically first certification which happens here is DP600, which is Fabric Analytics Engineer. It is more about analytics than data engineering. So this certificate means you know a lot of Power BI, you understand SQL, you understand overall framework. Now, previously we had DP203, which retired some time back, which is Azure Data Engineering, and getting replaced with certificate which is 700, which is Fabric Data Engineering. We will have a lot of sessions which is going to cover what you are going to have in Fabric Data Engineering, and I'm hopeful that most of you will be able to take the full advantage of that. So DP700 is the exam which is needed for data engineering. It requires PySpark knowledge, it requires KQL knowledge, it requires SQL knowledge, it requires Power BI DAX knowledge. It also requires good hold on Microsoft Fabric ecosystem, including security. So Microsoft Fabric Data Engineering certificate, we call it DP700. It's an intermediate level exam, and it has three things which is you need to have control on: ingestion and transformation of data, security and managing analytics solution, monitoring and optimizing analytics solution. Okay, and there is a link which has been given below, aka.ms/dp700. If you want to know more information, you can go to the dp700 page, and on that page you have the content which is required to prepare the Microsoft official content. You have preparation exam also available there, and you can also schedule exam from there. So one single page contain everything, but we are going to show you a lot of content in next 2 days, and also going to share more videos on DP600 and 700, which are either available on my channel as well as on other channels. Now those of you are looking at YouTube, or those of are available on Teams, you can scan this link. For Teams folks, I'll ask the moderators also to share the link. Also moderators can share the link on YouTube. So this is the link to request. This is exclusive link which we are sharing here in the chat window, which is only applicable for the people who are attending this conference. So those who are in YouTube, scan this link, and once you scan, it should take you to the page where you should be able to apply for the voucher. And I'll just try to bring in this page in front of you and explain it. Just 1 second. Okay, and I think there was a confusion, and that's why I'm explaining you this. So when you go to this page, which I have already shared on my screen, what you need to do here is you need to first of all make sure that you have a Microsoft community login, community.fabric.microsoft. You need to create a login, preferably with your personal email. I know some of you might be using it from past, and I remember in the past we were not able to create community login using personal logins. So we always used to use the organizational login, but I don't think that is needed now. You can use your personal login to create the community login or sign up for community. And once you sign up, this page will get enabled and you should be able to fill all the information and apply it. Please make sure you fill in the correct event here, otherwise we'll not be able to track. So in which session did you hear about this offer? So you can call it Microsoft Analytics Community Conference 3 by HDAC or India Microsoft Fabric Group, whatever you remember, but try to use Microsoft Fabric Community Conference 3 in this one so that we will be able to track it in. With that, we'll move forward. I am hopeful everybody will be able to scan this and be able to get the new code, and we should be able to apply for the voucher. Now, to understand Microsoft...
Sorry to interrupt, Amit.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I have one question. Like the page that showed earlier, and request for the voucher. What if have a case, have the Microsoft community login, and we have already applied for this voucher, but we haven't received the voucher, and now we are just attending this conference. So in that case, what should be done?
So in case if this page is allowing you to apply again, you can apply. If it is not allowing you to apply, I already created one form where I'm collecting all the emails or all the community logins which have not got vouchers. I'll share the link of that one again so that you can fill in that and I can track all of them at one go. So also at the end of this conference, I'm going to share that link so that for everyone we can track at one place only and share with community managers. Okay, these are the people who already apply and did not get the voucher.
Thanks, Amit. And it would that on WhatsApp group.
Yeah, we are going to share that WhatsApp group. Okay, hopefully I'm still audible and my screen is visible. So to understand Microsoft Fabric, let's understand what we are doing here. We are doing business intelligence or data analytics, and there are four important terms which are there. So the term business intelligence refers to technology, application and practice for collection, integration, analysis and presentation of business information. And why we are doing those? Because we want a data driven decision. So aren't we able to do that in the current ecosystem, isn't it? Can't I do this on Power BI? Pretty much we can do it, because in Power BI we can do collection using Power Query. Integration means transformation using Power Query. We can also do presentation and analysis on Power BI reports and dashboards, scorecards, analyze in Excel. So at a smaller to medium scale we can do that. If we need multiple systems, let's say we want to have a single source of truth as a warehouse, because while you can put power data in Power BI, it's pretty easy, but taking out is really difficult. And it's not true with Power BI, it's true with all the other BI tools where you can give the data, but when you want to take out the data, it's really difficult. Now to overcome, what we need to do is we need to create an ecosystem where the data is available to everyone, and that's where we created lake houses or warehouses. We also call Delta Lake. Now in such scenario, if we are Microsoft folks, what we are going to do is we are going to bring in data factory to bring in the data, put it on the lake house. Now from that lake house we will take it to a warehouse, which could be Synapse or SQL Server or Postgres, and for that the technology we are going to use for transformation can come from data factory or come from Azure Synapse or it may be Databricks. Using this technology will transform. What would happen after you create your this single source of truth, the warehouse? You will still not be able to analyze it, because for analyzing you need Power BI. You don't, not every user knows SQL and they can write down those complex query which we as a data engineer can do. So we'll say, okay, great, we will have this BI tool, and in this BI tool we are going to analyze the data. But what you need to import the entire data. We talked about single source of truth, and here we are talking about duplicating the data of single source of truth. And it is not only this stage, at the previous stage is also, because one technology doesn't understand the format of other technology, we were duplicating the data. My format, if my lakehouse format is not understood by warehouse, I will at least for the performance sake, I'm going to duplicate the data also there. So in this manner, we are duplicating the data, creating more refreshes, and every time I create a copy of the data. Let's say I move the data on Power BI import mode, because that's the best. I need to make sure I schedule that data refresh every day. So one refresh which is scheduling warehouse, one refresh which is scheduling Power BI. So we have these multiple refreshes, which is taking care of our data available for the final consumption. And these are the common data analytics challenges which we have, like scaling challenges, data more accessible, data silos, and how to increase the BI adoption, because technologies would be very weird, and we might not have every technology which people need. Some technology support PySpark for data scientists, some doesn't support, some support only UI. So we need a platform where we have all kind of technology, from real-time analytics to big data analytics, everything which we need. So let's understand what is the current ecosystem. In the current ecosystem, we have choice of technology. So this is one of the question which is very famous: are we chief technology officer or chief integration officer? And I've just listed few, but if you look at this uh, visual, you see there are more than 1,000 plus technology to choose from to just do your data engineering. Every stage I can choose at least 8 to 10 technology for collection, for integration, for analysis, for presentation. I have tons of technology to choose from. So it means I can do a project itself on choosing this technology, instead of focusing on the aspect of the data engineering. So, and not only too many products is a challenge, different experiences, different licenses, different configuration, proprietary versus open, dedicated versus serverless, PaaS versus SaaS. All these things are creating or coming with these choices. And for that, further we have the cost aspect, we have license aspect, we have storage aspect, we have capacity aspect, we have development which is needed for all the tool. So there are various cost aspect to it, and that is where we got this unified data analytics platform, where we have every engine which you need: the data factory engine for data ingestion and little bit of transformation, data engineering for completely your data transformation, and your Spark engines. You have your data science there, data warehousing, the typical T-SQL managed data warehouse we have available here. Data science specifically, if you are looking for Spark, you are looking for Azure ML integration, everything is enabled here. Real-time intelligence, if your data is coming at too high velocity, have there, and Power BI for your analysis. So everything coming under this one unified platform. And as I already told you, it is not a kit, it is a ground up worked up platform, making sure everything works together seamlessly. You pay only for one capacity as long as required, you have one storage, and you have one single format for your structured data, as long as you are saving it on warehouse only. Yes, SQL DB do store it in a different format, because SQL DB is for OLTP, and in OLTP you can't save the data in delta format, it is not performant, but it immediately create a replica of the data, and that replica of data is in the delta format, so that you can analyze it together with all other data. So we have unified experience, security and governance taking care from the workspace level down to the item level, down to the row and column level. So the security start with workspace roles. We have workspace role where we can secure. We can make them viewer or contributor or member or admin. Then further we can go to each and every item and we can control it. Maybe we don't want to give a workspace level access, then we can give that item level, or we can control further at item level. After item level, SQL has SQL RLS, Power BI has Power BI RLS, and then we also have one lake security. The best one is one lake security. Right now it is not dynamic in nature, static in nature, but we can secure all the data sets going downstream with row level security or column level security using one lake security. Then we have the common compute and storage, as you know, and the business model, very simple business model. We are paying here for compute, storage, and as usual, Power BI has this licenses that before a capacity we have to pay for everyone, whether it is developer or designers. So we are still going to pay for report designers here and viewers also, but after F64 we are not going to pay for viewers. Now, before Microsoft Fabric, we used to call the data engineering as a black box. The reason we used to call is because once the data lands on a lake house or a warehouse, unless you know the technologies to access that data, you can't see the data. But that's not the case with Microsoft Fabric, because in case of Microsoft Fabric, every time the data lands in a lake house or a warehouse, we can create a Power BI semantic model on top of that and can analyze the data better. Similarly, every time you create multiple copies, it creates a longer development cycle. As we have seen, Microsoft Fabric is the unified platform which can solve these purposes. What all we are getting here? Dataflow Gen 2. So now those who are coming from Power BI world, Dataflow were there, Power Query in the Power BI desktop. So you have Dataflow Gen 2, which is much faster, and it has also have destinations which could be Lakehouse, Warehouse, or SQL DB. Even some of the Azure external destinations are supported now. A registration link we are going to share. I would request the moderators to share the registration link on the YouTube also. I'll share the QR code at the end again. Data pipelines. Now data pipelines have a copy activity meant for the purpose for copying data at the fast scale. But data pipelines are not only copy activity. They help you in orchestrate the data. You can bring in copy activity, you can bring in Dataflow Gen 2, you can bring your notebooks, and you can create one pipeline which is end-to-end data analytics pipeline for you. Then we have copy job, which has a very good CDC. And it is now it can also be added to your pipeline. So copy job is there. Then we also have mirroring, means you don't have to take care of change data capture. Microsoft is going to take care of that. So for certain set of databases, there are out-of-box mirroring available. You just need to configure what tables you want, and it automatically takes care of bringing in new data at every interval. Then we have shortcuts. So you even don't need to bring in the data. You can look into the data and you can take it from there. If you are in ADLS Gen 2, it is just like a native data. But if you are on Google BigQuery or AWS, it's going to fire back the queries there, and it may also cache some of the things for faster performance. So in this various manner, we can bring in the data. But let's say once we bring in the data, where we are going to host it on Microsoft Fabric. So we have Lakehouse for structured, unstructured data. We have Warehouse T-SQL managed for warehousing purpose. If you are bringing the transactional data, we have SQL DB. And if you are bringing real-time data, you have Event House, CustoDB for. So you have, based on the data, you have a storage available. Now, definitely, I'm not going to bring in the raw data and keep it here. I would also like to go ahead and use that and transform that and use it in for my final gold layer preparation. So how do I do the transformation? To do the transformation, I have SQL. Now, but you will say, what SQL? T-SQL if you are using warehouse. If you are not using warehouse, then for real-time analytics data, you have KQL. Dataflow Gen 2 if you still learn low code, no code. And then you can use Spark, the powerful engine for your data transformation. PySpark, Spark SQL, Scala, every technology which you want, which you can use for data transformation is available here in Microsoft Fabric. If you are a data bricks engineer or Spark engineer coming to Microsoft Fabric, you have your choice of technology. If you are coming from Power BI world, you have your choice of technology. If you are a SQL developer, SQL ETL developer, you have your choice of technology. You are coming from real-time analytics world, you have your choice of technology. You can extend to the other set of technology and can make sure that you are able to handle any kind of data, whether it is a SQL based data, whether it is Spark managed data, whether it is a real-time data, or whether you want to do low code, no code using the Flow Gen 2, all help in transformation. For analysis, we have Power BI for the end users, we have notebooks for data scientists, and KQL for real-time analytics. Presentations can again happen on Power BI report, paginated report, real-time dashboards, and Power BI dashboards. Similarly, analyze in Excel, all other things like scorecard, etc. are also available in Microsoft Fabric. All integrated platform giving all the things together for end-to-end data analytics. Now, how do I choose? There are so many technologies, and specifically, like differentiating between lakehouse and warehouse is very difficult, because at the end I know that it's going to save in delta format. And if I love SQL, can I use the SQL for warehousing transformation? Yes. So technology could be one choice. How I want to develop? Do I want to use Spark or a TC? If you want to use Spark, then go for lakehouses. If you use T-SQL, go for warehouses. Do you need multi-transactional table transaction? Yes. Then I will go for warehouse. No, I'll go for lakehouses. Do you know what kind of data you are analyzing? You say yes, I know. I'm using structured data only. Warehouse. If you say no, I have structured and unstructured data, I don't know the data type, lakehouse is yours. Same way, I already explained T-SQL based. Now, but how I'm going to make a choice between OLTP and OLAP, and I use T-SQL. If you are using the transactional data, you are going to use SQL DB. If you are going to use the OLAP, means the warehousing, then you are going to use warehouse. Similarly, for structured data also, OLAP versus OLTP is the differentiator between SQL DB versus warehouse. You also have something known as Cosmos DB, which can work on your JSON data, giving you the facility to query it like a structured data. So do go ahead and explore that out. It would be really useful. Now, what are the key highlights for Microsoft Fabric? As we know, one copy. We don't believe in multiple copies of data unless they are most needed. One lake, one unified integrated environment. We also have the one security, we call it one lake security, and one compute can be used for all our workloads as far as possible. Practically speaking, you can have more than one workload. Now, what is the advantage of Microsoft Fabric versus other? Why should I be looking at Microsoft Fabric technology? I am having so many technologies. I have shown you 1,000+ technologies. I may be comfortable with 4 or 5 of them. One, because it's a single configuration environment. It creates minimal copies of data. It's a seamless integration of technology, faster development cycle, and easy to maintain. These are the same reason customers are purchasing it. And it is one of the fastest growing platform in last 1.5 to 2 years. And because of this huge adoption, there are a lot of openings which are coming from Microsoft Fabric. And that is why there is a reason that we should learn it. Not only we should learn it, we should also get certified on Microsoft Fabric. And that is where we are giving you the vouchers. Microsoft is running this Fabric Data Days, and in which we are giving you the vouchers, and the link has been shared both on Teams as well as on YouTube. Same. So now we understand the one copy. We are not creating the unnecessary copies unless it is most needed. There is no black box because everywhere we have support from the semantic model, and those semantic models can be used for data analysis. Optimize development cycle. The reason for optimizing development cycle, the lesser copies we create, lesser the maintenance, lesser the refresh, and more optimizes my development cycle, which end up saving cost for me. But what are the kind of costs I'm going to pay here for Microsoft Fabric? As I already explained, license costs still apply. So in Microsoft Fabric, you are going to pay for developer, the Power BI developer, as well as the Power BI viewer. The cost for Power BI, not for data engineering developer. You are not going to, if I'm doing data engineering, T-SQL, notebooks, I don't need a Power BI license. If I'm a Power BI developer or viewer, I need a Power BI license. And as a viewer, I only required license till F64 or F32. Because F64 onwards, all the viewers are free. You have unlimited viewers after F64. Create app and distribute. So viewers are free after F64. And when I say viewer, because we have to understand in once Microsoft Fabric is there, we do talk about one of the things which is basically having edit permission or having the build permission on semantic model. The build permission also means you are a report developer. So when you say, okay, there is a build permission required, does it require license? Yes. If you are giving the build permission, it means it's going to require licenses. So build permission does mean you need to have licenses. So all the Power BI developers or report builders would need license, irrespective of whatever capacity. Storage, one lake storage, primarily of three types, but the main storage is the one lake storage where you are going to store all your data and meta. And this is virtualized at the tenant level, one tenant, one lake. Capacities, it starts with as small as F2 capacities and keep on doubling up F4, F8, F16, F32, F64, the capacity we were talking about a few minutes back, F128 and goes till F2048, as large as you can imagine. And then we have data transfer, which we have to pay if you are doing cross region transfer. And why I'm crossing development? Because we are not doing unnecessary. Now some of you might have questioned what happens if the large capacity doesn't suffice. We don't have to work on one capacity. We can work on multiple capacity. Every workspace has a setting, a license, and using that license will be in the license area you can change the capacity. So basically you are working on a pro license or a PPU license, or you are using the capacity that is there. All the Fabric workspace are premium workspaces, but yes, still there is a limitation that free viewers are only available F64 or onward. Now if you want to know a little bit about the pricing, because that is a key aspect, F2 capacity has start as low as $262 per month. Pay as you go, it means you are running it 24/7 for 30 days. Every time you commit to the capacity, you save 41% of the cost. So this will become around $161 or something. One of the favorite capacities F64. The pay as you go price is $8,400 per month, but it is around $5,002 in case you commit for the capacity for a year or reserve capacity. Now, if you want to buy the storage, I talked about three kinds. So one is the one lake storage, the usual one, $0.023 per TB means 23. $0.023 per GB, it means $23 per TB. Then BCDR storage 414.0414 per GB, and one lake cache. If you are using the real-time analytics or real-time alerting, then you need to be careful. You are using one lake cache memory, that is 0.246 per GB, almost I think 10 times costlier than what you have your cache. Normal memory storage is almost 10 times cache more costlier than. Now comes mirroring. We did talk about mirroring, that it gives us a flexibility of bringing the change data capture without we managing it. Microsoft is going to manage for it. Then are there any additional benefit other than that? So for mirroring, we do have a free storage available. Keep on checking the licensing page if there is any change happening on that. So for F2 you get 2 terabyte of free storage, for F4 you get 4 terabytes, and so on. So if you're bringing data using mirroring, you do get free. Who will go for Microsoft Fabric? We talked about, okay, people wanted to have Microsoft Fabric, but why do somebody go for Microsoft Fabric? So Power BI premium capacity, all these P capacities are getting retired, and even if they are there committed previously, all are Fabric enabled. You can use Microsoft Fabric workloads, and all the Fabric capacity premium capacities has to become the Fabric F capacities, and they will automatically become the Fabric customer. Once you have Power, you are going to use it. If there are Power BI customer who has medium to small to medium size, and now they are looking for upgrade, they wanted this um, warehouse capabilities or enhance their ecosystem with AI or data engineering, natural choice is Microsoft. The customer from legacy technologies or that technology looking for migration because they have other data available on Microsoft technologies. Customer having DW on AWS on working on MS technologies. So let's say you are on other cloud, but you are using Power BI. Now you have some integrated environment which can force you to think, okay, why don't I have everything together? Similarly, people, the customers who are on Azure Synapse or Azure Databricks or Azure Data Factory, for them it's a natural migration. Use Microsoft Fabric. SSIS, SSAS, or Azure Analytics Services customer, natural migration to Microsoft Fabric, because one, those tools are pretty old, not getting up to the newer technologies like AI and BI. So natural migration is there. End of life is coming for some of other tools where we are going to use Microsoft Fabric as a choice of technology. In Microsoft Fabric, we also have SQL DB. SQL DB is primarily used for OLTP analysis, online transaction processing analysis, and we are immediately getting a copy of the data created on delta format, using which we can get the data and analyze it again along with other technologies. Like if the data is stored in lakehouse or warehouse, we can analyze it together with it. Now with that, I open up for questions for a few minutes, and then I'm going to show you how Microsoft Fabric looks like. So in case you have some questions, please ping it in the chat window, or you can unmute and ask on the Teams. So for Teams channel, those who have questions, please ask. Raj, you have a question, please go ahead.
Can you elaborate about your capacity while handling suggest or recommend from developers?
Okay, I've asked really good question. So how do we finalize the capacity? Because this one single capacity can work for everything. Even Copilot is enabled. Then how do I choose a capacity? So for that we have something known as, and I would like to bring that now, the another window here. We'll, if we get the time, we'll discuss about Microsoft Fabric also, the UI. So we have this Microsoft Fabric capacity estimator. So if you use this Microsoft Fabric capacity estimator and you provide the different information, you will be able to get the right capacity. Now, there are checks and balances, like we get at the tenant level and at the workspace level to limit the Spark uses. Right now, other than Spark uses, we can't limit the capacity on any other things. And to monitor this, how do we know? We have two apps, Microsoft Fabric Capacity app and Microsoft Fabric Chargeback app, which tells you which one is consuming what. So one is you estimate, second you monitor, and now the third one comes in. Let's say I have multiple capacity. I reach to an organization where we have multiple capacity. How I'm going to distribute? So one way is department wise. Finance having capacity, sales having capacity, or combination of departments. Second way is to distribute capacity based on the workload type. Data engineering workload or visualization workload, because Power BI users are typically the C-level user and you may not want them to wait while your data engineering is running. So because of that, we may prefer to have that separate capacity. But for that, you need little bit of planning, because for Power BI or a semantic model to use another capacity, it need to come from the lake house which is there in that particular workspace. We are not going to keep our data and the reporting in the same workspace. So that is why what we do is, and definitely if I keep the data, then I can't use two different capacity. Keeping two different capacity, I'll keep data separate and Power BI separate, but that's not how it's going to happen. You need to create a shortcut lake house in your reporting capacity, where you create shortcut from every other lake house or warehouse from where you are getting the data, and then you are going to create a semantic model on top of that lake house. And that particular lake house where the shortcut is there, that lake house always uses its own workspace capacity. In my reporting workspace, I will have the shortcut lake house. The lake house, it's the same lake house, but it only contains the shortcut which I require for my Power BI or semantic model consumption. The next person can go ahead, and I do see question how Microsoft Fabric is different from Azure Synapse Analytics. And you can go ahead with your next question, whoever is seeing the first in terms of that. I think it is.
I have one more last question. What happens if Fabric capacity is 100%? That case.
See, now this is right now a little tricky, because Microsoft Fabric allow you to bursting, and because of that the capacity goes out of that. You don't have any other alternative other than to restart the capacity. And if you are having a committed capacity, you will lose one day to restart. It requires a little bit of planning. So some of the things which we are doing is we are controlling the Spark usage, because it can extend the capacity to that. So at the capacity level or at the workspace level, we are doing it. And also sometimes we have these on-demand capacities which are available, where we are switching in case it's going out. But yes, definitely you need to take care that because the Microsoft Fabric allow bursting may run out of this one. So estimating it correctly and keeping eye on how the usage is really important. And especially don't if you are using Spark, just make sure that you are using the right set of capacity, right set of nodes. With that, you are not unnecessarily using the Spark engine capacity just to make it faster and consume entire capacity. Okay, Synapse versus. Please go ahead. One person at a time. I think it is Abdul's turn now, right now, which the raise hand. Yeah.
I am with. So I myself. As per my understanding, one should Azure data engineering or as per my jobs, I'm searching.
See, I'll tell you, this is same thing which would have happened when Power BI came into the market. Like we are looking for Fabric developers always, and we understand if they are coming from Azure world, there are many things which we don't understand. This ecosystem, while it is coming, and this is answer for those who are looking for Synapse also. This is an integration platform, and way you develop things is lot more different than Azure. Technologies are same. We have Fabric data factory, the pipelines, the data flow is very similar. We have a different way to create data flow in Azure and Synapse. Like we don't have same kind of UIs like we have in Fabric. Fabric UIs are more inspired from the Power Query UIs. But my recommendation is futuristically work on Microsoft Fabric. Azure Foundation concept is something which you can do. There are free courses available from Microsoft. Azure Foundation concept is good, needed. Fabric is the future. The jobs are coming, the migrations are happening there. You will end up in Fabric job if you understand the platform well. But please understanding this platform is well. When we talk about integrated platform, what does it mean? When we talk about lake house, when we talk about warehouse, what is the advantage, when to use what, all these things are in detail provided in the documentation. And then we also have the Microsoft Learn path, which you will get in DP 600, which you will get in DP 700, which will also get the similar one. We have challenges keep on running on Microsoft Learn path. So please take one Microsoft Learn path, understand it well. I have around 65-70 videos in my channel. You can watch all of them. My advice be to become Fabric data engineer for future. Yeah, definitely. As you learn the technology, you can further excel it on PySpark to become a Databricks engineer or something like that. But stay with that. We will take a couple more questions. I see. So the Synapse data engineering, again, having very similar things because it's Microsoft product. It has very similar thing. Cost, Fabric is better. Integration, end-to-end integration, Fabric is better because for Synapse you still need a copy in Power BI. You are not going to get the data loaded in Power BI without import mode. That still works best. So here you don't have import mode. So again, it stands out. We have Spark engine, we have real-time analytics support, everything lying at one place. So definitely, and we have migrations. If you might have seen, the notebook migration is already available from Synapse to here. It means Fabric is the future choice of technology. Recently we got an article that Azure Data Factory, what things you can migrate to Fabric. So again, bringing Fabric as a choice of platform. So you should also look at these things, why Microsoft is talking about Synapse migration to Fabric or ADF migration to Fabric, because Fabric is the futuristic technology. So to go ahead with it. I think Shritna Lakshmi, can you go ahead with your question? After that, Praful Jain and Shiva Kumar.
Yeah, my question. How does Fabric Power BI when compared to classic data set?
See, we have to understand one thing basically, that import mode has its own advantage, and at some places you might feel okay, this case the import mode is working better than direct lake mode, and there's no doubt about it. The reason for that is basically import mode is designed for a purpose for size of data set, and it does work really good in that aspect. But so small to medium cases,
size is more than 1 GB.
then I think after more than 1 GB pro license anyway doesn't apply. You need to go for PPU or for capacity, and that is where I think Fabric is the go-to choice for you. But you have to remember, licenses still apply. As a developer, you still need a license. Even if you're on Fabric, all the developers need license. So developer license are not free. Okay, before we run out of the time and everybody wanted to shift to the next meeting, I'm going to share you the link for that next meeting, next two meetings, and I think the next person can go ahead with their question. I'm going to wrap up just after a minute because I need to give way to the next meeting. This YouTube live will continue, and we are starting the second room of the YouTube live also along with that. So please go ahead. Next question, the last question for today's session. I think it is who's that number? Shiva Kumar. Shiva Kumar, yeah, or Mantanesh. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, Amit, when it comes to right, then data goes to like Power Query pipeline factory, right? With the data pipeline, serving separately for each, correct?
Come again. I'm not sure I got you. So
okay, file is the data through pipeline or Spark, and of course the per se storage. So each they are charging separate or it's
so ingestion is charged separately or not? That's a good question. Basically, so see, every time you are bringing in data, so typically bringing in data doesn't have cost to any platform, but when you talk about the so when you bring in the data, you do use an engine, and that engine might have a cost. Okay, so those engines will have the cost for that one.
okay. run or come?
Yeah, if you use data flow, data factory, data pipelines, it may have a different cost. If you are using, let's say, Spark to bring in the data, you might have a different cost. So the cost depend on the engine, because you are actually consuming the engine also. You have to understand the cost is not to bring in data in; it's also for the engine which you are running. So the engine cost is something which is you are incurring. And I think with that we need to wrap it up. I'll be continuously available on other meetings to answer your questions. I need to give way for the second meeting. Thank you all for joining today's this one. Please join the other two sessions. I have already given the link here, and they are also available in our Teams group. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
We have to make Ritesh as I'm Ritesh as presenter. Ritesh, you are presenter now. You should be able to take the control.
I'm able.
I'm
Amit, can you? Rahul, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Ritesh, just wait for a minute. I'm just setting out this to be on live on the YouTube. So just give us a minute.
Sure, Amit.
And I'm parallelly also making live the other session. So just
Sure. No. Hey, Madhu.
Dipti, you are present, and I think you are also live on YouTube. I'm going to share the links in a short while, but I think you can start now. Yes. Ritesh, you can start. I'm just going to figure out the way to stop the pop-ups.
Sure, no problem. Thanks, Amit. I'll quickly one, two. Request.
Ritesh, can you start sharing so that I can give the control to the.
Sure. Hope you are able.
Hmm. 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 Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hitesh, I think we can start now. I request moderators to admit everyone. Hitesh, are you there?
Yes. Um. Yeah. So we can.
Yes.
So maybe I'll take because. Alright. So hi. Hey everyone. Alright. Start our list. Updates. Start
right? So what is the challenge? Let me talk firstly on the challenge part. So for example, if I'm a data scientist, right? So when I'm connecting some sort of a model or creating some sort of a model, so the challenge that I basically get is like lot of access issues, lot of data quality issues will be coming, and I need to again go back to the data engineering team and then ask for some sort of data cleaning activities or transformation activities, and then again need to build the model, and also to build a basic model, right? So, or implement some use case. So we actually need a lot of capacity within our laptops, or a lot of RAM needed, etc. So for within the everything will be
activities or
handled here in
transformation activities, and then
like
again need
with
to
by
build
the
the model
Microsoft
and
Fabric,
all.
so you don't need to worry about it. So and free trial is already available, so you can actually use it on your free trial as you do it on your local, so that it will be easy for you to put it on your cloud and experience it. The main thing what I experienced it, because when I was working with data science stuff, is like it is easy, actually really easy to connect. I'll show you a use case at the end with a live demo, so that you will understand how Fabric is actually making this so easy to connect your data and do this. So actually this is used not only just Fabric tool, as I mentioned, so this is not only just for data engineers, this is actually for now for data scientists as well, so actually who can use this. So this is actually similar to Azure machine learning resource that we have within Azure, and this is again similar to Synapse notebooks and Databricks notebooks. So whatever that we are doing across all these platforms, you can actually implement the same within your Microsoft Fabric. But the important thing is you don't need to rely on any other tools where you can for the data purpose, right? So you can actually use your own. I mean, you can easily connect your data to create the Microsoft. I mean, to create the models, or to run some models on Microsoft Fabric notebooks. That's a bit about Synapse data science, or what we can even call it as Fabric notebooks. So today, what you are going to experience, because my sessions will be always hands-on, right? So what you are going to solve today, or what we are going to solve today, is like I'm taking a very fragmented and unstructured data with this more of logistics, sales. I can relate it with Amazon for now, because I have taken an Amazon data set which is openly available, right? So what are the challenges that generally we do in terms of monitoring some of the manual work, right? So for example, if you ordered something and then probably it has to be couriered from the delivery units, right? So if something happens, so the monitoring need to be manually looked at it and see what are all the delivery risks, and basically, and also the demand trends, right? So if you are producing so much in Hyderabad and the demand is in Bangalore, so it again costs you more, so more to courier things, right? So for that, you need to always look at the demand
Hello,
trends.
sir.
Yeah. Yes.
Sir, could you please hide the pop-up?
Okay. Hi. Pop is coming. Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Done. Thanks.
Okay. So basically, these are the problems, right? So the demand should be always in a monitoring stage where you need to, sorry. So you need to always look at the trends and then supply your uh, whatever you are producing, right? So that's important. And also you should be also monitoring all your sales happening, so that to actually work on something called your branding, or if you wanted to do some campaigns, all that you need to have a look at your sales performance. And the third thing is like what actually leads to these problems, because you are doing so much on manual work, right? So what actually leads the what are the problems, because it because you keep on tracking it, or the delivery thing, so you may be experiencing a delay in deliveries, right? So your demand is not getting supplied. The demand supply is not proper, and overstocking or stock out may actually happen, and the revenue leakages. So these are all the key problems in any of the core industries, right? So or core logistics or sales. It's not just because not just in only Amazon that I'm taking as an example, but in any of the logistic or sales related industry or the companies which we usually see. So the opportunity that we have right now with Microsoft Fabric is like we can put all our data onto the lakehouse and then create some crazy ML models to just predict the risk factors of the courier. So how is the delivery risk? Is it high? Is it low? Sort of, and are we producing as per the demand, or how are the sales actually performing? So this is a please. Can you please mute yourself? All right. So this is the where
They should unmute yourself. Ritesh, you have to unmute.
okay, yeah. All right. So maybe I was muted. All right. So the core thing is like the proactive decisions had to be taken can be taken if you are running such a models on your top of it. So as I mentioned, right. So I will not go each and every line here, but I'm going to run three different ML models. One is classification for doing a risk prediction, and the second thing is the regression model for demand forecast, and also the sales accounts, right? So the sale, basically the sales, again the regression model for sales as well. So these are the three models that I'm going to show you after this. But ideally, you can actually do a lot of things. But if you remember, like when I'm telling about the first in the first slide, I have used a fragmented data. That means my data is uh, not at all, I mean, uniformed or not at all clean. It has a lot of null values. So I have intentionally kept it to show you what actually making Microsoft Fabric, because we have a lot of other tools. You can ask me a question, I can use that, I can use this, but what actually difference Microsoft Fabric is putting across this. So to show you that, I have kept the raw data itself. So I'll show you in a while. So basically, this is how I have designed. So my data is on Lakehouse now. So I'll show you how to even add your own data to Lakehouse. And then I have added some data cleaning, data transformations within using PySpark within the same notebook. So I have not done so much. And also then I have converted the clean data. I have added the clean data to the new table or new CSV, whatever you want, but I have kept it on the CSV file itself. Sorry, in the data tables itself. And finally, then I have loaded the data tables to ML models
उसका
to
sound check
actually
कब करना
predict
चाहिए?
whatever that we
ये
are
10 मिनट बिना आवाज के चल रहा है.
predicting. And not only just doing an ML models, we are also creating some KPIs for Power BI reports or reporting tools as well. So this is the key thing that actually works today. So let me go into the demo part of it. All right. So if you see, I'll go back to the first stage. This is where basically right now you can use Microsoft Fabric for free, and you can actually run a mid-level ML models which actually deals with like altogether. I have tried because this is my experience, but I'm not sure with the actual data that works with the free sessions. But I have tried till 10 to 12 GB data as well. So it actually worked really well. So you can try it out if you're having some data and run some models on top of notebooks as well. But yeah, that is experience. That is the experience that I have. But you can actually use your own data and do these things. But this is where you have the user interface of Microsoft Fabric, where The first thing is like you should actually I'll not create it and show it to you, but the main thing is you need to have a workspace. So immediately once you are into the fabric, so you have to create a workspace or use, if you are an organization level, so if you are supposed to use any workspace which they created, so you need to go to do the workspace. It is very simple. Just give your works by just clicking on new workspace. You can give your workspace name, and if you are working on different domains, you can select it, but it is optional again. And then click on apply, and it creates you a new workspace. And I have my own workspace called Ritesh POC, so I'm using the same for now as well. So here, after you open up your workspace, right? So basically, what you have to do is like to look at the seven experience or eight experiences that we have in Fabric, or to use those resources. So actually, you need to go and click on new item. So we'll where you will have a lot of resources right here within this. So you need to select the right one based on your requirement. So for now, I actually needed with a notebook because I need to run my pipeline. I mean, sorry, run my model. The second thing is, before that, I need to store my data or upload my data. So you need to create a lakehouse. Okay, because there are a lot of things here. You can actually use this search option to filter up the data. Once you click the lakehouse, you need to just give your lakehouse name and then click on create, because I already have it. Have a limited capacity, so I'm not creating a new lakehouse. Okay, so just create a lake house. My lake house here is like, yeah, this is my lake house which I created, which is MACC3, that is like, which is close to this event name, right? So once you create it, so there are two things that you look at. Ignore all this. So there are two things you look at. So one is your tables, where because Lakehouse is more of, you can actually handle it, actually handles structured and unstructured data, right? So basically you have two things. You can load your tables right here within I mean, using the pipeline by just creating a pipeline and connecting your data to these tables, or else you can actually upload your file. So I'm taking the second option for now for today. So I'm just uploading my Excel file right here. I just say click file upload, and I can actually select my file, which is this, which is already there. If it is already there, it shows you the pop-up as well. If you want to overwrite it, you can actually do that. Since I am already having that file, I am not doing anything as such now. So ignore about all this stuff. I'll tell you a little later. But this is my file that I'm going to work today on this. Let me now open up that file to show you. I told you a important thing, right? So when I'm talking about the data point of it, so there are a lot of null values within my data. Um, just a second, it's loading because it is having a good number of rows of data. So if you see here, there is lot of empty row cells which is there in it in within the Excel file, and there could be different formats also somewhere. I didn't remember the row, but there are some other formats, and a lot of null values are available. So as I mentioned, I intentionally kept it to just see, uh, to show you the real difference what it is making within the Microsoft Fabric. Let me go back to the notebook. So we are good with the data now. So the second thing is you can close this up. And the second thing is once you open up the second thing, I will go back again. Sorry. So you have created your lakehouse. Your data is on lakehouse now. Okay. So the second thing is you need to create a notebook where to write the model code or to uh, load the data, right? So for that, you need to click on the notebook, just give a notebook name and then click on create. That's it. So it actually creates a notebook for you. And once you create it, so basically it has a nothing. Ignore about this because I loaded this, but this it shows no data connected, right? So what you need to do is you just need to, this button will show you add data items, existing data source you need to click on to just connect with your data. and it shows all your lake houses which is available. So I'll just click on whatever lake house that I wanted to, and then click on connect. That's it. So you are connected with your data to this particular notebook, right? So that's simple to collect your data. You don't need to give your credentials. You don't need to work on the authentication things and all that. So that's how it is really making a difference. But this is not only just that. There is a lot of other things also included. So now what I'm doing is I'm just using some of the libraries to actually work. Ignore it for now. And first thing is I'm just loading this data. So you can ask me where I can actually find this path. So if you see this, if I load this, I again see the same structure that I have, that is tables and files. And when you click on these files, you have all your data. And here, if I click, because these are all folders, and if I need to click on this, there's this data available, right? So if you click on three dots, so you have the path. You can actually use this path, or you can actually use a URL as well. But I suggest you to do ABS FS path, so that will be easy for you to load the data into the data. I mean Delta tables format or DF format. So now, once you load your data, the first important thing is you need to write a function, as I mentioned, right? So you have a lot of data with all the null values and things like that, which is not structured data. I have wrote a function for this, but what I'm majorly focusing is ignore this. Also, I'll show you in a while. But yes. So what I'm doing is I'm just replacing all my null values with underscore if it is there within the values, or I mean, sorry for that. Actually, this is for the column names, because my columns, if you see here in the table, so it is more or lessly like the space is available. So ideally, if you when you're working with PySpark, so it should not, it will not allow you with a space. So I'm just converting the space to the with underscore or whatever you want, but I'm just replacing it, and then the data cleaning part of it. So what I'm doing is I'm just filtering it out, all the values which are empty, and cleaning my data. And then the main important thing is the major issues that comes here when you're talking about data is the date format, right? So I'm just trying to pull the date columns, and trying to clean the date format and put it in again the delta, and all the delta is again now, which is in the cleaned Amazon sales folder, which is right here. And as you, if you see, this is more of in a delta format, not actually in the tabular format, but this is actually in the Parquet format. Okay. And now what I'm doing right here is I'll run this in a while, but I'm just trying to tell you what are all things that I have implemented right here. This is the first use case of the courier tracking or courier performance, which is happening. The couriers are happening right or not. So I'm calculating it in a scale of 0 to 1. If it is 1, it is really good. If it is 0, it is worst. So for which I have wrote some script right here, and use the whatever what I have used. So I have used a classification model model here, the RF classify, the random forest classification model I have used. And I'm just doing some stuff in terms of coding and extracting the result. I'll show you the result at the end, but for now, if you see, okay, let me show, because it's already run and showing you the result. So the actually the right now the accuracy is 0.94. That is, like, I can say good accuracy is there, because it is very close to 1. So that's how you can actually run it. So you can ask me one more question. So can I show the charts and the KPIs as well? Yes, you can do it. I'll show it in a meanwhile. And as I mentioned, right, so my data is having a lot of abnormalities and all that. So I'm going to handle that in this SKU, I mean, unit data, I mean, here in this format. So basically, I'm having a demand forecast model that I'm using here, basically to forecast the demand versus the supply. So for which I have used again the random forest regressor model. So here what I'm doing is, because I know that my data is very limited based on the sales that happened at a monthly level. So I'm just trying to train it with the same data itself. But it is actually showing an error that you don't have a data on top of for trying this model, right? So that's how it is given, but it's again depends on your data that you are going to show. The third thing is again the sales. I mean, how are the sales happening? If you want to see the trends of it, so basically you have this model code. I will put this notebook in the chat after before we drop off, so that you can actually refer to it. And the third thing is, when you talk about the data science, right? So you have the charts, you have the KPIs, all that stuff, right? So let's talk about it now. So we are not just only doing an ML stuff right here. We are also doing some. We are also creating some KPIs for the reports where people can actually pick up the values right from here and create a beautiful dashboards within the Power BI itself, right after from here itself, right? So from for example, in this, like the first KPI is like sales performance, which is already shown, and then the courier versus the delivery statuses, how many was shipped, like that, like different statuses of couriers, and then the top mm, performing units, the demand units, right? So the production units, what are all those, and the top categories, where top 10 categories I can say, what are the categories that it is getting sold. And finally, so promotions, like whatever you, because my data is having the promotion part of it, so it is actually showing for how many promotions, how many leads got generated, sort of, and how many orders got created for that promotion, sort of things. There are a lot of other things also in this. Let me scroll it a little bit. So we have sales across country versus the state, and monthly sales as well. So these are the thing. And finally, on top of your charts as well, right? So I wanted to see some trends related information, right? So if you see here, like monthly trend is, because I have a limited data here, so it's actually showing one value. But if you see the top 10 SKU units, which are doing a great job, right? So that is the total sales amounts, you can actually put it across right here. So this is the way actually you can create your own notebooks for your own use cases, and run those models. And if you see, if I run this quickly, run all models, the only time takes to is like to start this session, but it got started very quickly in 10 seconds, probably 9 seconds. And let's see how much time it actually takes to create and run the whole code, and to run three use cases, 10 KPIs, and then three charts. Right. So let's see how much time totally it will take. It actually should run it in less than 1 or 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes, less than 1 minute. Let's see how much time this first use case is taking to run the first model.
So directly we are importing data into notebook, right?
Correct, yes.
And now we are performing cleaning in the data set.
First the part is cleaning, and then we were applying some model to the data on top of data. Yeah.
Right.
So if you
Thank
see,
you. Thank you.
yeah, yeah. So here, if you see, the first use case is just run in 57 seconds, and it gave accuracy like 0.9 as an accuracy rate, which is having. And yeah, so it just ran in 2 seconds because there's no training data size. And again, this is also the same. And let's see, the KPIs just run in 6 seconds, and the charge run in 2 seconds itself. That means like your total use cases, KPIs, and charts just run in less than 2 minutes. So probably this is how, because if you run it on your local also, it will take more time than this. So that's how you can actually get started with exploring this. Since I have 4 more minutes, I just wanted to show you quickly one more use case on AI related stuff. So this is more on ML till now. Let's go to the questions part. Last 10 minutes, I'll quickly wrap that section for you, and then I'll show you crazy stuff again. So one more thing is like is this claims one? Okay, let me show it in the code. Okay, so what I did is like whatever. Let me go back there only. Okay, this is the. So when I was talking initially, right? So I am not just relying only on the ML model, because when I talk about ML models, you can ask me a question that 1 second. So sorry. So not only just that, because you can ask me a question like, because these days we are working a lot on LLM models, right? So what we can do is, if your data is on again lake house, so probably what we can do is we can pull all the data, we can index the data within your notebooks. If you know about AI search, so I'm passing this data to AI search, and then that data again sends to the model. That code is not on that notebook, but if you see here, I'm passing the extracted data or the formatted data which is coming from the Azure AI search, which is right here. I'm passing the Azure AI data, and I am creating a chatbot where I'm by giving a prompt right here as an AI assistant. You are an AI assistant where we have to take the data from your Azure AI search and respond to the questions. And by I don't know, somehow it's not working, but probably it worked previously because my Azure credentials are completed. So that's the reason I'm not able to show it to you. But I'll show you a user interface where AI can actually work. You can actually work on AI related stuff as well. So that this is an AI interface where if you ask some question, it hits that API which is working, which is running on notebook, and probably you'll get the response. That means like you can actually run an LLM model also, but in two ways. One is you can create one model within your notebook, or you can use an API key within a notebook and run the model, where if you hit it from UI, it generates the responses. So that's how basically you can actually work with LLM models also in two ways. One, you can run a Llama model on your notebook and sort of small language models on your notebook. And the second way is to second way is like you can use the LLM, I mean API keys to actually generate the responses as well. So these are the ways you can actually do it. But somehow I was not able to generate it because my credentials are expired. But let me try it 1 second. Uh, yeah, no, I'm not supposed to run the indexes now, but that's how, because when we hit that from UI, so basically it goes to the notebook endpoint and then get the responses for you. And if you see here also, like the index is getting got created and data is uploaded to that index. So that's how we have for today. So any questions, we can actually take it now.
Hi, Venkat.
Yeah. Yeah, hi.
Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please go
Venkat,
ahead.
Yeah.
Antesh here. I have a
Yes,
question.
Mohan.
When we can achieve this in Gen Flow 2 also, so what is the main advantage using notebook?
The main thing is like you can connect your data very quickly. That is one, as I mentioned. And the second thing is because we have this Copilot functionality and you can do some sort of cleaning transformations as well. You don't need to actually use any other tools for that basically because Microsoft Fabric is already giving it to you. So you can actually use the same tool for any sort of transformations, things like that. Basic transfer because data scientist cannot be a data engineer anyway. But at least you can easily look at the data, see why the actual problem is coming, and if it is a smaller problem, you don't need to rely on someone and wait for someone to get it cleared. So you can actually do some sort of transformations within the same tool itself. That's the main advantage. And if you that's the reason if you remember, like I showed the same use case because I can take the clean data also, but you will not identify the cleaning transformations that I did. These are the very basic transformations, right? So
I got it. Because even we do this in when we do any reporting, before that we have to do some analysis, right, with the business. So
correct.
this can also be done in Power Query. That's I know exactly. But yeah, I got similar steps. That's why I would like to check. No
So
problem.
Yeah.
Power Query is for
Mhm.
the reporting purpose, but if you're running a model as a data scientist, this should
Mhm.
be in that perspective. Basically, you cannot run a model on the Power Query, or cannot write a query of every insights, right? So you need to run some ML models. But if you see one more thing also, I didn't even run any
Yeah.
packages or not run any packages of the models. I have directly used straightforward. I have called the library and simply I have showed it. I mean, I have used the models. I have not even installed any of the libraries within the notebooks also. That's the other
Yeah.
important thing. Mm.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. One question. Why did you store ML features in one lake instead of keeping them inside notebooks?
See, that is a use case specific, but that is not really needed to do it. But to make it load faster, this is the technique that I have used just to as a part of use case. But it is not really needed that you need to again put it on a lake house and do it. But again, the thing is like you have to store it in a data frame and then do it. So probably you will see a latency, right? So when your data size is more. So to avoid that, I have used this technique, but it is not necessarily you have to use it for integrating or you need to put that data for sure on Lakehouse, then only you can use it. It's not like that. Yeah.
Yeah. In that case, how would you scale this solution as a data if data volume doubles?
Probably because we don't have any data limit to store that, right? So that's where if you can put anything or any size of data that on the data packet format within the data lake, data delta table, because you don't have specific what do you say, you don't have a specific limit of size or something to do it, because the solution which I showed you right now is the viable for a huger data set. But if you are not using that lake house or one lake part of it, right? So you're not storing that back to your lake house or one lake. So what happens is like you will need to again. Uh, I mean, the question you are asking is you will see a lot of latency. You will see a lot of
Correct.
lag in your responses.
Yes, yes. That is very much important from a client perspective, right?
Correct. Exactly. Yep.
And one more thing, okay, whatever you did, that is CSV use case you have taken. In that
Right.
case, if you have multiple sources, that should be any metal architecture like bronze, silver at least, because we have a data cleaning on top of that,
Correct.
right?
Hmm.
So,
So there is. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, yeah, go ahead, that one only.
The thing is like the other important key feature in the fabric is like you can connect any different n number of data items. Basically, there is no limit, and you can, as you know, like basically whatever do we do when to connect your multiple tables, right? So whatever logic that you write, that's all implemented right here. So you don't need to worry about, do I need to only use a single table? No, you can use multiple tables or multiple data into the notebooks, but the only problem is you need to you can load from different data sources, but ideally it should be in one lake. One lake is not a storage unit for you here. Try to understand, because it's just a copy of the repositories or copy of your instances, not the actual data, right? So once you're trying to hit that, it actually hits your source part. So that is one part of it. Second part is you can actually put all your data on one lake and you can connect it. That's the second part of it. But in terms of your question, your data is already there on different data sources, that you have to first create a pipeline and put that on a lake house. It could be one table, multiple tables, whatever it is, and then you have to run it. Because if you remember, when I'm talking about creating a lake house or uploading the data, so I told the tables should be actually created from the pipelines. You cannot directly import so many tables from other sources manually, right? So you can create a pipeline and do pull all your data to the lakehouse and you can actually easily access multiple tables across here.
Can we automate to ease the process? Because
Yeah,
as you
automate.
mentioned, yeah, as you
Hmm.
mentioned about one lake, this is all about without data duplication, right? That is main thing.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
can we automate whatever the process? That is the main point, right? Here.
Correct. So when in the introduction I told you that we have this Copilot. There are two ways. One is using data flow Gen 2 it's like a drag and drop sort of, where you can easily kind of create pipelines. You don't need to so much write code for it. That is one part of it. The second way is you can use Copilot feature to actually create these pipelines without any sort of manual work. So it actually creates, but we should be, because AI is still evolving. So we have to make sure like recheck the data and then we can do that. But automation stuff, it is like in Fabric. If you do a real time scenario, you will understand like how simple it created. But complete automation, I cannot say like it is 100% there, because I'm not promoting Fabric right here. Uh, but ideally it actually reduces your 80% of your work, and with Copilot I can say it reduces your 90% of your manual work.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I guess one more hand raise I saw.
How the ML output is integrated into Power BI reporting?
ML output, yes. You can connect with the you can create a semantic model, and you can actually create a table or the output to the Fabric. Within the, again, same notebook, or through same notebook to the lake house or one lake. If you see, because I have removed that piece of code, but if you see this notebook, there is this output tables also, the top KPI data which you are seeing right here. So this is all data which is captured by the model and kept it right here. So you can create this, you can capture this Parquet format data and convert this into a table as an output
Just
table,
be
as a
aware
gold layer or
that we
something
have
like that
shared
you
What
the
is
can
the
links
mention,
of
format?
flying
or
BP 600 and
Parquet
700
format.
vouchers.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Because right now in the important
Yeah,
aspect
so
of
just be aware that we have shared the DP
Fabric
600
is
and 700
your
voucher links
all
both
data
on
will be on a
YouTube as
single
well as Teams.
because
So in
irrespective of
case
your
you have
source
not seen
data
that, please go
format,
ahead and look
so
it in the
all
chat.
your
I have
output
also
will be
put
on
the
the Parquet
next two
format.
sessions which are
So
coming
Okay.
both on
irrespective
YouTube
of your
as well
different
as
data
the
sources.
Teams.
Yeah.
So we have exciting
Okay.
sessions which are going to
Got it.
continue. We are still having few more
Thank
minutes.
you.
If you have a last set of
Okay.
questions, we can take
So
that
any other
up,
questions?
and then we are
Venkat, if
going
you
to
don't
wrap
mind,
up and move to the
Yep.
I know
session.
this is very basic question, just in order to clear my doubt. So
No
when it
problem.
comes
Yeah.
to the fabric, first we'll create
Please check the chat
workspace,
window.
right? Then we'll
Right.
create
Yeah.
lakehouse to bring the data. So when we do transformation, I here we will choose notebook or Genflow or pipeline, something like that. Is this correct?
Uh, it's
Again,
partially
again.
correct, but the thing is, you don't need to stick on to the same flow. But I'll tell you a different scenario. For example, which you are asking right now. So one is you will actually create a workspace. It should be for sure,
Yes.
and then once the first thing is, if your data is already there on Lakehouse, you don't need to worry about the pipeline stuff or data factory stuff. So, but if you wanted to pull the data, you have to use data
No,
factory,
this is continuation
where
of
you
this
can
series. This is
create
just
data
get
flow gen
extended
tools
for
and
us.
to
We are not
to
going to
create
get
the
addition.
pipelines, and then your
I need
Lakehouse
to
will come.
get
So
unmute for
your every
YouTube
data will
folks. So
sit
the
on your
question
Lakehouse.
is,
It's
those who have
not needed to
attended the
use the
previous
Lakehouse
Fabric
only,
Data Days,
but you
any
can
of
still
these
use the
from
data
any
warehouse
MVPs or
also.
from us,
Okay, so your
are they
data
going to
warehouse
get
and your
these new
Lakehouse comes,
vouchers?
and then
My understanding
further
and answer is
transformations
no.
you
If
have
you
to
have
use
already
the notebook.
applied, you may not
And
be able to
finally,
apply.
after
If you have already
getting
got it, you will
after
not get
doing
it
the
again.
transformation, you can still
But if you have
load
applied and
all the
not
tables
received it, you
back
can
to your
apply. Also,
house
I'm
or
sharing the link.
to the data
If you
warehouse,
have applied
and
and you are
from
not able
there
to apply
again you
again,
can
but
connect with
you want to
the
ask to follow up, I did have
Power
shared a
BI
form
or
link
the real time
where you can fill
intelligence
in the
or
details that I
the
have
other
applied and did
tools
not
as well.
get it.
Further
If you have not
understanding.
applied, not received
Yeah,
yet
Thank
and
now,
you.
again
you
you can
can
even
apply using
connect
DP
to the
600 and 700
notebook
link.
again
If you
from the
are
gold
able to
layer
apply,
to
you have
create some
not
sort
applied
of
in the past
insights
but
like
still
this,
able
like
to apply
using
using
some
this link,
ML
please apply,
models or some
because we
doing
will
some
ask
AI
them to
stuff. So you
consider
can
only
still again
two
connect
link
back with
for
your
all the
data
people.
and use that. Yeah. So I have taken the second
But
part of
only
it,
one
which I should
voucher
do right
for
now.
DP
So the first
600
part
and
is which
700
I mentioned
per
right
community
now.
login.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
I just had one question. Like for the data pocket file, like how do we create this? Like, do we write it?
Yeah,
It
just
or
one question. Just
for data pocket,
So
delta pocket
Parquet
file.
file will be automatically created because if you see here somewhere, the output I'm storing it in the Parquet format. One second. Right here, yeah. So I'm just defining that it's as a delta. So I'm just defining the
yes, Copilot consumes
path
your
right
capacity
here
even
to
faster
save it
than
where
that.
we have
Try
to
if
save
you
it.
can
So we
shift them
have
to
to
data agents.
save it in, it will save it in the Parquet
But
format.
again,
But
data
if you
agents only
wanted
use
to,
Copilot
as I
internally or
mentioned, right,
AI
so you can
internally.
even
So
save it in
yes,
the tabular
you
format
can
also.
expect
Because
slowness
when
in
you
your
talk about
system
the
if
Medallion
using
architecture, right, so
Copilot
if you wanted to store
or
this
this
as a
thing.
gold
So
layer
right now there
data
is no
or
separate.
the
I
final
think there
data,
is
right, so then you can
possibility to have a
just
separate
do
Copilot
some
capacity.
add some code to
But
this
I have
and
to check
convert
out
this
details.
into
There are some options
the
I've seen, but
table
I'm
and
not sure
convert,
they are
and you can save it into the table as well.
available for
Yeah,
everyone.
but default
The
your output will be in the delta format. Yeah.
gold and silver layer, like it will be under delta pocket format.
No, that's your wish. So if you wanted to store it in the Parquet format,
I think
because
data
your
agent and
final
the AI which
output
is coming
when
in
you're doing
should
any
be little better
transformation, it will
option
be in
because
the
they are
Parquet format.
pre-configured for all
And
those
then
things.
if you wanted to store it in
But I
the
think
tabular
Copilot for
format,
viewer
you
is
can
also
actually
as
store
good
it
as
in
that.
tabular format
So I
by
think
just
then
adding
you
some
should
script to
restrict
it.
the other
Yeah, that's it.
Copilots like SQL Copilots and
Okay.
notebook
Yeah.
Copilots or you are sharing.
But whatever
I
coming
think we'll take
from
this up
as an
offline. I
output
need to
from
switch this.
the notebook, so that
Thanks
will be
Deepti for
in
this,
the
and I'm
Parquet
going to
format.
wrap
Yeah,
up this
that's what I
meeting.
mean to say.
At least
What's the
you can have
difference
question
between
from
delta
Deepti,
pocket
but I'm
versus
going to leave this
delta
meeting
tables?
because I need to switch on to the other meeting on YouTube Live.
Uh,
So I'm leaving this.
I'm
But you can
not
continue
really a
with your
data
questions
engineer
for the
to
recurring
tell
session.
you that,
Thank
but
you all for
probably I
joining.
can tell you after, maybe, or else you can attend the session which is happening on the lake house part of it. I don't see lake house, and yeah, so you can attend this probably tomorrow morning so that you can get an idea of it. The lake house versus the like warehouse and things, like you will understand that in a better way, because I'm not a data engineer to answer that question basically. Yeah.
That's it.
Mukesh,
Yeah.
you can start in
All right.
another minute or so. Okay, you can share your screen.
So one more question, one more hand raised, Shubham.
Hello. Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks for the
Shubham.
great session. So I have a
Hey guys,
question.
in the
So I
interest
have
of time,
a
just
like
wanted to know we are going off from the YouTube for you, but you can continue your session till the time you have questions. Thank you all for joining. For YouTube, we are switching the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit.
Vinod, you can share your screen if you like and start in a couple of minutes.
Sure, Amit. I'll start.
Business solutions that drive high ROI and productivity. Priyesh is also a
Let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Not yet.
No, sir.
Not yet. Let me share. Just I don't think it's able to share my screen. I'll just drop and rejoin. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
I'm sorry, Arun. Let me mute you.
All right. So I'll begin.
Yes, Priyesh.
Okay.
The stage is yours.
Sure. All right. Thank you for that introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone joining today.
Yeah, it's not showing up. I mean, the screen is not showing up. I'll just quit and reopen. Just give me 1 minute. Yeah. I think I would be able to present it now. Yeah, let's try.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now is it coming? Okay.
Yes, sir. Somewhat blur.
Blur. Okay.
The picture wasn't clear. It was still in a blurry image.
Okay. Let me share my entire screen then. That should be able to. Is it coming up now? Yeah. That is, well, actually, I recently converted into Mac, so I'm excuse me, I'm a new user. Okay. Can I start, Amit?
Yes, sir.
Another point for the discussion.
Yes, sir. We have an introduction for you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community, along with the India Microsoft Fabric user group, are super excited to host you all after an amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across cities. We are back with our third global virtual conference. Get ready for 2 days of full tech magic with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. Let's get started. Before we begin, here is a quick reminder. The expert contest. Ask thoughtful questions during the session to earn points. 5 if the moderator picks it, and 5 more based on speaker's rating. Top scorer by the end of the event will win Amazon vouchers. Please join me in welcoming Vinod Kumar. Vinod Kumar is a passionate data professional with strong expertise in modern data and analytics technologies. He actively works on building scalable data solutions and has a keen interest in into meaningful business insights. Vinod is also an active community contributor engaging in knowledge sharing through event sessions and collaborations, and is committed to continuous learning and mentoring within the data ecosystem. Sir, you are live.
Thank you. Thank you for the intro. And first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. What you guys are doing for the fabric space, I think it's almost a front runner in terms of the entire country, in terms of what the fabric community is doing. I've been watching your community groups activities and the contributions you guys are doing with Amit and the team. This is really exciting because we hardly have a particular community for fabric in such a big scale. And whatever you guys are doing, I wish you all good luck, and you should be able to continue in the same space where we will expose a lot of fabric features, Power BI features to the users who are very interested in these upcoming features, but they don't have anywhere to go and share or ask questions. This would be a nice platform, first of all. Thank you so much again. And my name is Vinod Kumar. What you guys are doing for the fabric space, I think it's almost a front runner. Hello, am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir, audible.
Okay. My name is Vinod Kumar. I'm a Microsoft MVP on data platform and a Microsoft certified trainer. I do a lot of blogging, speaking stuff, and apart from that, I'm an active contributor in Microsoft Q&A platform as well as Fabric platform. And I work on my work. I work as a principal data architect and a data engineering lead for my company called JMN, where we spread in 3 countries. We do a lot of data engineering stuff, predominantly on Fabric and Microsoft Space, and a little bit of AWS as well. So this is a short intro about me. The topic that we are going to see is AI shortcuts. So in this meeting, how many of you are new to Fabric or just looking at Fabric? I haven't had a chance to put my hands on. Is there anyone something like that? Okay. So I try to keep it as basic as much as I can, because I believe in all my sessions, I believe in real time showing the demo and how it works, as well as a lot of interactive questions rather than running through the slides. I'm not a big fan of slides, but just to display you some context on the topics that we are going to see and the areas that we are going to touch, I've prepared some very basic PPT. But I'll show you a demo how it looks like initially and what it takes to create such things. So So Fabric, in the sense, there has been a lot of buzzword these days. There has been a lot of talks on Fabric because initially, I think it's been almost 2 years. But initially, when it got released, there was huge pushback saying that why is such a hasty release, because the Synapse was coming up and it was coming up very good. It was just getting popular, but at the same time, Microsoft abruptly released Fabric. Initially, people would not like to take it. They were saying, though, the cost is huge and all this stuff and something. And now, in the last 2 years, in terms of what Fabric has achieved by word of the mouth or the user reviews or something, or the communities like what you guys are doing, these communities. So these kind of things have taken Fabric to a new height where it directly competes over other Spark platforms like Databricks, Snowflake, something like that. But one important feature that I think we can discuss more about it in upcoming time in a few minutes. But most important feature that Fabric is able to do is how it is able to provide an overall scenario in a single license form or in a single complete form. You don't have to pick and choose a lot of tools, lot of integrations to do on this space. You can straight away go there and get one thing for your enterprise, and that one thing can run every workload from smallest pipeline up until visualization of your data into Power BI platforms. This is one important feature and one selling move Microsoft enabled in Fabric. Initially, though, as I said, there was a lot of pushback. There's been a lot of retaliation in terms of when we try to push in a Fabric into a enterprise level data scale. But now people are able to understand. I speak with a lot of CTOs, a lot of CDOs who initially were vehemently opposing Fabric space because the poor support and the frequent changes and everything. Now they wanted to give it a try. They want to give it a try and see how it works, what is Fabric really is, why people are adopting it, why people are going into it. So such is the scale of the Fabric's growth in the last 2 years, especially in the last 1 year. And there has been a lot of updates. I agree. It was too much, but so does the other SaaS platforms. Even if you take Databricks or Snowflake, nobody's going to say I'm going to release one update in 1 year. Those are the days that were gone. We don't. When I started working, I hardly see one update in 1 year. But now it's every day, every single day, because we are in the era. And what it takes for Fabric or any other SaaS platform to merge with AI growth, that has been the driving factor. So you can have a tool, you can have a SaaS platform that can run for ages, that can throw you out the results in milliseconds, very user friendly, everything. You can do a lot of transformations, everything. But when it comes to AI space, how can it integrate? What it takes for the integration. That is one key point. Second key point, second selling point is how common is it to use? Because whatever we see, the data engineering team and something like that, right? These guys are major. They have around 100, 2000 to even 1500, 2000 data engineers working all around the globe, just playing with your data. They can do stuffs easily. But the real challenge here is to make sure even the non-tech teams work together, non-tech teams to do their self-service BA or self-service reporting, all those stuffs, right? That was the key selling point of Fabric. When it comes to Fabric, even the other SaaS platforms are copying Fabric's idea, where you don't have to be an expert to play around with Fabric. On the first 50%, on the top 50%, you can be a normal grasshopper level user. You can just go and play around and get things done. But only when you want to do a deep dive or you want to do all these data munching stuff and something, you need a data engineer. That is the narrative that has been set by Microsoft in terms of Fabric, and that sold like anything. So people started using it because when I was using 3-4 years ago, when I was completely working on Databricks and stuff, right? Databricks and Snowflakes was just coming up initially. So you cannot work with such platforms without a data engineer. You would need to hire one, and hiring for a company perspective, just imagine from the company's point of view. If you have to hire a data engineer, you cannot work alone. You need to set up a team, and setting up the team will be cost for the company as well as maintaining them. And then you have to make sure that data derived is properly used. For that, you will have to set up some visualization team, and that team will contain around 10 BA engineers with visualization engineers, all those stuff. So why can't we use the existing engineers? Why can't we use semi-tech engineers or a non-tech engineer who can do the job for a small and medium businesses, right? That's where Fabric started selling in. They sold it like anything, not only to the enterprises, they targeted small and medium businesses where they wanted to try their hands on with the limited resourcing support. So people started using it, they liked it, and then now it's a boom. Everywhere we cannot see a single project or a single company where it has been not talked about. Fabric has been such a popular mechanism right now. So what makes Fabric? Before that, I'll come to this. What makes Fabric a go to platform? What makes Fabric is a enterprise level solution that can work together, that can do everything that is needed. For example, take this slide, right? So these are the things that can be done in Fabric. So you see this, all those layers here, all these can be done in Fabric. You don't have to go to a different team or go to a different kind of vendor to purchase all these licenses and integrate each and every tool. Those were the days where initially when I was completely working in Informatica and Cognos, the integration is the key part. It will take hours to integrate. And even with the topmost integration tool, yes, you'll have to buy integration tool for that. Even with the up-to-date latest integration mechanism, still the data that has been read through and written about all these to and fro mechanisms are dead slow. Sometimes it might work, but it cannot handle a proper concurrency mechanism. So now this is where the thought process, I believe, in my point of view, maybe Microsoft would have thought about this. Why should we have different tools? And then there is one integration layer in between, and that layer is taking so much time for ingress and egress, all these data munching network, then it's completely sitting on the shoulders of the network backbone. And these guys, like, they cannot serve only one team here. They have to serve the entire organization. And then huge investment towards network for all these load balancing mechanism, all this tunneling, all these purposes. Like, so why can't we have it in a single place? Why can't we have a single tool? Because if you ask about some age-old engineer, just ask him 10 years before, how are you doing data engineering? How are we doing BI? They'll list out some 3 to 4 tools easily. I was working in this one for this one integration for this, and saving the data for this, and computing a VM for this. So why should we have so many layers for completing one workpiece? So imagine SaaS mechanism or Fabric especially. You can have a single license and you don't have to install anything. You don't have to install at all. You just simply have to have the browser, and then it has the compute that can serve into everything. For example, say take this model, right? For storing, you can store the data, and once when you store the data in one lake, you have the option here to go it either in lakehouse, or you can store it in warehouse. You can store it as a KQL database, or anything you want. Predominantly lakehouse, because when your data is very huge, they'll go with the lakehouse. That will come into it in a bit. And then warehouse for traditional databases, structured format, and everything. And then KQL databases for your telemetries, logs, and easy querying. It's kind of SQL, but it looks a bit different. But it's very easy to handle, particularly useful in terms of IoT data or streamings or telemetry data, it's very easy. And then notebook for preparing and querying data. Obviously, notebook is predominantly be used, but there are other options as well. You can go with DF Gen 2. Dataflow Gen 2 is just another Spark paradigm where behind the scenes there will be a Spark workload. You can visually create click and drag. Now, see, this is where your non-tech teams can excel. Previously, there were only notebook. You will have to write a code. So either you have to be a Spark resource or you have to be a SQL resource at least. Otherwise, you cannot just go and at least you can't even create a pipeline. You can't even query the data. But once when the data flow Gen 2 like tools came, it's just click and drag. You go there, just copy mechanism, and then whatever you want to do, get data or whatever, you just click and drag. Even everybody can do that. And then for data pipelines, all these Gen 2s can be moved into data pipelines, scheduling. You can schedule into a data pipeline. And then if you go a bit deeper, you can set up Spark job definition. This is for not for the starters, for a seasoned data engineers who want to do gigabytes of data transformation on something. And once this part is over, this is all the core data engineering items, right? Storing data and preparing data, querying data. But one basic question I would like to stress, because most of my interactions when I see with this young data engineers, I see that there is a serious disconnect between their understanding and what are they working, because they don't know, they are not ready to understand why are they doing this. Why are they doing this data engineering stuff? Who are they serving to? What are they trying to do with that all this transformation? They simply say, because I've got a ticket, I've got a request to do this, I've did that. But without knowing what are you building, whom are you serving to, you cannot add any meaningful value. That's my point of view. So this is very important to learn, important to understand where are you going to serve the data, because when you serve the data to another engineering team, that would be on a different level, because you know that these guys are also pro as like you. So you don't have to have legend, you don't have to have spoon feed there. They can understand your nitty-gritties and your all these pseudonyms, right? They can easily understand that. But when you are serving into management, that's a different thing. When you're serving into C-suite employees, they want to see the visuals. They are not concerned about your pipeline, your Spark commands, your transformation mechanism. They simply don't care. They just want to see the end numbers, the visualization. And then when you are serving to a data science team, then you'll have to make sure your data is model ready. They can be able to make sure the data can be touched upon, and then from there they can start using the data for their data science computations and everything. So it's really very, very useful, though it's not directly related to the topic that we're discussing today. It's really useful to understand whom are we going to serve the data. This will definitely serve you in the long run, because without understanding what are you doing, whom are you serving to, it's very hard to add context value into it. So here, coming back to this example, here we are storing the data, and then we are doing all this prep and query, transformation and thing, and then just when that the other teams like data science teams can easily collaborate, they can utilize the same notebook for the basic task, or they can directly access your data where this interconnect happens. And these teams can work together or simultaneously, where you can work on the second, third deep dive of your notebooks for transformation. At the same time, the data science teams should not have to wait for your answer or a completed product. They can just jump on your workspace once. When you give the access to your workspace, they can start munching your data into it. They can start reading your notebooks and see how it is done with. They can use the same thing or just have some little bit of modification and start using their data preparation for the ML models. Just imagine how much time is saved. If it's not there, it will take entirely solid like 1 week or 1.5 weeks just to complete, and then get back to the data science team, and then they'll be start working on it. So the time taken for each team, it's going to be a challenge previously. But now with this kind of fabric mechanism, the teams can easily understand between how to integrate and how to work together. This is very. And coming to the other layer that we just talked about, the visualization, how do you make sure your data is meaningful? How do you make sure data is good level data so the Power BI teams or the reporting teams just can hop on and take those information to produce some visualization results? This is going to be the main thing, right? It need not be a direct connect between these two. Maybe at one point of time they can directly connect to your data engineering realm and then take the data to produce some visualization, or they can come to this ML models and from there they can access the data. So it's either ways, but the integration is happening. That's the point here. There is an integration here where one team had do not need to wait for the other team's concurrence to complete or start working on it. And then out of all this, there is other layer called real-time data. And you would have seen the talks. I think even the same community, Satya has already spoke about this real-time data. I think, sorry, it's not Satya, it's Surya. Surya. So the real-time data, this is becoming very, very intense now, because initially we we had gigabytes of data, we were storing it, and then the storage got cheaper. Suddenly we started ingesting more and more data, and then we had the thought, like the industry had thought, why are we saving so much data and not using it at all? How can we put it into better use? How can we make sure these data are used for advanced analytics? That is where this all this has that those were the starting point or the ignition of the curiosity where this spark arrived. How can we make sure this data is read very well and make sure some pattern is learned out of it? So they started using the data and produced results. And now we are in an era, we are already in an era where we could make sure you don't have the time to put your data into a storage, wait for a few days and do all your stuff and then produce the results. Although it is there, but for not for all the use cases, right? For example, just imagine Amazon or a big billion days, Flipkart big billion days. The time you got is milliseconds. Flipkart has got only milliseconds before suggesting the other product. Otherwise, the user will leave the platform. When he comes there, for example, he buys a shoe, and the user promptly has been recommended about the socks or the color laces or some other areas. For example, if the buyer is buying some winter shoes, right? And then if you see there below, there will be recommendations on sweaters, gloves, because the pattern makes the system think that this guy is in winter. This guy is trying to survive the winter, trying to enjoy the winter. He's buying some winter shoes. Then it start projecting the recommendations for the room heaters or some winter travel like gloves or jackets or something like that. And then out of this, not every user is going to buy that, but at least even if there is a 2 or 5% hit rate, then it's a success for Flipkart, because it's hard to pull a user into a platform, and it's even harder to make him stay there. As much time as an user stays there, so at least 1 or 2%, there is some computation on it. When a user stays for 10 minutes, he at least 9 out of 10 users goes out, but one user will buy there. So there are some permutations, combinations on this, how they calculate this model. But they have to make sure the user is staying on the platform. So once when the user is staying on the platform, there are high chances that the user might purchase more and more things there, which is absolute gold for these e-commerce companies. So in that case, just imagine how the recommendations would work. You just had few milliseconds. So once when the user goes to this, you have to make sure that user's purchase, the user's profile, where the geographical area, the age, and the platform, and the previous purchase history has all been recorded. Do some lookups, do some all these models, run some models, and produce a result for the recommendation, where proper recommendation, as much as the proper recommendation has been given, there are high chances the user might purchase more things. This is one example on e-commerce, but there are other pressing use cases like stock markets, gold trades, in some cloud kitchens, restaurants. All these are there. But how basically the data has been put into use without taking a lot of time is the key here. So with all this being under single roof, you don't even have to look out a solution that have to wait for integration or going into too many things, thinking about that, how to integrate, how can I talk to the other teams, how can I make sure the time is less, but there is no waiting period, how do I move data between this storage and that storage so all these teams can work. All these are gone here, right? So this is how it would work. Coming back to the core. So for those who haven't been into Fabric so far, this is how the interface would look like. We'll see that in a bit in a live scenario, but just to give you an outset of how the Fabric interface would look like. It's predominantly, it's a 365. If you have seen your local SharePoint or a 365 where you'll see all this stuff, right? Instead, there will be a little bit more contextual, more profile level options where when you log in into a particular profile, and from there, if you have the license would be checked over there, and if you have your organization as an access, from there you'll be guided towards the Fabric platform where you will see the workspaces and all those stuff. So basically, this is how it will be. And this is what we just talked about in a more realistic sense, practical sense, where it's a complete analytics platform. That is how Microsoft sells it. A complete analytics platform where you don't have to go there and buy anything. I think we had a detailed coverage on this. And then there is one thing which is related to a demo, because we'll be in our demo we'll be looking at the data lake house. So I just noted this down because I wanted to make sure the understanding the differentiation between all these is easily understood, because most of the time I see people confusing between data lake and lake house. And data warehouse, they think that it is something else. It is some warehouse or warehousing tool or data that has been integrated. No. Three terms, it's very useful for you, irrespective of the tool that you work. Instead, if you're working in Fabric, Snowflake, or Databricks, three terms day in, day out, you'll be talking about. One is data lake, and then data lakehouse, and then data warehouse. So data lake, its name is self-explanatory. It just has huge data, files, audio, pictures, anything. You can just store it. It's simply like your OneDrive, your SharePoint, where you'll store all your data. And then data warehouse. Data warehouse is something like your traditional database sense, where you'll see the rows and columns format, the numbers, structured data, very much of a typical database level data, where you have the rows, columns, keys, and everything. This is a normal database stuff. And then the data lakehouse, which has been very popular in the last 10 years, is where you can easily mount your files to visually look at as a database. The end user who is accessing to the database or querying to the database, they can simply query it like using their simple SQL knowledge, select star queries and everything, or a Spark with notebooks, anything can be done. But the beauty is the user doesn't even know that if it's a lakehouse or a database or a data warehouse or a traditional database. Visually, it will be like a rows and column format, and it will be showing like table format, table keys and everything. But behind the scenes, it will be files. So predominantly the files would be Parquet because for the speed and interoperability. And then it can be CSVs, JSONs, many formats, but predominantly it will be Parquet. We'll see that in a bit. But this is the clear demarcation one should understand, because this has been the need now, because there has been a lot of confusion. I get a lot of questions on this usually. How do you decide between lakehouse? How do you decide between warehouse? It's simply that if you have the files, you don't have to copy, because traditionally we'll do import, export, copy all this data, move there, move this. You don't have to do that. It's very simple. You just have to make sure your data is in one lake, the Fabric storage mechanism, simply Fabric's OneDrive, and from there you can easily mount it into visually look like a database. And then, yeah. Coming back to the core topic for our for the day, there is a feature called shortcuts in Fabric. Maybe you can go and look there. You can Google it after the session is over to understand more about what is shortcuts. Shortcuts is Microsoft is very good at in setting up names. It really looks like very easy to understand, easy to relate. Shortcut is simple, right? If you are a Windows user, in your old Windows, I'm not sure if it's Windows 11, it's there because in old when I started working on Windows, you will see when you right click, there will be an option called shortcuts, and these shortcuts lead to point to some other file somewhere else. You don't have to copy paste those files. You just create a shortcut. It will automatically lead you the file to that file location. You can simply open and use it, and you can delete it when not needed. The file stays intact. This is called shortcuts. And the similar mechanism has been brought into Fabric as a Fabric shortcut. So the basic question is, why should we have a shortcut at all? Why should I need it? It's having separate storage, one lake mechanism is there, I have all the files. Why should we invest in such features? Because the main goal of data engineering, modern data engineering stuff, is stop moving the data. Once when you stop moving the data, you have reduced almost 50% of the effort. Because most of the data engineering stuff so far, before the advent of this SAS and Fabric shortcuts and everything, people would be doing copy jobs. Wherever you go, if you ask a seasoned data engineer, on a typical given day, he'll spend around 3 to 4 hours in doing data copy. He'll be moving data there, moving here, and then creates a table over there, deletes the table, and then goes to the other storage, moves there, moves here. Most of the time you are moving stuff. And that too, when your lives becomes horrible when you have the data in a cross cloud platforms. Like you have some data in S3, you have some data in Google platforms, in something in on-prem, and then you have to do your transformation in Fabric. So before shortcut, you have to make sure the data copy is there, or else a proper connector is there. This connector simply goes and reaches over there, and then there is a network restriction, net stuff, firewall, all this stuff will come into place. So with Fabric, you don't have to copy data at all. You can simply go there. You don't even have to work with the network permission. That usually your admin will do. But if the file is readable in S3, in your OneDrive or local or something, simply create a shortcut towards your Fabric location, and it usually looks like your database, Fabric database. That's the magic there. It, other than a simple logo on top of it, when a user comes, he can't even understand whether the data is in Fabric or is in somewhere else. That's the magic there. You can simply go there and say, guys, I've moved the database. It's 1 terabyte. I've just moved it. Start querying it, start working on it. They can simply go and put a select star and do anything. But you don't have to move anything. It's simply a shortcut. The data stays in S3. The data is in other cloud vendor or in on-prem or somewhere else. You just create a shortcut without doing anything, and from there It's simply that you can start using it as a real literal shortcut. And AI on shortcut, what is that? AI on shortcut. So I'm copying data. Just imagine we live in a world where there is no shortcut. Shortcut has not been discovered. I just copy the data. And what I'll do, I'll go there, I'll do all my basic file check, all this addition, deletion, all the stuff. Finally, I go to the data science team and then say, guys, I would need you to build a model that would help me prepare for my PA deduction or a sentiment analysis for my reviews, or I need a summary, all this stuff, right? Data science AI stuff. You have to go and stand in AI's mercy and then say, like, guys, I need your help and something. Okay, they'll say, okay, you just bring me the data that is usable, that is very meaningful data, and then from there I'll do that. And they'll work and then they'll give it to you, and then you'll read it into another data lakehouse, and from there you'll read it. So the process you take it, right, it will be around 7 to 8 steps in between all this. What if I can read the data on before getting stored on the fly, if I could be able to do this sentiment analysis, PA detection, translation, or anything, how that would be? How much time you save? How much steps you save? That's where a shortcuts is there. You, on the fly, when you read your data, you have the option to do the translation from different languages, summarization, PI detection, sentiment analysis, the gold level use case for every business. This PA detection has been a pain in the back for every single team because it's a very tricky situation, because you can do a PA masking only when you read the data. But when you read the data, the data is not masked. That itself is a breach. So it's very tricky situation for any team. So all this has to be done in a proper manner. So they discovered a lot of process for this, a lot of sign-outs, a lot of agreements, something like that. But now your data is unmasked. It's staying in your thing. But as and when it comes to my area, at the time itself, I'll make sure the data is PA masked. Or I'll make sure my sentiment analysis is done on the go. It's not like I copy the data and from there I do my sentiment analysis. No, it's as simple as that. Those were the fantastic uses of AI transformation, AI shortcuts transformation. So I've given some few points here, which is even available in the documentation of Microsoft. These are the 5 very popular features that comes with the transformation mechanism. Like it can summarize longer text, and then translation and sentiment analysis. And beware, the sentiment analysis, you cannot do a deep dive sentiment analysis that even data science teams will take weeks to do it. You can do some positive, neutral, negative scores, which is 90% of the use cases that you can do. And based on the refined data, you can do a further analysis, which is up to the teams to do. And PA detection, 100% yes. And name recognitions, like finding out if it's a male, if it's a first name. So this is very, very, very typical use case, right? Because the team sitting over, we are working on handling with all their data. We never know whether John is a first name, John is a last name, John is a middle name. We never know that. And so does for any other country names as well, and vice versa. They don't know which is the correct naming, which is the city or something, right? All these mechanisms can be done easily. And sorry, any questions so far?
Yes, sir, we have questions.
Yeah.
Can we integrate? Yes, sir. Can we integrate with legacy technologies like mainframe, iSeries, where the petabytes of data resides from past many decades?
Integrate into Fabric? Is that, I think that is what his user is referring. Yes, you can do. As long as you have the connectors, you can definitely do that. But there should be use case to do that. If you want to do all these files there, if you want to make sure your data is foolproof, you want to make sure data is safe in OneDrive, one lake, you can definitely do that, provided you have the connectors for that.
Yes, sir. We have another question.
Yeah.
Is Fabric flexible for very large scale AI/ML?
100% yes. It is doing magic now. It's not only about say you can see the questions. For example, one pressing use case I can give you guys is a very local use case. It's not about like Amazon did that, the Google did that. Not like our own South Indian hospital chain, Apollo Hospitals. You know that, right? You just read their data journey, how they and these guys are very very medium tech. They are not techies. Their technical knowledge is very basic on a layman's level, but with that, with the help of Microsoft documentation, Microsoft engineers and someone, they are able to provide even a sub-second results in the Apollo hospitals. They read so many data, biometric data, patient data, and health stuff. And they did a magic. Even Microsoft was astonished. Now Microsoft's Fabric team is going and presenting this use case in all the conferences and everything. And yeah, I even know this guy personally, the guy who did that. These guys are not so popular for their, not so known for their technological excellence. This just started. Just imagine, you can consider this as a small and medium company, because in international scale, it's not a big billion company, but for us, it's a very big company.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have another. How to query tuning in Fabric level?
We have a lot of options for that. Query tuning is 50-50, guys. 50% in Spark and 50% with Fabric's features. Because predominantly when you go with any kind of data engineering performance tuning, you start with partition stuff. You start working in Spark, right? Most of the time that would work. How do you do that? How the partition you should do that, and what are the methods that you use? Where you use merge sort, where you use all this stuff. On the other side, on the compute level, how do you make sure the performance can be tuned? How do you make sure the compute is not getting leaked? Because you have to make sure the compute is a single compute. It doesn't even serve only for your notebook, Spark notebook. It has to serve some Power BI stuff. It has to serve some all other stuff, because everything comes in one roof, right? That is why always it has been recommended to start with the F64. F64 is too costly. But if you think that yours is enterprise data and you want performance stuff, please start with at least F16. And then you can slowly size it up until F64, which gives a good result most of the time.
Yes, sir. Another question. How does using shortcut data impact AI notebook performance, especially for large datasets compared to managed delta tables in lakehouse?
See, Fabric does not copy data. Copy in the sense, you'll have to understand that the ingress egress cost will be there. It impacts as much as you can. For example, if imagine you are reading files from ADLS in some other platform, non-Microsoft platform. So how much time delay it would take? It depends on the zone that you have the data, right? Automatically if you have your data in East US and you are reading it from South India, then there will be significant lag. So you make sure you create it in the same zone. Similar to that, the data that has been copied from S3, the normal copy delay is there, right? That is the time it has been taken. Because Microsoft doesn't do anything here. It just creates a copy, ingress and egress, but it doesn't persist the data anywhere. So the time takes is normally to just imagine what will happen when you copy. That is the time calculation you can put it over there.
Okay. Rajkumar, you can ask your question. Okay, sir, continue.
Okay. And for this shortcut deep dive, I even had a blog written on it in my blog, on my blog site, on how it impacts, because I had a typical use case. This what of the question you asked, and I spoke with the product team and then got to know how it calculates the licensing here and what time it takes and everything. So I've even written a detailed blog on it. Maybe I can share that later. You can go through that. Okay. Maybe I can show demo.
Let's say example, client doesn't want F64 capacity. In that case, how shortcut will do?
No, shortcut is not limited to your capacity. I just gave it as an example. You can shortcut is not limited to any compute. You can easily use any compute for your shortcut. The time it takes is how much time it will make sure to copy your data. It's like if you're asking like, I have F2, could I not copy data from S3? No, you can definitely do that. Similar to that.
Okay.
Okay. My screen visible now?
Yeah, it's up.
Somebody has to go on mute. I see a lot of disturbance. Thank you, guys. So this is how it looks, guys. This is how 1 minute. This is how it will look like. Your Fabric dashboard stuff, where you'll have all those data, all those components listed over here. I believe most of you guys have already had a look, and you are presenting just for the ones that are just starting it. So if you can create a workspace, it works by imagine workspace as an environment. From workspace, you can have a lot of stuff, and then from there you see this one lake catalog is where your storage is. You can segregate even by your workspace, whatever the files you have, everything in here, and then you have Copilot ability, obviously, and then monitor, where you can monitor what has happened, how much time it took, what is the pipeline runs, and everything. I see Rajkumar's hands are up. Rajkumar, do you have any questions?
Okay. I do have a question.
Yes.
So as per my understanding, shortcuts are like a reference to a data, not a copy of the data. So is there any use case with AI? And if so, then how can we avoid going things wrong with AI? Like, can we use that shortcuts in Power BI or not?
Power BI, you can directly use it, but you can use it you can create a shortcut as a lakehouse, and that shortcut can be directly used to create a semantic model. I can show that. In my demo now.
Cool.
Okay. For example, this one. Yeah, Raj.
Just one question. Just I want to know that while creating shortcut, right, we are referencing to the data, right? Is there anything like any limitation we can shortcut this much kind of data only, like 1 TB, 2 TB, like that?
No.
Or just we are pointing out to that one. Since if you see this mirroring is there, right? I think mirroring have limitation like around 2 TB for SQL server.
No, we don't have that. We don't have stuff. But the thing is, your data read will become slow. It depends directly proportionate to your size, right? For example, just imagine like a database. You have a database and you have a 2 TB database, and if you are doing a select star, you are just running an open query, and how much time it takes to you have to remember that the network is the key here, because you have your data in S3 and it's in a different tunnel here in Microsoft. The data has to travel. So you have to calculate based on that.
Here then we are going to pay for capacities or like engines. What we are going to pay, since we are referencing to the data in multi-cloud or on-prem or some other thing, right? We are referencing to the.
No, but the key thing here is nice question actually. By the way, you cannot connect it with your capacity, because the capacity is owned by the Microsoft Fabric's compute. So once when the data is here in the Fabric, it can do all the magic, processing stuff and everything. But reading, it can do the S3, I mean, the shortcut reading, but it depends completely on the the network. For example, you have a kbps line network wire, and if you have a 128 GB RAM, just imagine you cannot have any benefit, right? Because the network is slow. That is the bandwidth you have, but your compute is excellent. You get that, right?
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, super. Thanks, man. So considering time, I have to rush through before. Sorry, guys. So these are the couple of shortcut I've created here. Now you see here, there is one triangle, small logo is here. This is the identification for the shortcut, nothing else. I've just created a shortcut table. For example, I'm going here, I can create a shortcut. And see, you can create it from S3, blob storage, ADLS, SharePoint, Google, Dataverse, and it's getting added. It will get added. It would be bounded to get added. A lot more connectors. OneLake, obviously, you'll know. If you go to the OneLake, I can connect from any lakehouse in my entire subscription. It can be of either of my workspace, but this is obvious. Everybody would know it can connect. But what if I could connect in Gen 2 from ADLS Gen 2, right? If I go here, I have to see here what is happening, what are the files are there and something. Let me go here. Before that, let's see what are the files here. So this is my storage. I've saved my files in over here. I have innovation, and I have a set of txt files. These are nothing but I've just gathered some of the movie reviews. Vete and Rajnikant again proves we can do. These are one-line movie reviews. The use case is typically like a movie reviews, multiple room movie reviews, where it can get stored or translated, something like that. So you can see here, right? This is my bucket, Innovation Day, that we just saw. And from here, I want to copy all this and just select those. And these are and many files are there, but for now it will only consider txt, because that's a limitation here. Now, in future, I think it might be get added. Now, this is the core here. This is where what we were talking about. Just when I started importing the data, it is just throwing me an option with additional option on transformation, which we will look in a bit. See here, it can sentiment. Yeah, I'm almost done, Amit. Yeah, a few minutes. Yeah, thanks, Amit. So you can see the sentiment analysis. You can see the name recognition, which are the most typical, most wanted use cases where you'll get a lot of value, because you will do these kind of use cases day in, day out, right? You will just go ahead and use it because you want to do name recognition. Every data set takes some.
Yes, sir, sure.
Sure.
I'll be doing, sir. I'll do that. Amit sir, can you please confirm once the okay, we can start. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sir. Great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much, Hariharan sir, for taking your time and taking the session here today on our Microsoft Analytics conference. Welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025, where the Hyderabad Data and AI community, along with the India Microsoft Fabric user group, are super excited to host you all. After an amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across the cities, we are back with our third global virtual conference. Get ready for 2 days of full of tech magic with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. Let's get started. Before we begin, here is a quick reminder about the Ask the Expert context. Ask thoughtful questions during the session to earn points. 5 points if the moderator picks it, and 5 more points based on the speaker's rating. Top scorers by the end of the event tomorrow, we will win Amazon vouchers. Please post your question along with your registered email ID in this format, like your registered email ID and your question in the chat section. Get ready to learn, engage, and win. I'm excited to introduce Hariharan Rajendran, Director of Business Intelligence and an expert in BI technologies with extensive experience in data driven decision making. Hariharan has been a key player in transforming business intelligence strategies. Today, Today's session, we will explore innovative alternatives to traditional Power BI dashboards using Microsoft Fabric. Get ready to gain new insights into maximizing your data platform capabilities. Please join me in welcoming Hariharan Rajendran, sir. Sir, please go ahead. One small announcement to the attendees. Whatever the questions you have, please post in the chat. We'll be taking those questions in the end in Q&A sessions. Along with your registered email ID, please post your questions. Yeah, sir, please.
Yeah, thanks, William. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for joining this session. Hope you have a very good sessions in the morning, and I hope you have a lot of knowledge that you're going to gain today and tomorrow. Thanks for Amit and team for organizing this wonderful conference as usual. And thanks to Kalyan for moderating this session. So this session more of a Fabric Data Agent. I'm going to talk about how you can consider this Fabric Data Agent for your next Gen AI based business intelligence. About myself, Kalyan already covered. I just quickly call out a couple of things. I'm a Microsoft MEP in Power BI and Microsoft Fabric. I have a very good expertise on data and analytics platform, where I have experience in across multiple tools and technologies in BI. And I'm also running a YouTube channel called Hari's BI, where I post videos about Power BI, Microsoft Fabric, and Power Platform. So you can go and check out those videos. And if you want to reach out to me, you can reach out to my LinkedIn. This is my LinkedIn and Twitter handles. And the agenda for the session, I'll be spending maybe 1-2 minutes about Microsoft overview, Fabric overview, and we'll deep dive into the actual topic, the business intelligence. So business intelligence in the traditional space and business intelligence now in Gen AI space. And we'll deep dive about the importance of Fabric Data Agent. So that is a core topic here. And there we'll talk about different concepts. And of course, we'll go into a demo on how to create Fabric Data Agent, what are different features, concepts we have around Fabric Data Agent. And finally, we can enable and Q&A session for you to ask questions and get answers. So in this session, I'm bringing an assistant called a Detail. This assistant is not Gen AI assistant. So this assistant is going to ask question during the session and try to get understanding of this Fabric Data Agent. So this assistant is also new to Fabric Data Agent, like maybe you guys. So it is going to ask a lot of questions. So as Kalyan mentioned, you can also ask questions, right? So we'll answer your questions. And let's get into that topic. Okay, I think Detail already asked the first question. The topic says Fabric. Of course, this topic says Fabric Data Agent, but this is still relevant to Power BI developers and Fabric developers, right? Because as we are talking about Fabric Data Agent, which is an which can be enabled on top of your Power BI artifacts plus the Fabric artifacts. So if you're already working as a Power BI developer, then this is very much relevant to you, and you can understand these concepts and you can see how this can be implemented in your projects in your customer side. Okay, Microsoft Fabric overview. As you know, we have completed 2 years with the announcement of Microsoft Fabric, and it is getting matured and a lot of adoptions, which you might have heard from Microsoft itself. A lot of customers have started adopting Microsoft Fabric as their strategic data platform. When it was introduced, this introduced as an new innovation in the data space, right? So as it has an unified platform where it is integrating all different workloads, right? So right from data ingestion, data transformations, data loading, data storing, right? So a lot of tools integrated, or even the technologies integrated into one single unified platform. And it is a platform for all the data engineering and the BI, even the, I mean, basically all the BI personas, right, or data personas. Right. So as you have a dedicated experience for data engineering, dedicated experience for data science, right, and people, the developer can go and create a lake house, warehouse, right, and also data science can go create experiments, so right from data ingestion, and ML models, right? So in addition to that, as you know, Power BI is it's already one of the workload which is now integrated as an Fabric platform, right? With that, anything that we create as a semantic model and reports, which is still part of the Fabric. And all these are tightly integrated, where you no need to spend time on integrating different components together, right? So that's where you can save time, and it is more of just go and enable this platform and start focusing on a running with the data group, business requirement, and get the outcome or delivers the insights. Right? All this platform, all these different. Thanks. So here we have a GenAI-based integration like Copilot and all. It is natively integrated in almost all the experiences, right? So it is going to help the developer to fasten their development process. And in addition to that, this Copilot is again natively integrated into Power BI, right? And helps business users to get an conversational insights on top of their Power BI platform, right? Power BI reports and semantic models. And all these different workloads handles different data which are stored in a different format, right? All are stored under one unified storage layer, which is one lake. Right? There, all the data are stored, and each different workloads are going to connect to those data and get insights, and that's how there is no data movement, right? Everything is within one single umbrella. And since it is a platform, we also need to focus on the security governance aspects, right? So, which is already proven technology, which we have seen already in Power BI, right? The similar technology like the workspace concepts, capacity concepts, the tenant level feature control, right? All are still there in Microsoft Fabric. In addition to that, Microsoft is also introduced or integrated the Purview, where it enables an organization administrator to easily monitor the overall security and governance aspect of the entire data platform. Right. So, and a lot of features you might have seen, like every month, a lot of tons of features are added into every experiences. So these are all just a high level workloads, but within each workload, within each Fabric, there are a lot of new innovations are happening already, right? And it is already an enterprise ready platform, and that's where customers have started adopting this, right? And in addition to that, this is a platform. It's also collaborating with other data platform vendors like Databricks and Snowflake, right? Which means like you can still leverage Microsoft Fabric as a data platform, even on top of your Databricks Snowflake, where you can consolidate all your data experiences into one place, and you can leverage all the experiences of Fabric and get an faster insights. Let's dive into the business intelligence, right? So, as you know, the traditional business intelligence helps us to get insights, right? So, where we use different tools and technology, right? If you take Microsoft itself, we had Microsoft business intelligence, where we had tools like SSIS, SSRS, and SSAS also was there, right? Still there. And then, though using those tools, we create or we extract data, do SSIS transformations, and then we put the data into one SQL server. We create SQL Server reporting services report, maybe through SQL Server analysis services, either multi-dimensional models or tabular models, right? So that's how we create, right? So more of report creation on top of the databases, right? So later on, we moved into a modern interactive reporting platform like Power BI, right, where we can do interactive reports. So we can create multiple reports, dashboards, pages, visuals, right? All those reports are helping business users to get an insights, and sometimes actionable insights, right? So basically it helps organization to make a better strategic and operational decision, right? And it was solving business problems, right? So now as we are into Gen AI space, now the customer expectation is slightly improved, right? And when I say improved, they are still looking for an insights, actionable insights, of course, but they insights, so their expectations are getting changed, right? So they want to see the reports, the KPIs, the visuals that we create as part of let's say BI interactive reports. In addition to that, they also want to do an conversational stuff on top of the BA systems, right? So they don't want developer to go and create every visual for every KPI, right? Instead, if they have a kind of a chat experience where they want to chat against that the underlying BI systems or data systems and get answers whatever they want, right? So that is what they are looking for in recent times, right? Maybe if you are in already BI projects, you might have seen customers are asking to adopt Gen AI, maybe include Gen AI and enable this conversational stuff, right? So that is an expectation in recent times. And also in addition to that, I want the customers are expecting to have predictive, prescriptive kind of an insights, right? So as this Gen AI capability, the LLM models also can integrate or connect with the machine learning models to enable this predictive insights. So when they go chat, they are also expecting to have a predictive and recommendation kind of an responses for the given prompt. And one more reason expectation, right? So customers are already started using Power BI reports, right? So by this time, like they may have a lot of reports, lot of KPIs, right? So on a day-to-day basis, they have to go to different reports, to different KPIs to get an insights, right? So they are also expecting in a way where we can leverage GenAI to do a quick summarization, right? So instead of I go through multiple reports, KPIs, can GenAI summarize all those informations, insights, and give a maybe a one consolidated view where I can go and check, right? So it's more of how GenAI can enable and foster insights, right? Or reduce my effort to go through each KPI in each report. And also, as we are into GenAI space, GenAI as given insights only on the structured data, right? On top of structured data, it is also evolving, and it is also started supporting to handle unstructured data, right? So that is what even business users are expecting, right? So insights from traditional structured data, which is coming from, let's say, data systems or maybe tabular models, which is good. Can GenAI also integrate or include the unstructured data on top of my structured data, right? And give insights, right? So these are all the expectations that customer have in recent times, right? So probably you might have experiences, similar discussions or similar informations when you have a customer discussion, right? So how this fabric overall is going to help solve this problem, right? As you know, there are different features in fabric which is going to help us to bring the data together and then consolidate and additionally create semantic model, right? So in addition to that, how we can go and enable all this kind of conversational stuff, and how we can enable the summarization and so on, right? So that is what we are going to talk here or going to see here as part of Fabric Data Agent. So Fabric Data Agent is going to enable an or build a conversational Q&A system where, as a developer, we go create a conversational system by creating an Fabric Data Agent, which is under the hood is leveraging the generative AI LLM models, right? And it is going to help get insights for our users, right? User can go ask a question in a prompt, and the prompt will go to the underlying Fabric Data Agent and underlying data and BI assets and get insights. Right. So, okay, we got a question. There is a question like we have a Q&A in Power BI, right? Why we need this? So it's a great question from Detail, right? Q&A is there. So most of you might have used Q&A, right? So Q&A is a feature which is there from day one of Power BI, right? Where we can go ask a question in a natural language and we get answers, right? Here we ask like show total global sales by genre, right? So here it is going to identify the keywords, right? So this is going to map these keywords against the table, columns, and measures which we have in the semantic model. So with that, it is giving a results in an visual representation which we can easily consume. The business user can easily consume. So this is there, and every customer and most of the customers are already started using, right? And using for a very long time to get answers, right? And why we need Fabric Data Agent? So one, this is not using an LLM, right? This is not using any generative AI concepts. So this is more of a natural language processing and getting an insights on top of semantic model. So there is no Gen AI involved here in Q&A, right? And in addition to that, if you have seen any Gen AI applications, for example, ChatGPT, you have a conversational system where you can ask question and get answers, and all those conversations are preserved, right? You can go and check the previous conversations, so you can save the history, right? And also it has a context aware, right? So maybe you can ask one question and you can even ask another follow-up question, right? It will intelligently identify what was the overall context and it give you the answers, right? So that capability is not there. And also one more point you need to understand, Microsoft is already announced deprecation of this Q&A, right? So this month Microsoft has announced, and this feature Q&A feature will be retired by or deprecated by December 2026, right? In case if you are using Q&A system, maybe you have to switch to a Copilot experience where you can get a similar experience. I mean, in addition to that, you get all the Gen AI LLM capabilities, right? In case if you are looking for Q&A experience to be used for your new proposals or future scenarios, maybe you can start look into this Copilot or Fabric Data Agent. Okay, now let's go to the Fabric Data Agent. Okay, we got another question, right? We have Copilot. So we talked about Q&A, and now the question, we have Copilot. Why we need Fabric Data Agent? Again, this is another question, right? So if you are a Power BI developer, you might have already enabled Copilot in your project, right? Where customer may ask question and as a prompt and get responses. So that might go good, right? In most of the scenarios, why we still need a Fabric Data Agent? To understand that, maybe we'll quickly understand what is Copilot, right? Maybe just 1-2 minutes, right? So Copilot, as you know, it is being natively integrated across all the experiences in Fabric, but the Copilot in other Fabric experiences are more for a developer to support, create the artifacts, right? The create expressions and so on. Whereas the Power BI Copilot has two flavors, right? Which I'll talk about in a minute. Overall, the Power BI Copilot is enable conversational system where user can go and ask questions, right? Answered from the Power BI reports or maybe the Power BI semantic models. Right. So as part of answering that, Copilot can use the existing measures which we have defined on the semantic model, or maybe it may create an DAX measures on the fly to support the user prompt and then give an answers to the users. Right. So this is how the experience would be. I'll be showing you in the Power BI report as well, where this Copilot is natively integrated. Just get access to the Copilot capacity or FCC capacity. With that, user can enable and get a chat experience like this, and can ask question and they will get answers. As I mentioned, the answers will be coming from the report, the Power BI report where we created and enabled users to access, or maybe the insights might be derived from the underlying semantic models, right? So that's how the Copilot works. And the Copilot, as you know, it has a standalone capability also where you can go and ask question in a standalone Copilot, not necessary to go to a specific report and ask questions, right? I'll show you in a second. As I mentioned, we have two different experiences within Power BI Copilot, right? One for a business user. So business user can go and ask questions about the report page visuals, right? Or they can go and ask questions which can be answered by the semantic model, which may not be created as a visual in the report. So basically, business user persona can use this Copilot to get insights and to have a conversational capability. And the other persona is the BI developer, self-service user, or power user, or data analyst, right? So those users, those persona can leverage Copilot to create a report itself, right? They can create a report either directly in Power BI desktop or maybe in Power BI service, right? Where they can provide a prompt with the informations like what what are all slices to be added, right? What kind of KPIs that they are looking for on top of their semantic model, right? So they can provide a prompt with all those information. Copilot will create a report for them, right? So in addition to that, the Copilot is also being integrated into multiple places within Power BI desktop to support the developers, right? One is on DAX query view where they can use Copilot to ask a question to create a new DAX measures, add synonyms, add descriptions to the measures, and Copilot to create a visual or a report page itself, right? So that's how the being when Copilot is being integrated into different experiences for the developer to improve the productivity and get the efficiency out of the overall development. Right. Probably we'll quickly see this Copilot and we'll dive into the Fabric Data Agent, right? Okay, so I have a report here. So this report, Adventure Works, the basic report, right? So this is something we created on top of the Adventure Works semantic model, and it has just simple KPIs captured in the form of different visuals. So once we get access to the Copilot, and user will get all this information, right? So where a user can ask question to either summarize the entire report page. So there could be multiple visuals, multiple report pages in this report, right? So where they can provide a prompt like summarize the visuals in the report or maybe on the page. Right? So it will try understand all the visuals which are there in this report pages, and it will give the response like this. Right? So this enables users to get an quick insights or a faster insights, right? So they no need to go through each individual visual across pages to get an insights, right? So this helps to get a faster insights, and like that they can ask questions from either the report or maybe the prompt will go through the underlying semantic model and get answers. Right. This is one flavor of Copilot, right, or experience where the business user can leverage this experience to get faster insights. The another experience which I mentioned where the power user, right, or the self-service user who want to create their own report, they can leverage this Copilot experience. When they go to an edit mode, they will get a Copilot experience, and they can use Copilot to suggest new content for this report, right, or maybe a brand new report, and Copilot will go through all the underlying semantic model tables, columns, and measures, etc. And it will create a report page with all these visuals. Right? If you see, all these different visuals are created by Copilot, and it has all the information like how it has created. And in case if a self-serve user don't want to have this visual, maybe with different dimensions or columns, so they can easily go and change it. Right, as you know, creating a report on top of semantic model is easy for self-service user, right? They just simply drag and drop and create a visuals. So like that, the Copilot can be used to create report, to create visuals, and Copilot can be used to get an insights on top of the semantic models and reports. So now we probably have a brief understanding of Copilot, right? Now let's go back to Fabric Data Agent, right? Copilot, as you know, it is giving an conversational capability. It gives an view to get a sense of what is there in the report, what is there in the semantic model, but why we still need a Fabric Data Agent. To answer that question, probably you may need to understand the Fabric Data Agent first, right? So what is the capability that it has, and how those capability can solve some of the complex problems which may not be possible by Copilot, right? So to start with, multiple data sources, right? Which means you can create an agent on top of these data sources, right? So this is as of today's list. You can create a data agent on top of your Power BI semantic models. You can create agent on top of warehouse, lakehouse, SQL databases, right? A lot of data sources are already supported where you can go create Fabric data agent on top of that. And in addition to that, any agent stuff, right? Any agentic solution or a GenAI solution to get a accurate results or a better accuracy, right? We need to provide a lot of context to the LLM so that it can understand the information in addition to the entire data setup, right? Or the data information, right? So traditionally, or any GenAI application, if you want to build on top of any databases or any data systems, the AI developers will go create rack systems, right? vector DB will be used, embeddings, right? A lot of concepts, Gen AI concepts will be involved, right? So all those to get an better understanding of the data and provide more context, right? More context to the LLM to provide some accurate results. So here also you have option to add more instructions. So under data agent instructions, you can add instructions, right? And then there are sections where you have a data source instructions, right? Which means you can create a fabric data agent by combining two or more different data sources, right? So for each source, you can provide an instruction, detailed instruction, like when that particular data source should be considered when user uh, asking a question or a prompt, right? So those sort of instructions can be added. In addition to that, you can also provide some example or reference queries, right? For SQL based databases like lakehouses or warehouses, it supports accepting the SQL reference queries. Prompt and then the SQL reference query for that prompt, right? With that, it will gain all those information as a knowledge. So when user asks a similar kind of a question, right? So those reference query might be considered to provide answers, right? So that level of flexibility we have in Fabric Data Agent, which helps us to get accurate results, right? Which is what is a main intention of any Gen AI application, right? In addition to that, we also have some setup, some features as part of the preparation and again deployment, right? So we created a data agent. We provided more context in the form of instructions, and let's say we publish that, right? Or even before we publish, we can still go and evaluate the agent, right? When I say evaluate agent, we are going to test the agent whether the agent is giving an expected or required responses for the given prompt. So that control we have, right? When I say that control, we have a standard Fabric notebooks with scripts, right? We can leverage those scripts, and where we can define the ground truth data set, right? When I say ground truth data set, it is more of the list of questions, the possible questions that user might ask, right? So you cannot predict all the questions that user may ask, but maybe a sample set of questions, right? And then the answers to those questions, right? You can create that as a data frame, or you can have that captured as an Excel or a CSV, and you can pass that to that agent evaluator framework, which will take that as an input, and agent which you configure with all these instructions will go through each individual question, and agent will give the response, right? So that response will be compared against whatever we already prepared as an actual answers, right? And it will compare, and if the responses, the numbers are matching, it is going to say and is also able to give you the expected responses or answers. So like that, we can easily validate the agent accuracy, right, by providing the ground truth data set. And if the accuracy is good, then we can go and publish, and we can expose that to business users. If there are any deviations in the accuracy, like there are some wrong answers, right? That's where like probably we have to go to the underlying data sources to update the business information, the description, and so on. Or maybe we can add more instructions on the agentic side, or the data source instructions to improve the context, to get the right answers, right? To basically improve the accuracy. And we also have an diagnostic option enabled recently, right, where you can go and check what are all informations are being sent to the agent, right? What are all informations that data agent is consuming to answers all those questions. And if you're already started interacting, it is going to even show you how the other Gen AI capability, right? The run steps, the thread options, all how it is being leveraged by the data agent, all is captured under diagnostics, right? So which you can go and check, right? And in addition to that, it also gives you a view of what is a SQL query or a DAX query which is being generated or used by the LLM, the agent, to provide a response, right? Which you can also go and check and verify, right, whether it is giving as an expected query to given response, right? So all those can be validated. Right. So these are all the features which you have in Fabric Data Agent. And yeah, there is one other question, right? How is the roadmap looks like, right? So far you see like all these informations enables you to have a better control, right? on the Fabric Data Agent side. So on the future feature wise, so this is something being announced already in recent Fabric Data Agent is also going to support unstructured data, right? So far all these are structured data, right? In case if you have any PDFs or any documents, right? So you can still consider Fabric Data Agent in future, where you can have mix of structured plus unstructured data, and can be get an insights around both the data sets, or both structured and unstructured. And it also supports actions through the user data functions, right? So we can create user data functions, and that can be added as an tool within Fabric Data Agent, which enable you to do perform some actions like sending an email and so on. And from an extensibility perspective, you can create a Fabric Data Agent, and you can ask users to access the Fabric Data Agent within the portal itself, or the Power BI or a Fabric portal itself. Or you can take this outside of Fabric through AI Foundry or Copilot Studio, and we still have Python SDK, which you can access directly from your Python applications, right? Or maybe React-based applications, right? So that level of extensibility is being already added and already available. In addition to that, this also goes as an agent to your M365 agents, right? So which means M365 agent can be created with the different tools and technologies as a separate agent with a separate context. In addition to that, the Fabric data also can go there and enable complete agentic solution, right? To understand the user problems and provide responses or answers. So let's quickly see how to create the Fabric Data Agent. Just go here. Yeah. So creation experience is simple. When I say simple, all the experiences, all the items that you can create in Fabric are completely simple. Right. Just go click new item and search for agent. Right. And you can see data agent. So this data agent previously called AI skill, in case if you have seen AI skill somewhere, right, which is now renamed as data agent. So just go click data agent, and I'll just say demo AI. Just name the agent. That's all. You landed into a creator experience where you can add different data sources. So this is the creator experience where you have two sections: data setup, right? So this agent instruction, this is a place where you go and add instructions. For that, we have to add a data source. So if you click data source, so these are all the different data sources which we have already available across workspaces. But as I mentioned, you can have data stored in any of these data sources, right? So now I'll just start with a simple one, maybe Fabric Data Agent on top of this semantic model, right, which I created already. Just click add. And in semantic model side, you have to go and do a data prep, right? That's where you will be providing descriptions to the columns, measures, and so on. And you also will be adding synonyms and so on, right? So currently, the synonyms are not directly respected by the Fabric Data Agent, but it will be eventually respected, right? So those synonyms probably you may need to add as an instruction here. Right. So currently it supports only the metadata of all the tables, columns, measures, and plus the descriptions which you have added to the columns, measures, and tables. Right. So here you can choose different tables that you want to add it to the Fabric Data Agent for getting insights. Right. So you can choose maybe a specific set of tables. Right. It's still is fine. Right. So this is based on we have to define like what all tables needs to be provided to the agent for providing answers. And here you can provide instructions if there are any. So otherwise, good, like we can go publish this, and then we can expose this to the users, right? Before that, even you can go and try maybe some of the prompts, right? Maybe I'll just go with the simple prompt. Here I'm asking a question. So this go through the underlying semantic model, right? Which is added as a data source, and it will convert this natural language question into an DAX, and that will be executed on top of semantic model, and responses will be provided here. Right here you can see Fabric Data Agent is doing all this stuff, and you can see the responses. So this is the product category wise total sales amount. And to understand how the agent arrived this answer, you can go to this one step completed and can see what is the DAX query which is being generated by the LLM or the Fabric Data Agent to provide an answer. So like that, you can even ask simple, medium, complex questions, right, and get a response out of this. Maybe I'll just ask another maybe a medium complex kind of a question. So show year over year sales by product. So this again go through the similar step and you convert this into a DAX expression and which will be executed and provide a response. So like that, we can try different prompts here before even expose to the business users. And as I mentioned, you also can go through. So this is the response, right? You can see the response. So currently, the Fabric Data Agent response is more of an textual representation, which means you will not get any visuals out of these responses, right? So, but eventually, you will be getting that probably down the line from Microsoft team, right? That is also will be added. And here you can see this is the expression on the fly, right? It is also created a measure on the fly to support this prompt and being considered into this expression and got the responses. Right, so this is how we can go and check. In addition to that, as I mentioned, we have a evaluator framework, right? Using that, we can provide a ground truth data set where we can ask or set the questions and then the actual answers, right, as a data frame, or you can go and create all those questions and answers as an Excel or a CSV, which you can load it into the lakehouse, and can provide what is the agent name and the table. So this table will be created just to store all these the transformation steps, the in between steps and the results, right? So eventually, like you will be end up having like this, right? So there could be multiple IDs. I just added only one question, and it will show whether true, false, or not applicable and all, right? So say false is sorry, true is one, which means it is giving 100% accurate results. So like that, it will create multiple evaluation IDs based on the number of questions, right? And you can easily validate whether it is 100% or less than 100% and so on. And you can also see the what is the detailed information, right? What was the prompt and what is the expected answer, what is the actual answer from Fabric Data Agent, and then the judgment says true, which means the answers are exactly matching with the given answers. And this is the thread which is being used to by the Fabric Data Agent to provide an answers. So like that, you can create a set of questions and can verify, validate all the questions and answers here. And if you see the accuracy is good as per your requirement, then you can go publish and expose this to business users. Right. I'll just go and show another maybe a complex scenario, right? So here, what is that? Okay, this is the one which we created. Now let data source. Right? So this is an AdventureWorks semantic model created on top of AdventureWorks Lakehouse tables. So now I'm choosing AdventureWorks Lakehouse here. Click add. And this is a
Hariram, sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to ask the code which you have shown is used for data validation. So we need to write that whole code or it is automatically generated or something?
actually this is the code available from Microsoft Git repo itself. So maybe if you
Okay.
Google it like evaluate agent, Fabric Data Agent SDK, right? So you will have this code already. Again, I've not written a single line. I just modified information here and there, but all these codes are available on Microsoft Git repo. Or I can share the link maybe towards end of the session.
Okay, understood, understood. So this will do the job. Like my perspective is the agent is giving us the number, and each time we validate that number manually, or maybe using this code.
Yeah.
So can we trust the agent by the number, like what they are showing? How can we trust them? What is the
Yeah.
process for that?
So that's why, right? So this whole exercise is to enable to get an accurate results. So for that, you need to build a ground truth data set, and this is the number that I have provided because I tested the total sales amount. Maybe I queried SQL database tables, or maybe I queried DAX query view using DAX, right? I know this is the number that it's supposed to get if there are any questions related to total sales amount. So like that, once you created a semantic model, maybe you can have a simple Power BI report created on top of that. You just simply drag and drop different dimensions measures, create a simple table or any visual, and you can understand coming correct, and those information should go as an ground truth data set, right? So you can have, let's say, year over year sales. So year over year sales, it's supposed to be this number that you're going to test and verify, validate, and you can add it here, right? And that's how we are feeding all these test cases, right? Test cases, and then these test cases will be again considered by the agent to see whether the agent is also giving a similar or same answers. Right? There could be chances that business may ask a question which you might not have tested before. That scenario also might be coming right in a real world situation. So those things probably we need to understand. Understand in the sense probably it has to go through the reinforcement learning where you can understand what are all different DAX queries are being generated by the agent, right? So because those you cannot predict. User may ask and get a response. The answer is good or bad, the user might know because they may use it with the data. For you to understand whether the produced answer is right or wrong, probably you can enable workspace monitoring, right, within the workspace, which will capture all these queries, right, which is generated by the AI, and maybe you can collect as a data dump later in point. You can go and verify, validate whether the agent is using the confirmed measures that you have created in the semantic model. So if it is using confirmed measures, right, then most probably the accuracy is good. If it is trying to create a new measure on the fly for the given prompt, so that's where probably we have to see whether the created measure is right, whether it is following all the business logic, all the correct filter context and other logics, right, technical logics, and that you can go and verify, validate after capturing the results as part of either log analytics or maybe workspace monitoring. So it is going to be a continuous exercise where we have to keep check the DAX expressions or by agent and verify, validate. If there are any deviations which you observe, probably that has to go through a development enhancements where you can go and create a DAX measure for that kind of a on the fly expression. So if that is created as an conformed measures, then you probably have gone through all the different logics and business logics, and then you have probably validated the responses also, right? So moving forward, if there are any similar questions asked by the business user, so it will pick up the confirmed measure, which is always going to be correct. So that's how we have to build a system.
Yeah,
I'm just going.
Sorry to jump in. Just when you use the semantic model, this agent using for DAX, right? When you are using about lake house or warehouse as a source, it's going to use SQL and PySpark. It's going to generate code in SQL and PySpark the
SQL.
same way.
Yeah. So Fabric Data Agent is good at or expertise at NL to DAX, natural language question converting to DAX, natural language question to NL to SQL, and NL to KQL. So if you are using lake houses, then it will be using the SQL endpoint of that lake houses. So any question that you ask, which will be converted as a SQL statement, not PySpark. Right, so that SQL will be executed on top of your lakehouse tables and gives a response. If it is a KQL, it will be leveraging KQL queries, Costa query language will be used.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
I mean, that is what I'm going to show here. So here you can see this is a semantic model. Now I'm introducing a lakehouse as another source here. And I'm just choosing one specific table. You can see sales territory, right? I'm just choosing only this table because I know what are the tables which we have in the semantic model. You can see dim customer. I don't have a sales territory here, but for some reason I need to enable a system or a agent where question related to the sales inventory, right? Let's say they want to ask a question, show me sales amount by country, right? Which is not answerable by the semantic model because I don't have a sales territory. But I'm introducing another source where I have that information. Right. So once I have added, so this can be a lakehouse, this can be a warehouse, right? So where your actual data is sitting, you can add that as a source here. In addition to that, you can also add an instruction, right? So because you need to tell the system that what is the right column to be considered in both the sources. to join them, right, as part of the context which you can provide here. Right? So there are some spelling mistake, which is still fine. And now I can go publish, and I'm going to ask this question, right? Sales territory, country wise sales amount, right? So as we know, like this question, sales amount, it's available in my fact internet sales semantic model, and country is there in my lakehouse table, right? So fabric data agent intelligently combine these two different data sources tables and understand the context and understand what we provided as an additional context and gives you the information, right? You can see United States, this is a sales amount, and you can easily verify whether it is right or wrong, right? So here you can see there are two steps. One against your lakehouse. So you can see, sorry, this is semantic model, and this is the lakehouse, right? So on top of lakehouse, it is using a SQL query, which I mentioned, and it is trying to bring all the list of United States, I mean, all the list of countries, and then here it is a semantic model which is trying to get the sales amount, right? And it is combining both the results together and providing an final results here. So this level of a complex setup can be done with a fabric data agent, right? Where you can combine different sources. It is not necessary that you have to go update my semantic model, introduce have this as a one source, right? You still can additional sources added, and both source can be connected each other. I mean, combined each other in a prompt on the fly, right? So that's how we can build a complex systems. I think I have covered, and yeah. So here you can see this is just a great. Yeah, I'll share the URL where even I capture this notebook scripts, right? So it is from Microsoft GitHub repo itself. So people in the call can go and get the code downloaded from Microsoft repo itself. Okay. Yep. Sure. Okay, so this is a creator experience. If you go here, you can see publish, right? So as soon as you publish, it will give you an URL. I'll tell you where we can use that URL. But this is the experience the business user will get, right? So when you publish, right, when you provide this URL to the users who are already having an viewer access to the workspace, right, where the semantic model is, sorry, the data agent is hosted, they will have a experience something like this. Sorry, it is just loading. It's just a simple chat experience where they can go ask questions. So they'll try show. Yeah, this is kind of an experience where business user will be getting, and they can go and ask question and get responses, and they will not get a view of what is the step it is being created, right? The SQL or a DAX query. So that will be only for the developers or the creators of the Fabric Data Agent. The end user will just see the responses of the agent. And in case if you want to expose this to the fabric, that's where you have three different options. One, you can go through AI Foundry. So within AI Foundry, you can create a project, and you can create an agent within AI Foundry. And here you will be seeing an option to add an knowledge, right? So here you can see this fabric data agent go as a knowledge to this AI Foundry agent, and you can access this AI Foundry agent outside of your fabric, right? Because this AI Foundry agent will give you a code base where you can easily integrate with your application, right? So if you see V code, you can see it supports Python, C Sharp, and JavaScript. You can take this code, and this code comes with the endpoint and with the project information, and this is the agent ID. This agent is already using a knowledge which is Fabric Data Agent. So like that, you can integrate this Fabric Data Agent outside of your Fabric platform. And also you can go through this Copilot Studio, right? So where it enables you to extend your Fabric Data Agent to some of the other services like Microsoft Teams, right? So you can go create a agent in Copilot Studio. So here a new agent, and then within this Copilot agent, you will have again another option called agent, right? So where you can add Fabric Data Agent as an agent. Right? If I go here, agent, add agent. So here you can see Fabric, and here you need to provide details like the workspace ID, the data agent ID, and all. With that, the Fabric data agent will be added as an agent within the Copilot Studio, and this can be exposed to the user. Right? And as you know, there are different channels supported like MS Teams, SharePoint, Web App, WhatsApp, right? So you can expose this Fabric data agent to any of these channel through Copilot Studio. I want to go through these routes. That's where you can leverage Python SDK for Fabric Data Agent, where you have to provide just only the URL, right? The URL of the published data agent, this agent, along with the tenant ID, right? With your credentials. So with that, you can access the Fabric Data Agent even without going through AI Foundry or Copilot Studio. So that is also possible, right? So that level of an extensibility, it's currently supported. I'm just going back to the deck. So now we have a better understanding of the Fabric Data Agent, right? So now you can compare the Power BI Copilot and Fabric Data Agent. So Copilot is it's great where if you want to summarize your report visuals, report pages, right? Which is not possible in Fabric Data Agent because Fabric Data Agent directly sitting on top of your semantic model, right? It is not sitting on top of your reports, but you still can ask the same question, which can be answered by Fabric Data Agent. And we talked about consumption, right? In Power BI Copilot can be consumed directly on the report. Otherwise, you can go and use the standalone Copilot where you can ask question which will be answered by the Copilot. And Fabric Data Agent also can be consumed as I showed, or you can still go through the Copilot, the standalone Copilot where you can choose Fabric Data Agent as a source and you can ask questions. From a scalability and accuracy perspective, Copilot, you can ask question, get a response, but you don't have a control to verify, validate, right? So like how we discussed, seeing the DAX queries, right? Or you can just go with a ground truth data set, verify, validate, and then expose, right? So those level of controls are not there. And again, it is limited to the semantic model as of now, right? Whereas this has access to multiple different data sources, right? And from an feature, Microsoft team is adding latest Gen AI models like GPT models and advanced reasoning models are also being added, right? Whereas the similar concepts in Fabric Data Agent also, there also it is using GPT models with advanced reasoning, and we'll get a API support, MCP support, right, and actions. So those are all some of the announcements which we got as part of Microsoft Ignite. Okay, why organizations should still go through? I'll just go to the previous question, right? The importance of the Fabric Data Agent. So I'll take this slide as just maybe 1 minute, right? So organizations are already using Power BI reports, right? They have Power BI semantic models. So Fabric Data Agent is not going to ask them to go and introduce a new process, new setup to have an conversational insights. The beauty of Fabric Data Agent, right? It is going to sit on top of the existing artifacts, existing platform itself, right? It is whereas if you take any other GenAI application, probably they may expect to have another semantic layer in place, either physical or a virtual semantic layer, and go do a lang chain with a custom LLM setup, right? And do a RAG, do a vector DB, right? So it's complex, but we still get a lot of controls. Whereas here, the existing artifacts can be leveraged to enable the conversational insights. And from a semantic model perspective, organization can consider this as a single source of truth for their insights, right? So one semantic model can be used to create interactive reports, paginated reports, and the same can be used for both Copilot and data agents and data science and ML models through semantic link labs, and then a lot of other capabilities through XML and other options, right? So the organization can consider this as a single source of truth to enable traditional modern reports plus that conversational systems. We discussed about the Fabric Data Agent, the importance of the Fabric Data Agent, the difference between Copilot and then the agent, and also discussed about the extensibility. And there are some prerequisites, right? Okay, we have another last question. What is the cost of the license, right? So we have a prerequisite which you can go and check on this URL. So this required a Fabric compute, right? You need a Fabric capacity for you to enable or use this Fabric Data Agent, and there are other additional settings to be enabled on the tenant side, which you can see at the prerequisite link. From an licensing perspective, there is no individual user level license. We still have only that pro licenses, right? Pro premium per user, just for a power base. Since it's part of a fabric, right? You no need a individual user license. So as I mentioned, it will be leveraging your fabric capacity, right? The CUs. Right. So I just added a screenshot from Microsoft Documents. When what would be the CU consumption, right? In case if your prompt and the response, single prompt and response, right? If single prompt is consuming, let's say, 2000 tokens, and output is the response is taking 500 tokens, and this would be the calculation, right? So this is how actually the calculations are done, and this is how it will be using your CUs, right? Which you can go and check on the Fabric capacity metrics app, right? So based on the number of users, concurrent users, number of CUs, you can maybe have dedicated FCC capacity just only for the Fabric workloads or Copilot workloads, and then you can have scalability enabled, right? Maybe a scale out or a scale up based on the usage. Okay, that's all I have. Probably I can questions. I hope you like this session. Maybe if you
Yeah, sir, sure. Thank you so much, Hariharan sir. It was very insightful session. We have few questions from the attendees in the chat section. Let me read out for you. There's a question from Vardini. Is Fabric Data Agents suitable for beginners in Power BI and Azure?
yes. My next section is more of how these different fabric items useful for the self-service users, right? That includes the beginners. So as a beginner, you can have data maybe stored somewhere in your lakehouse, warehouse, or maybe a semantic model. You just go and create a fabric data agent and enable a conversational system, which means as long as you have some data understanding, Power BI understanding, basic fabric understanding is there, you can go and make use of it.
Okay. There's one more question from Kayum. How can we trust the output of the agent, like validating each time manually doesn't make sense?
Yeah, that's where like so if you take any GenAI application, right? The most of the time we get a similar question from customer, right? How can I trust the accuracy, right? So that's where like most of the AI developers who are building an application spending time, right? So here also we need to build a system where you need to narrow down the scope, right? You cannot have a semantic model with hundreds of tables to create an agent, right? So obviously you will not get an expected outcome, right? So that's why you have to narrow down the scope, and you have a agent created with a specific set of dimensions and maybe a one fact, and then build all the business layers, and then you can verify, validate with some of the questions that you may expect from a business through this evaluator route, right? That notebook route, and you can send the expose that agent to the users. And as I mentioned, we cannot predict all the questions from the business users, so there could be some issues, some errors, some accuracy issues, right? So those are all needs to be handled through an iterative approach, right? So that's where we can capture all the previous responses and verify, validate how the DAX being generated or SQL being generated, right? If there are any flaws which we have to address as part of optimizing the data sources, or maybe providing an, more appropriate instructions to enhance the accuracy. So it is going to be an iterative approach. It is not like you go create agent, expose, that's all. Your duty is done, right? So not like that, right? Any GenAI application, the iterative approach of repeating this whole reinforcement and applying that learning to the model is important. That is also applicable here. It is developer responsibility to go through, understand, and improve the model standards to to get a better accuracy.
Okay, yeah. Those are the questions, sir. Thank you so much, everyone. We have the other sessions started. The other session links are there in the chat section, so you can join those sessions as well. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Good morning. So I'm excited to introduce Hariharan Rajendra, Director of Business Intelligence and an expert in BI technologies. With extensive experience in data-driven decision making, Hariharan has been player in transforming business intelligence strategies. Today's session will explore innovative algorithms.
Oh, sorry, not able to hear you. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yep. Thanks, Amit. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Hope you had very good sessions, very good learnings. Thanks to Amit and team for organizing this wonderful conference. And I'll jump to the topic.
Sorry to
How you
interrupt.
can have a self-service.
Hello.
Sorry. Yeah. Yes.
Hello, Hariharan.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Like actually, parallelly, two sessions have been happening on. Which one need to be here? Means the recording only fabric itself. Okay. Oh. Okay. Thanks, Amit.
Thanks, Amit. Okay, let's dive into the session. So this session is more of self-service data analytics platform, right? How Fabric can be considered as a self-service, right? We will talk about more what are the different features or what are the different artifacts that can be created easily, right, by the self-service users or even the data professionals, right? So that's what we are going to cover. About myself, I'm Hariharan Rajendran. I'm a Microsoft MEP in Power BI and Microsoft Fabric. So I have a very good experience in data and analytics platform, right, where I've involved into multiple tools and technologies in BI and data. And I'm also running a YouTube channel called Hari's BI, where I post videos about Power BI, Microsoft Fabric, and Power Platform. If you want to reach out to me, you can reach out to me through this LinkedIn and Twitter handles. So I'm pretty active there. The agenda for the session, I'll be spending 1-2 minutes about Microsoft Fabric, right? We'll talk about some of the high-level features functionality, and we'll deep dive into the features of Microsoft Fabric. These features may be more specific to the self-service, and we'll deep dive into the self-service capabilities within Fabric platform. And what are the governances that you need to consider, right, or as an organization should consider while we enable the self-service capability. And finally, we can have a Q&A where we can answer your questions. So Microsoft Fabric overview. So as you know, we have already completed 2 years since it is announced, right, from Microsoft. And it is a platform where different workloads are integrated together, have a unified data and analytics platform, right? So this is a platform where almost all the different persona can be used, right? The persona related to the creator side, right? So the developers, the data engineers, data scientists, right? And then the BI developers can use that same platform, and they can work on different experiences like data engineering experiences, data warehouse, data scientist, science experiences, and BI experiences, right? So it was like a different experiences, and Microsoft has consolidated into Fabric experience and Power BI experiences, right? You can go and create different Fabric artifacts under Fabric experiences, and you have a different experience itself, right? Where you can have multi window options and all, right? So there are a lot of capabilities which Microsoft is adding every month, right? Which you can go and check out at Microsoft Fabric blog. On Microsoft site, and all these different experiences, different features, different items, right? Components. Each component has a lot of features, functionality, right? A lot of innovations are already put together into those different experiences. And all these different experiences are handling a data, right, which is stored under one unified tool, which is called one lake, right? So that's where intelligently handling those data by different workloads, right? So SQL based workloads, SQL based workloads, and then Power BI analytic based workloads, right? Different workloads can be consuming the same data, right, and access that and show it into a different systems, right, within Fabric. And this Fabric has advanced Gen AI capability, right, integrated as an Copilot. So Copilot, as you know, it is being natively integrated across all these different experiences, and we have a dedicated experiences also available for Power BI, right? And with all this, we have a very good security and governance in place, right? So as it is leveraging the proven security layer within Power BI, right? The workspace concepts, the tenant concepts, capacity concepts, right? The gateway concepts, all are being inherited from Power BI and being considered as an holistic view within Microsoft Fabric. In addition to that, the Purview is also integrated where it enables better monitoring, better governance for the administrator, right? So that's how this unified BA, the data and the analytics platform is provided by Microsoft as a Fabric. And the adoption, the maturities are going good, right? You might have seen or heard the numbers from Microsoft, like a lot of customers are already started adopting and considering Fabric as their strategic data platform, right? And and even Microsoft Fabric has a very good collaboration with other data platforms like Databricks, Snowflake, GCP, and all, right, where you can easily bring those data, right? It is not necessarily like you have to copy the data into Fabric, right, from Databricks or Snowflake. You have different innovations like mirroring is there, shortcut is there, like where you can easily bring the data into Fabric, and you can leverage all these different experiences to get an advanced analytics and faster insights. So we'll start with experiences, right? I talked about experiences, right? So we have a high level experience like a Fabric experience and Power BI experience. But under the hood, there are different artifacts, different items can be created, right? Be it Power BI items or a Fabric item. The overall creation and then deployment or publish experience is very simple, right? So if you have already tried out maybe using Fabric trial, you might have experienced that, right? So it is easy to create a new artifact, right? Just choose go to new item, choose any artifact that you want to create in Fabric. Just name that artifact. That's all, right. You and land it into an creator experience to do all the sort of things, and then publish or deploy, right? So overall creation experience is just in few clicks away. In 3-4 clicks, you can get overall item is created in Fabric, right? And everything is GUI based, right? So almost all the experiences you can just simply do by GUI, right? Which means even a beginner or a data analyst or the self-service users, power users, right? So they just need to understand the navigations alone, right? Where to go, what to choose, and all, right? So that learning is required. If that is good, like then anybody can go and create a new item, right? So there are some pro developer expertise level of expertise level of skill sets are required. when you want to handle some of the complex scenarios, maybe through notebooks, pipelines, right? The Spark-based systems, right? So there, the pro developer will be involved, but overall, the creation experience, specifically on some of the items, are very simple, right? I'll be showing you as part of this overall session. And you also can observe some of the common experiences, right? When I say common experiences, so there are some similar items, right? So let's say within that lake house, right? And then warehouse, right? So how to bring the data into lake house, warehouse, right? So there are similar experiences, like similar pipeline experience and similar data flow gen 1, gen 2 experiences, right? So there are some common experiences which helps anybody to go and use the platform easily, right? Instead of go and learn new experiences or new navigations for every new item that we are going to create in Fabric. Right. So that's where I would say, like, the overall platform itself is kind of a self-service, self-intuitive, like where you can easily go and create items and deploy it and get an insights out of it, right? End of the day, we need an insights, right? So how we are going to bring the data, transform data, and finally consume the data, right? So I'll show maybe an end-to-end demo where you can leverage some of the features, the self-service features, where you need a very less coding expertise, right, or experience to have an insights generated. And these are all the features. So there are a lot of features. When I say features, these are all different items can be created in Fabric, right, which you can see by going to the new item option. I'll show you again in the portal itself. I just grabbed only few set of features, and as part of the overall experience, right, Microsoft has grouped different artifacts or different items into different grouping, right? Get data experience, or get data set of items, store data items, visualize data, mirror data, right? So get data is going to be like you're going to leverage different components to connect to different disparate data sources, extract the data, and then finally put it into a target system. That is where that store data is going to come into the picture, right? Where you can store all the get data information into the lakehouse, warehouse, SQL DB, Cosmos DB model, right? So that's where the store data items are there, and you have a visualization option, right, where you can go and create a report, dashboards, exploration, scorecard, real-time dashboards on top of event house, right? And you have mirror data, right? So that's where, like, you can bring data from different data platforms like Oracle's SAP, right? Again, you just need to know the credentials, the databases schema, and other stuff, right? Basically the connectivity details, right? So that's all. You no need to write a code to connect to different platform. You still can do through notebooks, but even the experience is completely simplified, right? You just go with the connection details, and it will be connecting, and just choose tables and what details that you want to mirror, right? It will be mirroring into Fabric One Lake. And then you have option to go and create a data agent, can create experiments, ML. So some of these are expertise heavy, like where data scientists needs to be involved, but some of them are the simple GUI based, where you can go and create easily, right? And finally, you can even go create a data activator, or activator, right, where you can go create an alert by yourself, right? No integration to the external system, just out of the box feature in Fabric for any alerts, custom workflows. I'll just quickly show this experience for you to get an understanding. So if you go to any workspace, so as long as that Fabric item creation is enabled, you will see this new item option. So where you can see visualize data, right? This is one of the grouping where you can go create artifacts related to the Power BI, right? Report, real-time dashboard is part of Fabric, and you have dashboards, exploration, graph models. So this is what I've added as a different feature. So you have get data grouping, store data grouping. Prepare data is more of different tools can be used to do extract data, transform data, and finally inject into target systems like pipelines. And then you have Purview data agent. A lot of different agentic and ML specific stuffs are there. It can track data option where you can get on alerts created on top of your data systems. And these are all some of the core API based, where you can expose this data outside of Fabric through API for GraphQL. You can create notebooks, create environments, libraries, and so on. And these are all mirroring, right? How you can bring the data from outside databases, data platforms to Fabric One Lake, and distribute data through R gaps, like similar to the Power BI apps. And there are other workloads which can also added, custom workloads also can be added into this platform, right? That is also possible. So that's how the entire experience being captured and grouped. And from a self-service capability perspective, you can do a lot, right? Again, self-service, it is very difficult to say like, okay, the person want to do a self-service, but the capability, the skill set of that persons might vary, right? He or she might be in a beginner at a data and analytics space. They may good with SQL, right? They may good with the Python, or they may good with the complete skill set, data and PA skill set. So they may be a developer or pro developer, right? So the skill set and the complexity of the tasks that they going to handle will be different, right? So considering that, I've just split this into two different experiences, even though I just put this into a two different, but end of the day, all are under Fabric only, right? So Power BI is also one of the workload within Fabric. So here I just added like this just to give you a perspective of what are different self services which you can do from a data analytics consumption side, which is Power BI side, and what are things that you have at the data side or data experience side, which you can easily go and create by yourself, right, as part of self service. These are all different features, functionality, or items that you can create and help you to get insights, right? Or you can enable this to business users where they can go get different insights as per their preferences, right? They can start with the field parameter. I'll show you why I have added all these, right? Personalized visual, they can do exploration, analysis in Excel, interactive report, and these are all different artifacts that they can create in Power BI space as a self-service user. And from a data side, they can create lake houses, right? So if you ask me, creating a lake house is also a self-service, I would say yes, right? Because in Fabric, just go and create, click lake house, name it, and that's all. Lake house is created, right? So bringing the
लेकिन जीवाणु है important data factory in Microsoft Fabric. ये वो जीवाणु से जी बहुत important है ये भी important नहीं कुछ repeat हो भी सकते हैं
sorry any question? Sorry. Okay, sorry. So I'll maybe cover some of the items that how you can go and create, right? So lakehouse, creating a lakehouse is simple, right? How we are going to bring the data into a lakehouse, that's where the complexities are there, right? As a self-service user, they can even upload their own files and create a lakehouse tables, right? Or a professional developer, pro developer, they can maybe leverage notebooks or pipelines to bring the data into lakehouse, right? So different complexities involved, but as a self-service user, if you want to create an end-to-end system, right? Bringing your own data, right? Or maybe use the existing data, create a report out of it, or maybe even build a conversational system out of it, right? All can be possible within Fabric. And the top layer is more of a supporting feature. So this can be enabled on top of your the BI products or the data products, right? So here I've added Fabric Data Agent, which is possible, or which is or even in Fabric experiences, and you have Activator, which is common in both experiences. You can create dashboard here, scorecard here. Here you can build an operational agent on top of your KQL databases, right? So these are all different stuffs which I'm going to cover today. And probably we'll start with the Power BI one, right? Which is this, right? I'm going to show you all these different experiences, how you can enable a platform for self-service users or power users in Fabric. We'll start with Power BI experience. So, for example, you want to enable a self-service for your business users, right? So, as I mentioned, we need to understand their expertise level, right? So, whether they are just a business user who want to consume the insights, right? So, if that is the case, we just go and have maybe a field parameter option enabled, right? So, something similar to this. You can create a report, and you can use field parameter to cover different perspectives. For example, I have created a report with this visual, right? So here it shows product class wise sales amount, right? So user might be interested to see this by year wise sales amount. or maybe customer gender wise sales amount, right? So if that is a requirement. You don't want to go and create multiple pages with multiple visuals to cover all those different perspectives. Instead, you can give that access to the business users, right? So in which you can go create a field parameter where you can enable this kind of a setup, right? So, okay, if business user wants to see this by calendar year, they just simply go and choose calendar year, right? Now the whole perspective is changed, right? So the whole KPI is now year wise or calendar year wise sales amount. So this level of personal or a self-service capability can be enabled for a who just want to see the insights, don't want to actually go and create or modify, right? Modify the content. And here it is not just for the visual, right? So this can be even added as a simple tabular form where even they can go and get multiple level of informations, right? So here you can see I need to see all this information by product loss, by year, by marital status, and all these are going to all these different metrics are going to aggregate at different levels, right? So this level of options can be provided to the business users where they can go and choose what level of information that they want to see on the system, right? Instead you go create different reports, different visuals to handle different perspectives. Right. So this is just a very basic way of enabling self-service for an maybe a business user. Maybe as a next level from an BI aspect, you can enable an personalization option, right? Where the user can go and personalize, right? So let's say I created this as an column chart where I'm showing year-wise sales amount. Might be a requirement is like that, but one of the user in the group might be interested to see this in a different way, right? Maybe a line chart, right? So that's where like we can enable a personalized visual option in Power BI report in Power BI visual, where as a business user I can go and use this personalized option, and it gives another level of control to the user where they can go and choose different visuals, right? Instead of they go consume whatever is being built, they can go and choose different visuals. In addition to that, they also can go and actually change the x-axis y-axis information, right? So here by clicking this, they will be able to see all these different tables, columns, or even the measures which are created or available on the semantic model. Choose different x-axis, y-axis, or maybe they can even convert this as a table and can add a lot of informations into this visual itself, right? So that level of flexibility can be added, and as soon as they have modified the visual, it is not going to actually modify the report. It is just creating a view for this particular user where they can go and bookmark it, right? When they want to see this as a view every time when they open it, right? So they can go and create a bookmark. So with that, we are enabling a second level or next level of capability to the users where they can go and actually personalize their KPIs or the visuals. Right. So that is one. Now I'm just trying to increase the complexity, right? So now they are good with this, right? Now they want to go and create a new report, right? Or they want to do some sort of ad hoc analysis on the existing semantic model. So that's where you can go and enable build permission to the semantic model. So probably this might be created by the developer or the pro developer or by the IT team with all the business logics, all the complex stuff, right? So we can give and build permission to this underlying semantic model. With that, they will be able to access the semantic model in different ways, right? One is analyze in Excel. If they are good in Excel, where they want to see like a pivot kind of an experience, you can ask them to go and use this analyze in Excel, which enables them to access all the tables, dimensions, measures in a pivot kind of an way, right? Otherwise, you can enable and ask them to use this option, right? Explore option, where this going to enable them to have a quick ad hoc analysis, right? So, for example, they want to understand what is my total sales amount. They just simply choose that, right? They can see that in total sales amount. And in addition to that, let's say if they want to see this by, let's say, different product category, so they can simply see that information. They can see in a tabular format and also in visual format, right? Here they can easily interact and they can go and change, create an alert on top of this. In addition to that, they can go and create a filter also, right? If they want to filter a specific value, they can just choose different table, column, and value with that they can easily do all sort of this exploration, right, to basically analysis of the data, right, and if they want to maybe save this view, they can still save this as a exploration, right. This is one way of enabling a self-service where we are allowing users to go and analyze the data which we have created as a semantic model, right. So next way, okay, we are good with that. They want to create their own report, right? That's where the same build permission is enough to go create report, right? They can go create a auto create report where the report will be created with a set of KPIs as an out of the box option where we can go and customize it, or we can enable or ask them to go and create a blank report, right? Where they'll get a blank canvas within Power BI portal itself or a Fabric portal where they can go and choose different dimensions, basically more of a drag and drop, right, where they can drag, choose different visuals and create their own report, right, and finally they can save this into the workspace where they have access. If they don't want to go even with this route, right, they can still leverage Copilot, right? So they can use Copilot where they can ask Copilot to suggest content for the report by analyzing the different tables under the semantic model. Or we can, the self-service users can even provide a prompt with all the information like list of KPIs, list of visuals, what is the type of the visual, what dimension is to be considered, right? All can be provided as a prompt, and with that prompt Copilot will create a new report page for the user, right. So if I just go with the suggested report, right, the content, now you can see the Copilot is creating all these different visuals with this. As a user, I can maybe go and verify all these, or in case if I want to see this in a different perspective, I still have access, right? I can go and modify this into a different visual, maybe a different dimension and metric, right? So that level of a control is there. It is more of leveraging Copilot to create a basic report. On top of that, as a self-service user, we can go and create or modify it. Right. So that's a third or fourth level of complexity that we can enable for a user based on their expertise. And in addition to that, if they want to even create a paginated report, right? Let's say if they want to export a large volume of data, or let's say if they want to export the data into a PDF format, right? So they can even go create a paginated report, right? So that is also more of a GUI based, where they can get access, build permission to the semantic model, and they can go create a paginated report, right? So as you know, paginated report can be created by the report builder tool, but you can see this GUI experience enables even more easy, where we can go and choose what are all columns required. Let's say class wise sales amount, I can just simply choose what are all columns are required, sales amount, and I can even go and add filters, right? So if I just go here, I can apply some filters, and I can easily see the preview. And if everything is good, I can go and save this, right? And this will save as a paginated report, which they can go and access at any point in time. And data can be exported again into different formats, right? Excel, CSV, PDF, and so on. Right. So this is kind of a similar level of an expertise. If they are able to create an interactive report, they still can go create a paginated report or a pixel perfect reports with just a tabular format, right? And maybe if they have further expert an RTL file or a paginated report, and that can be accessed using report builder, and they can further enhance this to add more visuals or more data sets. Right. So that is another level of possibility as part of a self-service user. And so far we have covered all these, right, different paginated reports option, and data flow gen 2, which I'll be covering while I go through the data flow gen 2. So it is an experience, Power Query online experience, where they can go load their data, do transformations. Everything is using GUI, right? That's how they can do that. And they even go create a semantic model, right? So if a self-service user, they have some understanding, right? They can even go create a semantic model by themselves, right? Semantic model, we usually call it's a pro developer skill set, but if they have a simple data set, right, they can go use that data set maybe in Excel, CSV, or maybe get data experience to different. So get data experience enable them to have different options or different data sources. If they feel like it is a bit complex, they can go upload their Excel, CSV, and create a semantic model out of it, and then even create a report on top of that. Right? So that level of simplifications are added within the Power BI or Fabric portal itself to enable users to onboard the data and get insights. Right? So these are all from the Power BI side of things, right? So maybe we'll touch base the uh, data side of things, right? The Fabric side of things. So from Fabric side of things, I talked about the common experiences in my first slide, right? So this data flow Gen 1, Gen 2, or this overall Power Query online experience is a common experience, right? This is more of a GUI where you can connect to different data sources, right? Even it can be you can do all sort of transformations within GUI, right? You don't need to even write a single line of code, right? And you can bring the data, transform the data, and you can easily load the data into different target systems, right? And this experience is being integrated into different artifacts, right? So let's say lakehouse, right? So you create a lakehouse, and to bring the data into a lakehouse, you can use this Power Query Online experience, basically the data flow Gen 2 experience. You can create a warehouse to bring the data into warehouse. You can use data flow Gen 2 experience. Same for SQL DB, right? And same for semantic model, right? So since this experience is common, if user is comfortable to use this experience, and they will be able to create or load data into different target systems, lakehouse, warehouse, SQL databases, and semantic model, right? So that is what I'm going to show you. I'll show you maybe a very simple one. Just go here, workspace. Let's start create a lake house, right? So creating a lake house, as I mentioned, it is very simple. Just go click new item and search for lake house, or maybe if you go to the store data, you will see a lake house option. Right? Choose lake house and give a name. Lake house. And choose on which workspace want to store. And this lake house schema was recently introduced, and it is already GA. So we can just go create. That's all. We created a lakehouse. So this is the lakehouse, right? Where you have options to bring the data into lakehouse, and you can use notebooks. Once the data are loaded, you can create agents and so on, right? Materialized view and so on. Probably will go through one experience, right? We'll go with this new data flow Gen 2 experience, right? Let's data in their local system, maybe in the form of CSV files. So go create a new data flow Gen 2. And here we have option to import data into from different sources, right, into this destination, the lakehouse that we have created. So it can be import from Excel or maybe SQL Server. So just for simplicity, based on the experiences on the self-service user, they can go choose any of the data sources. In this case, I'm choosing the local file, right? So I have this AdventureWorks data file, which is in a CSV format. I'm using that file. I'm trying to bring that data into my lakehouse. Right? So just click next. So this is one way of bringing data. There are multiple ways that the different tools and features to bring the data into lakehouse will vary or can be used based on the expertise, right? So here I'm just going with a simple data flow Gen 2. We can go with notebooks, we can go with pipelines and so on. Right, so now you can see we got the data, right? And that's all. We just click save and run. That this data will be loaded into the lakehouse that we have created. Right, and in case if you want to do any sort of transformations, right, removing a column, changing a name, so all are possible, right? So it is very self-explanatory where we can easily make use of these different transformations feature, and we can transform the data and finally load into the lakehouse. So I'm just click save and run, and with that the data flow will be published, and then will start run and push this data into lakehouse. So here written any single line of code, right? But eventually the data will be loaded into this table. So this is one way. The another easiest way, let's say I don't want to go through all these difficult routes, right? Even if this is difficult, what can be done, right? So you might have a like one lake explorer, right? So using one lake explorer, where the developer or the self-service user can upload their excels or csvs into that one lake explorer. So preferably CSV, because we can easily create a delta table on top of that CSV, right? So they can install the One Lake Explorer, and based on their access level, they'll be seeing different folders which are nothing but the different workspaces, and we can go to the workspaces where we want to upload the data, right? And we can probably have to refresh this to see the latest one. Getting refresh. Okay, we'll be getting this one lake option where we can sync it here. Once sync, it will actually show the latest workspaces that we have created. So probably I'll go and use the one which I already created, right? So is some access issue. Just a second. One lake. Okay, some issue with that service. That's where I'm not able to open. But I'll show you the similar experience. So the idea here, like they can go to the specific folder, which is nothing, right, which are there in this workspace. So they can go to this lakehouse. So they'll see a folder called files. Within that file, they can place their file, right, or the CSV files which they want to onboard into Fabric and get insights. So either they can go with this route, or they can go here, and you can see upload files, right? So they can even go here, files, upload files, right? So here they can choose the file which they have in their local system and click upload, and this file will be uploaded into this lakehouse as a file, right? So now I don't need to go through even the data flow gen 2, right? So just go to the file, you can see the uploaded file, and this can be created as an delta parquet tables, right? So this is applicable for CSV parquet. So if it is a CSV, just click these three option, you will see this option called a load to table, right? So with that, we are going to create a table in this lakehouse, this file, right? So go create a new table, we can name this, say, and column header, right? So we just choose based on the type of the data that you're handling, delta table, right? So now it is loading. So with that, we can create, or we can onboard the table into the lakehouse. So in case if we going through the One Lake Explorer, you don't need to go upload here. You just go to files, and you will see the files which you can upload through One Lake Explorer. So now this process is completed. If you just go expand, you will see the new table which we created. This is the table, and this table will have the data which is coming from this file. So this is how we can easily onboard the table into the lakehouse, right? And then this table again further can be used to do rest of the experiences, right? Let's say I have maybe create a report on top of this data, or I want to create a conversational system on top of this data where I can go chat and get insights, right? So that is also possible, right? That is what I'm going to show you now. So now you understand how to bring the data, right, with just a few clicks. And if I go back, you can still do the similar one, right? You can go create a semantic model easily within few clicks. You just go click new item and choose semantic model, which is store data semantic model, and here you can choose CSV. So in this case, it will ask you whether you have files already available either in your OneDrive or SharePoint. You can choose that. Otherwise, you can even upload from local. Right? The connection is already there. So actually, I've already uploaded this file. So I need to give a different connection. If it is the same connection, we can still leverage the previously created connection. Okay, the connection is created already. So maybe I'll just do one thing. I'll go change the name. File, CSV file, upload file. File. Okay, looks like some issue with the connection. I have already uploaded this file. Probably that is the reason. So the idea here, you can upload the file and you can create a semantic model. Maybe I can show you the one which I've already created. This is a semantic model. You can see maybe the lineage. Set. Okay, this is the one. This is using that same CSV file. So if I show you a different view, so you can see that is the same data, just a one table with all these columns. So the point that I'm trying to make here, like you can upload your Excel CSV file and you can create a semantic model directly on this service, right? And once this semantic model is created, you can go and create a report, right? Which I have already explained previously, right? In Power BI experience. So that's how we can take your data and create a semantic model and create a report, and you can start consuming the report. If you come to the another parallel side, you have a data now, and you can go create a conversational system on top of this, right? So that's where we can leverage Fabric Data Agent, right? If you go to the workspace, just go to workspace, new item, uh, search for agent, data agent, the self-service demo, AI. So data agent, I just covered in previous session. Maybe if you have not attended, watch the recording, how to create Fabric Data Agent and all the details of Fabric Data Agent. But the high level Fabric Data, like how I created, and you can easily onboard different data sources, right? It supports these are all different data sources, right? So in this case now, either we can do two things, right? Or one thing, maybe I can I can take the semantic model which I created using that same CSV, or I can go and choose a table which we have onboarded into the lakehouse, right? I can maybe go to the lakehouse. So because on both the side the data is same, but maybe in your scenario the semantic model might be created with a different Excel CSVs, and lakehouse might be created, right, with a different, right. So you can choose this, and that's all, you just publish. So we need to do some level of business context, which can be added as a description to the semantic model or the table columns. So once that is done, that will help to get more accurate results. But if the data is simple, right, you can still go create and publish. So with that, now we have created a conversational system through Fabric Data Agent on top of your uploaded data. Right here, you can ask a question like maybe product-wise sales amount. I believe I have product and sales amount columns available in that Excel, in that lakehouse. So this will understand this prompt, in a natural language prompt, and it will convert this into a SQL script if it is a lakehouse. Or warehouse, it will use NL to SQL conversion, natural language to SQL conversion, and that will execute on top of your lakehouse SQL endpoints, and it will give you the results. Right. So now you can see the results, and you can even verify what is the actual DAX query being, SQL query being generated by the LLM to produce these results. Right. So now I just reiterate, right? So I had a data in my Excel CSV in local folder. I just either in the form of lakehouse tables or maybe a semantic model, and using that data I can go and create a report, and I can even go and create a conversational system where we can go and chat against the data and get insights. One more feature, right? So now let's say you have a report created, and again, as part of a self-service, I want to build an alerting system, right? You don't need to go to an external system just for an alerting, right? So you just go to the report where you want to enable an alert. So that's where we have another Fabric item called activator, right? You just go create an alert, right? So you just choose this, and it will help you to choose or identify which visual to be considered to create an alert. So you can just choose that visual and then the metric, right? And here you can define the conditions and send notification either in the form of Teams notification or email, right? Which you can configure. So at the end of the day, like it will create a new item called activator with this name, and you can define the location where it needs to be stored, right, and which workspace and all that you can configure. With that, the activator will be created. So activator again automatically will pull the data every 1 hour, right, and it will identify for the condition that you have mentioned, and it will send an alert to your email or to our Teams. So again, creating an alert on top of KPIs is also simplified, and this can be further extended where let's say you have custom workflows created in Power Automate. This can even trigger an Power Automate flow when there is a condition meet as per the threshold configuration, right? So that level of simplification is also added into this to enable alerting and triggering and custom workflows in Power Automate. So I'll just go back. So with that, I mean, most of the features are there, right? Maybe one last feature. Let's say if the user has some expertise on writing a SQL statements, so they can still do SQL statements on top of their uploaded data, right? So they can go to, let's say, the Lakehouse, identify where the table that got onboarded, right? Either manually through load table or maybe data flow gen 2, right? So they can go to the SQL analytics endpoint of this Lakehouse, right? And this gives a experience where the user can go write a SQL query on top of the data, right? So they can write the select star from and so the table name, right? So that with that they can easily query SQL statements and get the information, right? They can start to filter condition, where clause, and so on. They can do further analysis with this data through by writing SQLs. So I mean, that level of simplifications are there within the platform, right? Where there is no much complex skill sets are required to onboard data, get report created, and conversational system created. I'll just go to the topic. So self-service is there, like the whole platform itself, like a kind of a self-service, right? Only there are other experiences where critical expertise or skill sets are required, like Python, SQL, PySpark, and so on. But other experiences are still can be used by the self-service users, power users, and even the analysts, right? But as an organization, what are things that they have to keep in mind in case if they are exposing their platform for their self-service users? Right, so that's where some of these critical standards and best practices needs to be followed as part of governance. Right, so they can have an proper access control, right? Access control at an AD group level will help them to handle things easily, right? Instead of access at a user level. So this access can be granted at an which is application level, and then workspace level or at a item level, and they can have a dedicated workspace just to handle the self-service stuff, right? Even dedicated capacity also would be recommended just to isolate the self-service workloads, which will help avoid causing issues to the other production workloads, like running a report or refreshing the semantic model and so on. Right, maybe one example, you can have a FCC Copilot created, capacity created, and that can be attached to the users. And any FCC, Copilot related workloads will be captured on that capacity, which is not going to impact their actual production capacity where all their reports and schedule refreshes are going on, right? So that level of segregations and isolations would be required to handle the better governance. And as you know, like there are a lot of settings can be enabled, disabled at a tenant level, right? So based on the requirement, the use cases, the settings has to be disabled, right, or enabled, right, so that they have to go through maybe through their architectural approval and so on. And of course, a little bit of training is required, right? So training not necessary on the learning, let's say SQL or a Python. Right? It is more of how to navigate, where to navigate, what to choose, what not, right? So those sort of trainings would be really useful for users to go and enable things. And in addition to that, organizations would have a effective monitoring system, right? So where they can leverage the admin monitoring reports or the capacity metrics app to understand what is happening, how the computer being used by different users, right? How the gateway load and all, right? If it is used in the overall process. So effective monitoring is also required, and this monitoring helps them to decide the upscale, I mean scale out and all. Plus, if there are any for the users for the effective use of these computers, right? So that is also something that they can decide based on the usage patterns of these users. That's all I have. Probably I can take up any questions if you have. So in a summary, like the Fabric platforms helps the beginners, so the self-service users who are good at maybe a basic understanding of the data, right, the BA systems, they can use these Fabric items. They can go create and use and get insights out of it.
Yeah, hi Hariyan. Thanks for the session, Abhishek here. So I have a question like you have shown like we have imported the data into the lake house. So the question is on the AI Fabric AI agent. So as soon as we add the AI agent, it will automatically link to that data lake table which we have added, and we can answer our query, our question to AI agent, or we need to do some kind of mapping.
No mapping. Probably I'll show you. This is the one. So that's where like there is no integration kind of stuff, right? So Fabric, everything is simplified. You just go choose your lakehouse, choose your table. So under the hood, all the mappings are done, right? Even just to verify, maybe as a pro developer, so you can just go download this diagnostic, right? Probably I'll quickly show you how actually the mappings are handled under the hood by the Fabric itself. Editing notepad. So you can see, so it handles the environment, it handles like what is the artifact ID, basically the lakehouse ID, the workspace ID, and type, whether it is a lakehouse tables, warehouse tables, or semantic model, right? The data sources, the tables. I mean, basically all these informations are actually mapped under the hood. In case if you want to see, you can download this diagnostic and see whether it is pointing to the right information. But in general, that is not required as it is everything is GUI. I mean, just to summarize my answer, like you don't need to do any more mapping and all, right? As long as it is being already selected the right lakehouse or warehouse and right tables for the agent, agent will take care of providing insights. There are some
So we just
accuracy
need
issues.
to
Sorry, go
sorry.
ahead.
So we just need to enable the agent in the current window, and it will take care of the things, right?
Yeah, yeah. Maybe one point we need to understand. It gives you an insights. The accuracy of the insights is based on the quality of the data that you have. In addition to that, the business context that you can provide as an instruction. So that you have to take care. With that, creating an agent is simplified and you can get done faster insights.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why enterprises need a self-service platform in our Microsoft Fabric?
So I have interacted with multiple customers, right? So in recent times, self-service is there for a very long time, right? But in recent times, as part of this GenAI and agentic AI, user wants to get on insights by themselves, right? So they are looking for an self-service, right? So self-service in the form of reports, creating a reports, and now in recent times they are looking for an self-service in the form of conversational insights, right? So when that's where like this Fabric is already kind of a future proof where they can use this or consider this platform enabling for both enterprise data and insights plus the self-service also.
Yeah, and one more thing, uh, What governance challenges generally occur in self-service platform, especially now?
So sorry, I lost you in between. Can you come again?
Yeah. What governance challenges occur in a self-service platform while implementing?
Yeah. Yeah. So probably you might have seen different issues reported by customer. It is a it's handling a self-service platform itself is a huge challenge. So in the case like they can just simply create multiple artifacts, right? Whether they are using on a daily basis or not, they just create. So managing the platform with having a required artifacts is important. That's where the whole challenge is there. And another important challenge is the compute, right? So they just simply go and create, but end of the day, all compute will be utilized by the fabric capacity, which is also something that IT team or the organization has to pay, right? So these are the critical challenges. One, unnecessary compute, unnecessary workloads being utilized by their self-service users, self-service artifact users. That needs to be handled more effectively in the sense of with right standards and governance in place. And then they need to have all things maybe tagged to under my workspaces, right? Instead of having the redundant artifacts created and maybe scheduled on the shared workspaces, which is going to again consume more computes, right? So end of the day, like how to handle this whole self-service in a way where it is trying to leverage less compute and get a value out of that data to the users. So that's where like all these governances are highlighted, right? So this enables an administrator or the organization to have all these standards upfront in place so that they can enable the platform for the self-service to avoid
Thank you. Thank you.
highlighted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Uh, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes,
I just want to understand. What if I want to get data from a CRM tool? Maybe it can be anyone, Salesforce, for example, and other different sources. So there may be five or seven different sources which we need to connect and create a model and get the report in Power BI. So the conventional method is to get all those things in the database like Azure or in SSMS, whatever the database it is, and then create a views and call that view into a Power BI. So how will you do this in Microsoft Fabric's environment without following the conventional method? So what is the difference? I need to understand that thing.
Okay. So you already answered part of the question, right? So it is more actually the situation is depends, right? So if you want to have an enterprise ready kind of a standards, or if you want to have this as an one off, right, where you just want to get an insights. So based on that, the solution would be different, right? If you are looking for an enterprise ready where you have to have a proper the layer in between where you can consolidate all your data, and then on top of that maybe a reports or maybe a fabric data agents, then you can either go through the mirroring options, right? So maybe you can, I'll just quickly show you, there are two different options to bring the data, right? One, you can go create a mirroring in case if you want to maintain your legacy databases also alive, right? You don't want to retire them. You can go with the mirroring option where you can bring the data. Sorry, you can bring the data into Fabric. Where is that mirroring? Prepare data, analyze data, track data, mirror data, right? So currently you have mirroring option available for these databases. In case if your legacy system is any of these, you can mirror the data into Fabric, and you'll have data in Fabric one lake, and you can use the data for building a report, building an conversational agent. Or if your data is not sitting in any of the databases, right? Let's say it's sitting in maybe S3 bucket or maybe Azure Data Lake, right? You can still use shortcuts to get the same data here in Fabric, and you can build an semantic model report and conversational agent. Or if you don't see any of the connector here, right? Probably you can go build a pipelines or build a notebook to bring the data into Lakehouse, Fabric Lakehouse, and you can have that as a centralized data platform, a centralized data layer for your the consumption side of things, right? So that is also possible. Or you already mentioned like creating a semantic model, right? You can still create a semantic model from those different data sources. On top of that semantic model, you can even go create reports. You can go create a conversational agent.
Uh, okay. One thing, like I do have a premium per capacity workspace, like a diamond on the workspace, but I can't see all those options which you are seeing when you click on new items like mirror options or Genflow 2 and all. So what is that? And I can see you are into powerbi.com,
Yeah,
not a fabric.com. So why
that's
is it
right.
like this?
So it might be restricted at an organization level or at a tenant level. So if this feature is enabled, then only you will be able to see all the items that I showed, right? The items that I showed are fabric items. If this is not enabled, even though if they are in a capacity workspace, you will not be able to see all the fabric items.
So for premium
Yeah,
per capacity
items.
workspace, we have another pricing or it is included in that pricing only?
So there are two levels of settings, right? One at a tenant level, so which is going to apply to all the capacity, and you can even override these settings at a capacity level, right? So with that, whatever is being consumed in that capacity will be charged against that capacity, right? If this is enabled, and if this is automatically inherited by the capacity, so if you have two capacities that is assigned to different workspaces, the items that are created across workspaces will be charged against those respective capacity.
Okay, thank you.
If our trial license is expired, how to reactivate it?
No, it is answer. Sorry, question to the Microsoft. So we cannot go explicitly enable or reactivate, right? So if you get an option to go and extend the trial or maybe start a new trial, that's where you can go and initiate. So trial is just to try the experiences and workload. So once it is done, once you're good, like organization has to move to a dedicated fabric capacity to handle all their production workloads.
So there is no way after 60 days it can be reactivated.
No, you need to get an option to activate or start a trial, right? So that will come automatically if Microsoft enabled for the tenant your tenants. So you cannot go explicitly extend my trial for another 60 days. So you should get an option which will come automatically.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah. We are on top of the hour. Thanks everyone. Thanks for your time. I hope you had a very good session.
Thank you, Hariharan.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks, Amit. Thanks everyone.
Some of the white papers, all in these areas, right? So today, gathering of knowledge, right? So the question is, can we do the analytics through these conversations instead of learning a tool technically and trying to build those technical solutions ourselves? Can I just ask a question, or can a user just ask a question in the simple natural language, right, to Power BI semantic model, and Power BI semantic model can answer that question with all the data and the calculations and the relationships that exist between the data tables based on that, right? So that is what we are going to look at today, right? So now as some of you might already be working and creating a lot of these Power BI dashboards, and we all know that Power BI dashboards are just amazing. They can really help you capture some hidden insights, can show some useful information for the business, which may help the leaders and the businesses make really informed decisions, right? And which are not really visible outright, right? So this is what the power of data analytics and data visualization is, that it can help you capture some of the hidden insights, some of the useful information that can help in decision making. So Power BI dashboards are amazing. We create a lot of dashboards every day. I'm sure a lot of you are already doing that, right? However, the problem is that the dashboards are not enough, because the dashboards tend to have limited real estate. There is only a limited amount of information that I can put in a dashboard, which means that a lot of people may have a lot of follow-up questions to what they see in the dashboard, right? Or an insight which they see in the dashboard, they may have a follow-up to that, some additional questions related to that. Now, as a dashboard designer, I will try to include as many insights as possible, which I think might be helpful for the user. But because multiple users are using the dashboard at the same time, it is very difficult to cater to the needs of all the users at the same time. Because again, if you just put in a lot of information in the dashboard, a lot of charts, visuals, calculations, metrics in the dashboard becomes overwhelming. It becomes difficult to sort of absorb so much of information, right? So the point is that when such things happen today, when someone has a follow-up question, they go and reach out to an analyst or someone else on the team whose job is to just manually pull the data, right? Manually pull the data based on the question that the business user has asked, to just make them understand, okay, what is happening and why something is happening, which they may have seen in the dashboard, right? Now this leads to some endless manual data pulling, right? The analyst or the person, and some of you may be in this position, right? They feel like the questions are never ending because there are multiple users. All of them have their own analytical needs, right? All of them have the different segments that they want to deep dive into. Dashboards tend to cover a lot of it, but not all of it, right? So people are now, business users are excited, and they are just throwing the questions to these analysts who try to do the best they can to answer them. But the point is that we don't have unlimited analysts, right? There is only a limited number of people who are in this position, right? And also, as a human, there is a limit to the scale and the speed with which we can answer these follow-up questions which are not there in the dashboard, right? So this leads to a sort of inefficiency on both the sides, where the business users are getting the answers to their questions or some additional insights a bit late, right? And the people who are getting those insights for them, they are sort of burned out because the number of questions and the needs of the users are just too much, right? And obviously all the teams cannot afford to have a lot of analysts and place maybe like 20-30 people in this position, right? That's again not in line with the budgets of the teams, etc., right? So this is a big problem that exists in most of the projects out there, right? So now the question is like, what is the solution to it, right? So before we get to the solution, let's try to further understand why this process so inefficient. So as I said, dashboards have limited real estate. It can cater to most important insights, but not all insights, right? And if you even try to put in a lot of charts, a lot of insights, information in a dashboard, it will make it overwhelming for some users, right? Now, if I give you, a page which is full of information, full of text, full of charts, and full of metrics, and of all the metrics that are there in that page, you, let's say, only care about like 3 to 4 metrics, and others are not so useful. It is highly likely that yeah. May I please request everyone to please mute themselves if you are not speaking? Thank you. So I was saying that if you clutter the page a lot, right, then that really reduces the comprehensional abilities and the absorption ability of the insight that actually matters, right? So putting a lot of information on a dashboard is also not a solution to this. Now, what a few people have actually started doing was that they came up with this idea of self-serve analytics, wherein they said, okay, I mean, we can't answer so many questions, right, manually. So what we will do is we will have a semantic model, the Power BI semantic model, right? And we will give the access of this semantic model to all the business users. Now, business users can just open their blank Power BI desktop files. They can connect to this semantic model, which has all the calculations built in, all the data already present, and then they can just start visualizing the data, right? And look at the insights that they actually care about, or which they want to additionally see, which are not there in those static dashboards, right? But the point is that even if you do this, then you have to train those business users on tools like Power BI, right? And if they are not technical, usually there is some reluctance, in sort of learning the new tools, and especially the time that they have, that doesn't allow them to actually learn new tools and build these visualizations themselves, right? So again, some people did that, right, and did that successfully, and once they got a hang of it, they were very well utilizing and leveraging this feature of Power BI, wherein the semantic model exists. You just connect the Power BI desktop files and create your own visuals, right? Whereas the other users were not so much open to this as well, right? Because as I said, there is a technical curve, and then also the time limit, or the lack of time that they have. Then because Excel has been there for a while, it's been so many years, so many decades that people have been working with Excel. Some users are very comfortable with Excel, right? So what they wanted was they said, okay, export the data in Excel and just give us the Excel data, and we will then crunch the data ourselves to figure out, what we essentially want, right? Now, that is also not a very efficient approach, right? It's in terms of putting together the analytics. Like if you have to export everything in Excel, then having the visuals and the interactive Power BI dashboards, again, doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So there is a joke that goes around with where people say, okay, create a Power BI dashboard for me, but in Excel, right? That's all. They just it just tells how people are comfortable with Excel still, right? And whenever it comes to number crunching, that's where they want to go, right? But the whole point here is that this is all happening because people want to be in their comfort zone, right, and still have the analytical needs met, right? That's why they want Excel. That's why they don't want to actually go and start connecting to semantic models and create their own reports, etc. So this is where the conversational analytics comes in. That one of the easiest way of interacting with anyone, or to have your answers, have the answers to any of the questions, is just by conversing in the simple natural language, right? And with the advent of these new age technologies like generative artificial intelligence and these entities like LLMs and MCP servers, this has been made possible for Power BI as well, wherein the user can simply ask a question in the natural language, right? And Power BI's semantic model will sort of answer that question with some additional insights as well, right? And this is done using a combination of LLM, MCP server, and Power BI semantic model. So what is LLM? Some of you may already know this, that all these AI assistants that you regularly use, like ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, they are run by an entity in the background which is called LLM, right? This is large language model. It is an artificial intelligence system that can read, understand, and generate human-like language, right? So you can consider this as a great model, or sort of a very complex system that is trained on all the data that is available on the internet, right? Publicly available on the internet. And it is a big knowledge bank that has great language capabilities. So it has all the data out there, it has all the knowledge out there, and it can articulate that knowledge, in your context in a very beautiful and organized manner, right? So that's what LLM is, right? So this means that this LLM can help understand our natural language or the user's natural language, whoever the business user is who has a business question and wants the answer of, right? And can articulate it in different forms, right? And then there is another thing which is MCP server. Now, this is a new program which is again, launched more recently. It's been less than a year, since they came into picture. This is basically a program which acts as a bridge between the LLM and an external application like Power BI semantic model, right? So I have the LLM that understands my language very well, that has a lot of knowledge, and it can articulate anything in a very organized manner using that knowledge. And then there is this link called MCP server, which sort of connects this LLM to my Power BI semantic model. And this combination of LLM, MCP server, and Power BI semantic model is something that gives a user experience like this. Now, in this, the business user doesn't have to now talk to the analyst to get any of their questions answered, right? They don't have to do any manual data pulling, right? All they have to do is just connect to an AI assistant like Claude. In my demo, I'm going to use Claude desktop. So they just have to ask a question in, an AI assistant, just like ChatGPT or Claude or anything else. In this case, I'm using Claude. So they'll just put the question there, and Claude, which is already run by an LLM by Anthropic, it will, understand that question, do some conversions in the background, get to the Power BI semantic model. And semantic model, remember, it has all the business insights in it, right? Based on the calculations, the measures that you have put together. And it'll just throw some queries to that semantic model, get the responses, package that response in a very organized manner with a lot of its own insights, and share with the user. This means that the need of those analysts in between, it's not there anymore. Now, and these are machines, right? These are like systems, artificial systems. So the scale with which they can actually analyze the information and the speed with which they can analyze the information is very high, right? So this means that they are very much more efficient, right, than a human counterpart, right? And then multiple users can actually come in together, ask questions, and get the responses out. Okay, so now let's go into the demo, right, and see how this user experience pans out, wherein I ask a question to an AI assistant. That AI assistant is connected to the MCP server in the background, and that MCP server is connected to the Power BI semantic model, and it's going to produce an insight for me, right? So before I do that, I'll just share, what report I'm talking about. So this is basically a report that I essentially created. I think there was some recent updates which just moved these cards a bit, right? But what this report essentially has is the sales analytics insights, right? So it's a typical demo data set containing a lot of different sales related metrics like total revenue, total cost, total profit, right? And then it deep dives into the revenue part by splitting the revenue across the product, right? Across the channel, right? So some field parameters are built in here where you can, decide what do you want to see as a metric on the x-axis, and what dimension do you want to see on the y-axis. Again, some spatial insights like where your revenue is coming from, cost is coming from, etc. The split by customer, and then some information regarding the orders as well. Okay, so this is the static dashboard that we have. Now, the idea is that the semantic model that this dashboard is built on is this sales analysis report, right? And it has all of these different tables in it, right? Now, what I want to do is I want to talk to this semantic model, right? The one that I just showed you, this one, okay? Using natural language. And for that, as I said, I have something known as Claude Desktop. This is my interface. This is my front end client, you can say, right? Wherein I will type in my questions. This is already connected to the semantic model through the MCP server, right? And it'll, then produce the responses from me, right? So what I will do first is I will go and let's close this. First, we will start the MCP server, okay? So MCP server, I said, is a program. It's a simple program written in Python. If you want to see the glimpse of MCP server, it's something like this, right? I don't want to go into the details for now, but what you can see on a high level, it's that it's a big program, and a lot of MCP servers now available pre-built. Although I vibe coded this, but Power BI also offers MCP servers now for various tasks like modeling, right, and also querying. So what I'm doing is I'm just starting my MCP server, right? So I just said that there is this file called server.py. I just ran that, and now it says Power BI MCP server is running, right? Now this means my MCP server is now, running. Now what I will do is I will start Claude Desktop, which is an application that I have on my computer, right? So this is Claude Desktop. Okay, the first thing I'll ensure is that my MCP server is running. I will ensure that my Claude is actually connected to MCP server. So I'm going to the settings of this application. I'm going to the developers tab, and I'm seeing that, okay, this is my MCP server, Power BI MCP server. It is running, right? And this whole application is connected to MCP server. So this means that we are good. Now I'm ready to ask questions, right? So if I just go and say, first of all, test the Power BI connection. Before I type in the question, I'll make sure that my application, this Claude Desktop, is connected to Power BI or not, right? To the semantic model or not. Now just look at the response. It's a very human-like response, right? It says that great news, Power BI connection is working successfully, and it also shows me some of the details, right? Now, if you look at our dashboard, right? Just to show you, what kind of metrics it has. It has total revenue, cost, profit by various channels, products, etc. Right? So let's just ask this question that show me what is the total revenue in USD. Right now, assume yourself as a business user, right? You have a question. I have a question that I want to see the total revenue in USD by channel. Channel, it's the sales channel. How did you get the order? Through wholesale channel, distributor channel, or the export channel? So this is the same question that I have asked here. Okay, what is the total revenue in USD by channel, right? So no technical expertise, no coding, nothing, just a simple natural language question. And let's see what it comes up with. Right, so what it is doing, it is sending a query. It is creating a DAX query for you, right? And then firing it to Power BI semantic model, getting the response out, and just look at the response now. It says here's the total revenue. Distributor 30.8, export 14, and then wholesale 51.6. The total revenue across all channels 96.7. And then if you can see, it also gives you some additional insight, like wholesale channel accounts for more than half of your total revenue. Now, this is something that I did not ask. It just created this insight on its own based on the knowledge that it gathered from Power BI semantic model and the knowledge it already is trained on, right? So this is the the benefit of using this new technology or integrating this new technology with Power BI's semantic model. Right now, you can also validate these numbers just to see that it's actually correct. So I think here I may have some filters or something applied, right? But overall, you will see that the total revenue, if you'll see 96.7, and here it shows 96.7, right? So it's actually the same measures that are being run to get these insights, right? So this is a simple text-based insights. But you can also take it a step further, wherein you can also create some charts out of this, right? So maybe I can say, okay, create a bar chart showing the total revenue in USD by channel. Right now, I'm on a free plan, so after a while, it'll stop generating these responses. But as long as we can create and put down some examples, I'll keep showing you the different capabilities of this tool. Now, what it is doing is it is basically coding, um, a chart for you, right? Although I said I want a bar chart, but what it showed me is essentially a set of cards, right? Maybe I'll just say create a line chart for the same information and see what it gets. So bar chart is something that it didn't quite take well, but let's see for the line chart. I think there is something happening wherein, when I'm saying the line chart, it is still giving me the cards, right? Okay, so maybe I'll say create an interactive dashboard with the insights containing total revenue by product. The dashboard should have column chart showing the total revenue in USD, right, by product. Let's see what it gets. I think this is like some, maybe, I don't know if it's the free plan, but more recently, it has sort of stopped creating the proper charts. But let's see if it gets something here. Right, and as you can see, it is step by step, right? Going and creating each and every query, right? And then putting this together, right? Okay, so I'm also seeing a lot of different questions, right? So we'll take all of these questions towards the end. But there is a great point from Nidhi saying that maybe we can converse with Claude, saying that what is the reason, right? So as you can see, it created a good dashboard for me, but again, it is stumbling upon the chart. There might be some reason or something. Maybe this application is not updated, or something is there. But what you can see here is the key insights, right? Product 1 and 7 lead with over $21 million each, accounting for 44.1% of the total revenue. Revenue distribution, it again gives you some insights, right? And then the bottom 6 products contribute only 21.6%. So these are some great insights across 3 different segments, like top performers, revenue distribution, and growth opportunity, right? Now, but it still didn't show us the chart. So it's like, as I said, human to human conversation. So we can go and ask, okay, like, why is the column chart not visible in the output? Create the column chart for total revenue in USD by product. Yeah. Right. So let's see what it comes up with now. Right. So it says you are right. Let me recreate the column chart. Okay. So a very typical human to human conversation. So it's putting together this TypeScript code, and then again, it sort of stumbled on the column chart. Okay, as you can see, maybe, and this is a new development that I have seen. Only until yesterday, it was able to give me quite good charts. Maybe I can show you some of it from my existing chats. See in this one if I have any. Oh. Right, looks like there is some issue with the rendering. It could be, the browser issue, because here, if you'll see, I did get the charts which are not visible again, right? But I think that's more of a, I think the application update or some issue related to that. But the idea is that it does give you the interactive dashboards along with the insights as well, as you also saw it here, right? Here, okay. All right. Now, another use case of this is, so one is the simple text responses. The second one is the visualizations. And then the third thing is that you have the total revenue in USD, right? Which is US dollars, as you can see here. Okay. Let's say I want to convert this to maybe Indian rupees, right? Based on the latest conversion rate. But I don't have the latest conversion rate. My dashboard doesn't have the latest conversion rate right now. Right. So what I can do is I can say what is the total, or maybe I can say convert the total revenue in USD by channel to Indian rupee INR, right? So what this whole LLM also has the capability of is initiating some RAGs, right? Retrieval augmented generation, which is it can go to some external data sources like some websites, retrieve the latest conversion rate, and use it to expand your analysis beyond the data that exists in your semantic model, right? So, for example, I said there is no conversion rate available in my semantic model for Indian rupee, right? For dollars to Indian rupee. But I'm still asking this model or this assistant that convert the total revenue in USD by channel to Indian rupee. Now, if you will see here, what it is doing is it is searching the web, right? It is bringing in the latest conversion rate. And it says, the latest conversion rate is approximately 90.34 to 90.56, right? And then it is also saying that I'll use some kind of an average, which is 90.5 for the conversion, and then create a visualization showing you the revenue. It's now you just see the experience. It's like talking to some junior analyst who is very knowledgeable, who can get any information out for you and can put together the required analysis, right? So because of this ability of actually going to the internet, fetching in any data and integrating it with your current data can take your whole analytics to the next level. Right now, your analysis is not just limited to the data that you have in your semantic model, but actually it doesn't have any limit, right? So here, as you can see, it says $30.82 million. Actually translates to 279 crores, 129 crore, and then around 467 crore. Right? So, and at the bottom, it also says, it converted it using the exchange rate of 90.5 as of 13th December 20. Right? Total revenue, it shows at the top, the exchange rate. Now, you can just simply take this whole visual and use it in your slide or anywhere else, right? It's so organized, so well visualized, right? And if you'll see how the helping text has also been put together, right, to sort of show you what is essentially required, right? To copy that as an image, what you can do is, if I just copy that and go to my slide and just try to paste it, what it will paste is the code, right, that exists in the back end of it, right? You can publish this to the cloud of Claude and then share it with your users, right? But what I personally do is just take a snip, right, of this thing and then use in my PowerPoints. All right. Now, on the left-hand side, it also shows you a lot of, insights, right? And some of the background and supporting information for the visual that it has put together here, right? Okay. So, now you have an assistant that understands your data very well, that has the capabilities to search the internet, put the visuals together, change anything that you want based on the prompts that you provide, right? So now your whole analysis becomes, in true sense, the ad hoc analysis, right? And also the self-serve analytics without the need of any technical expertise, right? So this was, about this whole approach of conversational analytics in Power BI. Now, if you look at what is happening in the background, okay, so there is a user query. I asked a user query. I asked a simple query in the natural language: what is my total revenue in USD by channel? Then that query goes to Claude Desktop. This Claude Desktop is sort of run by an LLM, which is Anthropic's own LLM, right? This LLM converts the natural language to a corresponding DAX query, right? And of course, it does that with the different type of tools that are built in the MCP server. So MCP server has two jobs here. One is that it is helping to connect the LLM, this LLM, with Power BI semantic model. So establishing that connection. And second, it has various tools built into it, right, that can, help the LLM convert the natural language to the DAX query and identify the right measures and, the right columns, the right tables for the user question, right? So that DAX query, which gets converted through the tools in MCP server and LLM's, natural language understanding, that DAX query is fired to Power BI semantic model. Then the output is then returned back to LLM. Now, LLM, I said, has great language capabilities. It can really organize your whole, response in a very beautiful, organized manner, and can share it with the audience in the given context, right? So that response that Power BI gave, okay, Power BI just may have returned some simple numbers like wholesale channel, this is the revenue, export is this, and distributor is this. But it was LLM that actually, expanded that response and added some more insights, right? It was LLM that arranged it like this, added the key insights on its own. This is not given by Power BI. Power BI just returned these numbers. But LLM further analyzed these numbers and then put this together in a very user-friendly and insightful way, right? And similar for these visuals that you are seeing, right? This is all LLM, which is putting together this information by understanding the context from the data that it is getting from Power BI, okay? So there are various risks associated to this approach that you should be careful of whenever you are working on it. So one is data security and privacy. So LLM does get access to some of your data that is getting returned from Power BI. So if you're working with some sensitive something, which is not getting returned in an appropriate manner, right, or which might sort of be wrong, okay, wrongly generated by the LLM, but done in a way that it looks like a very, a right response, because the tone in which, the answer is returned, it's a very, a trustworthy tone, but actually it's not right, right? Now you can see that when I was asking to create the column chart, right, and it created this, still there is not a proper column chart, but it says that I have created the column chart with better visibility. This is, in a way, some minor hallucination that happened here, okay, wherein there is no column chart, but it says that I have created the column chart. Okay, so you might run into such situations where the LLMs might make things up on their own and can present to you in a very confident tone, which you think is right, and you may end up using it in your analysis, and which may lead to troubles later on, right? So hallucinations is a reality which you have to be very careful of when working with these tools. And then again, if the user queries are very ambiguous, which may not make a lot of sense, then you may get a result which is sort of nonsensible or sometimes may also be wrong, right? So what are the best practices? The best practices is that whenever you get the result, try to validate it with the actual semantic model, just to make sure that the response that you're getting out of the LLM is correct. You can also add some guardrails in the MCP server code, where you can sort of guide the LLM to sort of follow a particular approach, a particular path. As I said, to use this table when a query is related to sales, for example, use this table when the query is related to profit. So all of that you can define in your MCP server code, and doing so will reduce down the hallucinations. You can also provide the prompt templates. So instead of having the user just type in anything and write some ambiguous queries, you can create some unambiguous prompt templates, right? Wherein you can give them the high-level framework or a high-level template, which they can change, a bit according to their own needs. Okay, and then use governed measures, that whichever measures you have in Power BI semantic model, make sure that they are validated, they are governed, right? And they are then used in the MCP server to answer any question. Okay. So my closing thoughts are that conversational analytics, as you saw, it unlocks the speed, the accessibility, and a deeper decision intelligence. As you can see, so fast, we were getting these insights and visuals and everything. But the fact is, this is not going to replace the dashboards. The dashboards will always be there. The dashboard is what defines the initial set of questions, the initial set of story, right? Whereas these tools will further augment the dashboards, which means whatever questions that I have by looking at that initial set of insights which I see in my dashboard is what is catered by these applications or these solutions, right, of conversational analytics. Right? So that was all from my end. I hope you sort of ended up learning something new. I see a lot of questions in the chat, so maybe we can take these questions now one by one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks for the session. Yeah, this is the new thing, Ayush, which we learned. Yeah, it's really nice. So the question is like that: when we are giving any query and it's generating the KPI with the visual, right? So basically, and then it returns to the through the MCP server from the Power BI, and then it returns to the clouded desktop, which is presenting the output similar like total revenue by product. So this is the image which we can share either with the business based on this, or we can get based on our questions what we have asked. But we haven't published option, and then we can probably we can add it into the report or into the dashboard, or is there any feature we can see what DAX is generated behind it or something like that, based on our question, like something we can make utilize of?
Yeah, that's a great question. So you can actually just ask Claude about the DAX query, right? And it can actually give the DAX query to you. For example, I can say, what is the DAX query you use to simply get the total revenue in USD by channel, right? So it can give you that DAX query which you can use and further take elsewhere, right? Now, as you can see, this is the DAX query that it used, right? And it also explains that DAX query to you, right? So this is one. The second question, which is again a great question, is that if you want to share the output of this with your users, right? Now, Claude Desktop, because all of this is generated in this application called Claude Desktop. Now, Claude Desktop doesn't have a direct integration with Power BI service, for example, wherein I can just present these information in Power BI service. But you can build a very similar kind of a solution using Power Apps, right? Wherein you can again, through a combination of Power Apps and Power Automate, you can initiate these queries using an LLM like OpenAI's GPT or even Claude. It will give you the answer in Power Apps, right? And then you can integrate that Power App in Power BI. So you can create a solution where in your Power BI report, you have this text box similar to this, where the user asks the question and they get the response in Power BI itself, right? So that is something possible. It's like endless, possibilities are there. This one I just showed in Claude Desktop because Claude Desktop's visual capabilities I found much more advanced than what I saw in Power Apps. I had created one solution in Power Apps, but that was more of a textual response wherein it didn't create the visuals, but just the text like this, right? So there can be a lot of innovation, that can be further put onto this to sort of meet all of your requirements that you mentioned. But great questions.
How does I think that will be a good answer just because it is in the Power BI environment. So it will be easy for
Yes.
Yes. So can you share the link or some reference so that we can walk through that Power Apps and Power Automate stuff?
Yes, I'll share that. I'll share that.
Yes.
And
That will
another
be
example. Yeah, another benefit of Power Apps is that Power Apps can also integrate seamlessly with Teams, Microsoft Teams, right? So a lot of requirements also come in from different customers that I want to have the similar experience in Teams, right? I don't want to get to any external application, right? So again, Power Apps integrate very well with Microsoft Teams, and you can have this chatbot answering your questions through the Power BI data in Microsoft Teams, right? And people already have licenses of Microsoft Teams because of that enterprise license that they purchase. So I'll share the references.
Yeah. One more question. You talk about governance measures, right? While doing that. So here, what is the validation while doing governed measures? Can you elaborate here?
Yeah. So I said use governed measures. So what this essentially means is, if you look at the MCP server code, and again, this is not a too technical session, but if you will see in the MCP server code, we go and define the schema of our data model, just so that the LLM can understand, what are the different things in your semantic model and how it has to pick up different things, right? So all of that is defined here. You also define that if there is a question that contains some keywords like sales or revenue, then what are the different measures that the LLM is supposed to pick up, right? So when I said governed measures, what I meant was that the measures in the semantic model, right? They should be, you should make sure that they are up to date, right? They are built in accordance to the best practices, right? And they are producing the right results. That's what governed measures means here, wherein you have the proper processes in place to constantly validating and QCing the results and the output of these measures. Those measures should be the ones that you should define in the MCP server and should be used for your outputs, because multiple people are now using this tool. So you want to make sure that they get the right output. So that is what I meant here.
In this context, how does this compare to Fabric data agents?
I think it's you can draw some comparisons with Fabric data agents as well, right? But the point is, if you will look at the Claude, it has the capability to sort of, again, as I said, the visual capabilities are much more advanced. And then the LLMs that it can interact with, they are also more in number as compared to what Fabric data agents would provide you, right? So you can draw a lot of similarities. You can build somewhat similar solutions there as well, right? But Claude and MCP server would allow you some more flexibility. Like you can also bring in some SharePoint connections to it, right? Let's say you have some data in SharePoint. Let's say you have some data in some SAP system or some kind of a CRM. So you can define those connections also in your MCP server and then can connect all 3-4 sources together and can analyze the data together, in a particular context. So this kind of flexibility is only available in this MCP server and Claude kind of an approach.
It makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aisha, I have one question. Like the visuals or the cards that is being suggested by the LLM model, and I want back to be published in the Power BI dashboard. So is there any way, like the conditional formatting is there, some percentages are there, so all these things to be mapped back to the Power BI, so that user didn't want to prompt it again regarding those visuals?
Sorry, can you say that again? Like you're saying, for the output that you're getting from Claude, you want to validate it with what you have in Power BI.
No, I want it back to Power BI dashboard. Like these
okay.
visuals, these visuals are freezed by the user. Like they like these visuals, and now they want to be published in the Power BI static dashboard.
Yeah. So see, that depends. Like there is no automated way to do that, right? But because the Power BI's visualization backend is completely different from the visualization backend that you are seeing here, right? So there is no automated way wherein you can just punch in these visuals directly at a press of a button into a Power BI desktop file or a Power BI dashboard. But what usually happens, the cycle is like this. People create their own visuals, right? And they say, okay, this looks nice, and I want to now monitor this on a daily basis or on a weekly basis. Now, to monitor something on a daily, weekly basis, which is not ad hoc, right, is something that goes into the dashboard. So the user will then just create a snip of this and share it with the developer, and they will then manually, create that visual, because you can create this. It's a simple, you just have to put in a few cards and a card at the top, and it's done, right? So they can then replicate this in the Power BI dashboard, right, for them to monitor. But this is, mostly the part of ad hoc analytics, right? So if ad hoc wants to be, regular analytics, then that has to be done manually. So the business user shares that I want something like this, developer builds it and puts it in their dashboard. But no direct way.
Noted, sir. Noted, sir. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, anything else? I see a lot of questions on the chat as well. So anyone wants to just repeat their questions verbally? Otherwise, I can also go into the chat and pull in some of the questions.
Yes, sir, I will repeat.
Okay, yeah. Okay, maybe I'll just take. Can we have security at different level when we combine?
What is
what
is the difference between MCP server and agent?
Yeah, I think that we have already covered in the Fabric data agent.
Okay.
Next.
And with MCP server, we can edit the table name, create measures, understand the data set. It's a lot of development help, whereas agent may be user focused.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, right? So you have the MCP servers like the Power BI modeling server, right, which is rolled out recently. So there you can also, using the natural language prompts, you can change the modeling, right? You can check whether there are any issues with your model, whether there is some relationship which is not rightly built, or whether your model follows the star schema approach or not. So all of that you can do using the simple natural language prompts through MCP modeling server. And it can also go and change, some of your modelings. Like you can say, okay, make this relationship from many to many to one to many, right? Or make this relationship bidirectional, or delete this relationship, or add descriptions to your measures, right? Or maybe just any kind of modeling things that you may have. Instead of going into Power BI and doing the modeling manually, you can use the natural language prompt. So this is again, the things that MCP server can actually do. It's both developer focused as well as the user focused. Whereas agents, I agree that they are more user focused. Okay.
Yes, sir. We have another question.
Yeah.
Is there any specific LLM for Power BI which act more accurate?
Which is more accurate? I think this is also accurate. Claude is accurate, but again, the LLM is something which the accuracy is very subjective, right? So depending upon what task you are doing, it has been found that a particular LLM is good at actually doing that task, right? For example, if you look at deep research, then it has been found that Gemini has been doing the research very well for all the codes and putting together some programs. Claude has been found to be much useful for some creative writing, right, and some reasoning, analytical reasoning. GPT has people have found it to be useful, and it also depends on the license cost, right? So some plans within the same LLM and across the LLMs have different costs. So depending upon your budget, you decide what you want to essentially pick up, right? So I would say accuracy is subjective. So I found Claude to be pretty much accurate, and GPT as well, which drives the backend of Copilot, right? So all of them are equally good.
Yes, sir. We have another question. How to integrate LLM using Power Automate and Power Apps?
Yeah, I think this is I'll share a reference. Maybe I'll see if some of our community users have written some article on this. Otherwise, I can just write down the article. It's a sort of a technical process, right? It's not a straightforward connection, but a very useful one indeed, right? So I'll share it on my LinkedIn, and then you can all just pick it up from my LinkedIn. Right, it's something that I wouldn't be able to articulate in a minute or so. It's more of a technical topic.
Yes, sir. So we have another question. How we can secure the data when it connected to the open source LLM?
Yes. So this is the most, I would say, important question when someone is looking at adopting tools like this. Right now, if you will see that the data access, so LLM doesn't have the access to the Power BI semantic model, to the full Power BI semantic model.
Noted, Amit. This is Vijaya. Guys, can you please mute yourself? It's Arul, Amit. Yeah, hi Arul. This is Vijay. I'm your moderator. Let me make you a presenter.
Hey, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you, Arul, now. Can you try to present your screen? I'm unable to make you as a presenter.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Okay, I think it's a problem from my side. Amit, are you able to make him as a presenter? I can see like make an attendee, not a presenter for Arul. Okay. Who joined the call? Please go on mute, please. Arul, are you sharing something? You can see a blank screen.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see? Okay, I'll reshare.
I'm sharing something. You can see a blank screen.
Yeah. Sharing. Share button got disabled for me, so I'm unable to share. Okay.
Or else, Amit, should I make him attendee and then make a presenter again? Okay, then we're just seeing a blank screen.
Can you see now?
No, Arul, we are able to see only the blank screen. Can you rejoin again if possible? We'll see in that way.
Okay. Yeah, I'll rejoin. Yeah, Amit, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Arul.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sharing my screen now. Is it visible?
Yeah. From Teams icon to blank icon, it has been changed, but we are unable to see other than that anything. No PPT or anything.
I guess it's building, but not connecting completely. You need to refresh internet.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Arul. We can hear you.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen. Easy.
Yeah, we can see your screen now.
Okay.
Yeah, great.
Yes. I think we can get started, right?
Yes, Arun.
Okay. Uh, First of all, sorry for joining very late. I had some problem with my internet and as well as sharing screen. Apologies for that. So before we get start off, let me just introduce myself a bit. So myself, Farul, I'm currently working as a technical lead at EYGDS, and apart from that, I'm a Power BI community supervisor for last 2.5 years, wherein I am contributing towards the Microsoft community. So yeah, currently I'm a little bit Microsoft Fabric expert as well. That one can say because I have some experience. I'm just immersing myself into Microsoft Fabric for last 1 year. So today, what we are going to see is we are going to see a data factory in Microsoft Fabric with a little bit of end-to-end hands-on. So yeah, and that's the topic that we are going to see today. Coming to the agenda, we'll see a short intro about Microsoft Fabric Data Factory, what it is and how it fits in Microsoft Fabric. And then the next one, we are going to see about medallion architecture, what exactly the medallion architecture, and a little bit about the layers in that medallion architecture. So that's the other thing. And after, once we look into the architecture, we'll go to the hands-on of this ETL process, how we bring the data to bronze to gold layer. What is the process that we need to follow to make it as a best practice to have data in different layers, and then pipeline orchestration, and then moving on to once we keep the data in the gold layer, we can see how we can connect to that Power BI and do the reporting. So this is the agenda for today's session. And moving on to the next one, why data factory in Microsoft Fabric? So as you know, we have data factory in Azure as well. But coming to Microsoft Fabric, here it's a unified ETL platform. As you know, we can do all the operations and process in a single environment instead of moving back and forth to different places. We can do everything in a single platform. So that is the um, best part of this Microsoft and data factory in Fabric. So no infrastructure management. If you have this process handled in different environment, you need to manage the infrastructure in different places. But when it comes to Microsoft Fabric, we don't have that headache. Everything will be handled. Since it is a SaaS platform, we don't need to worry about the infrastructure management. And then coming to the next one lake. So which means a single storage for all the data. So you don't need to worry about keeping data in different places and copying the data from one place to another place. When it comes to Microsoft Fabric, we keep all the data in a single place, and we can use that for different purposes in different experiences. So which means a single storage for all one beauty. And the next thing is native integration with Power BI. So since the data sits on your Microsoft Fabric, wherein we have Microsoft Power BI as well, we can directly refer to the data set which is cleaned in Fabric environment itself. We don't need to go to different place and get the data and do the reporting. So everything will be available in a single place. We can easily do the reporting. So that's the one more advantage of having this Microsoft Fabric here in Power BI environment. And yeah, it's a successor of Azure Data Factory plus Power BI Data Flow. So we don't need to switch places. As I said, we don't need to switch places to do this process. We can do everything in a single place and make our life easy. So that is what a data factory is in simple. Moving on to the next, we can see what is the medallion architecture. We could see some of you might know what is medallion architecture and the process, but if you don't hear about these terms, maybe you can hear it out. Like when I say bronze layer, it's like you have data in different places in different format as a raw data. So what you can do is in the bronze layer, you can bring the data from different places into the Fabric without doing any transformation or applying any filters. It's a kind of raw data. You don't need to do, I mean, you don't want to do anything, but you want to keep the data in a single place. For moving on to the next level, you need raw data to be captured in a single place so that it is easy for you to repurpose that data when you move on to the next layer. So we capture the raw data in one place, that is bronze layer. Coming to the silver layer, that is where the place where you want to clean the data, and you want to clean and transform the data for you for better quality. So in silver layer, someone is
ఏం చదువుకున్నాడు
someone is
చాలు
can you please go on mute?
Arul, even you're on mute. Can you please unmute yourself and speak?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So coming to the silver layer, that is the place where we try to improve the quality of the data. We try to clean and transform the data from raw data to some quality data. So we can have this some quality data in silver layer, but without doing any aggregation or any filtering, because when it comes to silver layer, we want the data to be available to different teams, wherein they want some data in a good structure, in good quality. They, for example, if data science team will be there and different reporting team will be there, they might need the data in some more granular level. So in silver layer, we are not going to do any aggregation. We'll just keep the data as it is, but by improving the quality of the data. So that is the silver layer. When it comes to the gold layer, we'll do some aggregation based on the business requirement. We'll make that data business ready. So that is the purpose of having the data in gold layer. When in simple, it's a layer where we have the data analytics ready, so we can use that data and we can do our reporting and everything whatever we want. So we don't need to do any kind of application. Once we prepare the data in gold layer, we can use that in our reporting purpose. So that is the purpose of gold layer. So by having these different layers, we can use the data in different areas, so in different granularity, by enriching the data from one layer to another layer. So that is the need of this medallion architecture in Fabric. It will improve the quality of the data, and it will help you to streamline the process from different layers, so that you can aware what exactly your data is, where exactly your data is coming from, and what exactly it is doing. So if you know the process, and you can get the idea about the data. So that's the best practice of having medallion architecture in Fabric. So yeah, that's all about medallion architecture. Moving on to the next one, what we are going to do here today is like this is the end-to-end architecture flow when it comes to the different layers. That is what going to do today in our demo as well. So in the bronze layer, we'll load the raw data into the bronze delta tables. So basically, we are doing the copy activity. We are copying the data from one source to Fabric layer. So that is called a bronze layer. We are not going to do any transformation and any filtering or any aggregation. So we just keep the copy the data, keep it in one place. So that is the bronze layer. And moving on to the next layer, which is silver layer. That is where we do clean and transform and put it in the silver tables. And moving on to the next one, which is gold tables, where we do the advanced transformation based on our business need, and we keep it for the business purpose. So these are the different activities which we do in different layers. So and then once everything is completed, we can use a direct link to connect to the gold tables. So that is the architecture view. So maybe we can start we can start the answer demo, like how to create the workspace, and from starting on how to create the workspace, at the end we can access the report. So that is the process that we are going to do in a demo. So firstly, I'll move on to the demo screen. So what we need to do is we need to go to the workspaces first. This is my Fabric environment, wherein I can go to the workspaces. For today's demo, I can use Fabric demo. So which is my trial workspace. To do this activity, we need Fabric capacity, but I'm here using the Fabric trial capacity, wherein I can access most of the Fabric capabilities. Okay. So first thing is we need to create a workspace. What I will do is I'll create one new workspace. Um, Demo workspace. And then in the advanced, we need to select the license. Already we have trial enabled. So in the demo workspace, I'll trial enabled and then apply. Okay, this is my workspace. So this is where I'm going to create my Fabric items. Like for now, what we need is to create a data pipeline and to go through the different layers of Medallion architecture. We need one lakehouse. That first thing is we need to create one lakehouse inside the workspace. So for that we need to create the new item. In the new item, if you look at the store data option, here we have lakehouse. So we can name our lakehouse. Maybe I can give demo lakehouse. And then I'll create. So first step is we need to create a lakehouse to store the data. So that is done. So now the next step is you can see we have the lakehouse which is created under the tables. We don't have anything, and we are under the files. We don't have anything. So basically, we have two options here. One is tables and files. When we bring the files into lakehouse, it will be in packet file format, and we need to convert that into a table. So that are the two things. So when we bring the file in a raw format, it will be available under the files folder. We need to put that into this table structure so that we can access that in in the query table format. So first step is we need to bring the raw data. For me, I am going to bring that data in a CSV file. So I'm going to create new pipeline. So to ingest the data from different place, maybe I can use pipeline to copy the data. My source, I have one source which is in GitHub. So what I need to do is we will create one pipeline, demo pipeline, and then create. So when you create the pipeline, you'll get this pop-up wherein you can use the connection details, connectors to bring in the data. So I'm going to bring it from GitHub, so I can use this HTTP connector. And then I'm having that, I will get the data from this location. So I'll copy and paste this URL. I'll create new connection. We can give new connection demo new, and then you can gateway and authentication kind we can set accordingly. But for now, I don't set anything because I'm getting the data from GitHub, so I don't want to give anything. I'll just.
Sorry to interrupt you. Why do you are using HTTP? Is this default setup for ADF in Micro Fabric?
No, I'm just bringing the data from this place because I have the data. I found the data in this place, but we have different connectors and we can bring data from different places. This is one of the connectors which I am using for this demo purpose, but we have different connectors. If I go back,
Okay, sorry, I missed it. Something like that.
Yeah, we have
okay.
different.
Here, okay,
different.
okay. Yes.
Yeah, we can
Thank you,
connect
Raghav.
different. Yeah. So if you give view more, right, you can see different connectors. At the top, you can bring the data from one lake or from Azure. Even you have sample data as well.
Sorry,
These are the
yeah. I overlooked. It is missed. I got it. It's yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. We select HTTP and use that link. I can create one new connection. I can name it demo new. When you hit next. So these are the basic details which we need to give. Base URL which I already given, so I don't need to give the relative URL. We can don't need to set anything. Just go to the next, and here we just wait for the connection details to here. It needs to be enabled for us. Yeah. So we need to preview the data here. If you want, we can preview. So this is the data which I am going to bring into our bronze layer. Basically, this is the raw data. First, I am trying to bring it into the Lakehouse files. Row delimiter, maybe I can change it to line feed. And then, yeah, I'm going to put this file into file section. So file, and then folder path maybe root folder. I can get the file name sales. I need to give the root folder. Okay. And then we need to save and run. It will run the pipeline, so data will copy into our lakehouse once this is completed. Currently it's in progress. You can see the status here under the output. Yeah, it's currently in queue. It may take 1 or 2 minutes. It depends on the size of the data. Yeah, it got succeed. Once it is succeed, right, we need to go to the workspace where we have created this lakehouse. We'll go to demo workspace. So if you look at the demo workspace, one is demo lakehouse and demo pipeline. So this is the pipeline which we use to copy the data. If I go to the lakehouse, here we can see the table. We just push that into the files, right? Sorry, we just pushed it into the root folder. I can see that sales CSV file. Now we got the file from that HTTP link URL. So we have this sales file here. We need to convert this into a delta table. So that will be our bronze delta table. So for that, what we need to do is we need to write a notebook to put that data into a delta table at that in the lakehouse. So what I'm going to do here is I'll create one new notebook. I'll name it as bronze. Transformation. I'll name it as bronze. The first thing is we need to put this file into a delta table. So what I'm going to do here is we have a set of code like to read the data. We have this PySpark code. This is to read the data. We need to run it, and then we need to write the data into the delta tables. So inside the notebook, we can run the PySpark code to read and write the data. Yeah. So what I'm do here is we need to change the table root here. The issues we need to give the correct folder name. So I will give this. This is where our sales file is in the lakehouse. Now, if you see this is succeeded, we need to give this path in a correct manner so that it will fetch the data from the files. Once it is done, we need to push the data into bronze table. Sorry. Yeah, we need to write the data into lakehouse. So I'll do that here. It's still running. Yeah, that succeeded. So now our data is available in Lakehouse as a table that we can view here. We just converted that file into a table. Yeah, this is the data which we got in that CSV file. So if you go to the Lakehouse, their demo workspace, this is the workspace inside the Lakehouse. Will under the tables, we should have this. Yeah, this is the bronze table. We haven't applied any filter or any transformation. We just load the data into bronze table. So now the next step is what we need to do is if you want to do some transformation on top of this table, that can be done in a different layer. The reason is we don't want to touch this raw data. So this might be reference to the some other team maybe. Basically, we don't want to touch the bronze layer data. So that's the purpose of creating silver layer. So that will be like your enriched data, wherein you clean the data, where you do the transformation, you filter the data based on your need. So so that is the purpose of having silver layer. For that, what we need to do is we just need to transform the data. So for ETL, we can use notebook as well as we can use Dataflow Gen 2. That is the one more tool which is available inside the Fabric. So that will be also useful to do the transformation. The main purpose of using Dataflow is if you don't have any complex transformation, you can use Dataflow Gen 2. But if you have any complex transformation, you can go with this notebook transformation. So that is the purpose of having two different tools to transform the data. So if you don't feel there is no complexity in the transformation, you can use Dataflow Gen 2. But if you feel there is some complexity, and this can be achieved using notebook. So that is the difference of having two different tools to for the data transformation. So to bring the data, we use that pipeline activity, but to write the data into data tables, we use notebook. Now I want to enrich my data to put it in the gold layer. So what I will do is I will just use Dataflow Gen 2, which will help me to transform the data. If you ever work with Power Query Online, it is similar to the Power Query Online, but it's the advanced version of Power Query Online, wherein we have the destination where the data needs to be stored, and that kind of details will be available here. So yeah, we'll go to the workspace and we'll see how the data flow gen 2 will be created. So go to the workspace in the new item. Here get data, under the get data, you have this option, take new data flow gen 2. I'll use this as silver data flow. I'll limit as silver data flow. We can enable it for Git integration and deployment pipelines if needed. Yeah, this is the Power Query Online. Basically, If you work with Power Query Online before, you can see this information similar to Dataflow Gen 1. It is the advanced version of Dataflow. We call it as Dataflow Gen 2. Here also we can see the connectors. So now what I'm going to do here is I am going to take the bronze table data and I'm going to do some transformation. So now I'll put it into the silver table. So that's the purpose of, so that is the process of putting bronze tables into the silver table. So here I'm using Dataflow Gen 2. Previously I'm using notebook to write the data into tables. Here I'm using Genflow Dataflow Gen 2 to put this data. I mean, when I write the data into silver table after applying some transformation, again I'll use notebooks to enrich the silver table and put it into the gold layer. So I'll again use the notebook. That will also I will see. For now, we are going to do some transformation on top of the bronze table so that the data will get enriched. So what I'm going to do here is I'll just connect to the since my data is in Lakehouse, I'll just use one lake catalog. So click more sources. Here you can see one lake catalog where I can use demo Lakehouse from demo workspace. Yeah. When I connect to this, you can see the system tables along with our bronze table. You can select the bronze table. Yep, this is the data which we already stored in the bronze table. We can create one query by choosing this table. So yeah, this is my raw data. What I need here is let's say I need a month name. So that I can analyze the data based on the month name. Here we don't have month name, we have only order date. We have order date, but based on the order date, I can add month name as well for the analytic purpose. So what I can do is I can go to add column. I'll create one custom column. Okay, in the custom column, I'll name it as month name. And then the data type will be text. So yeah, I need month name. Date dot month name. And we are getting date name from the order date. So we need to fetch it from there. Yeah, now we have the month name here. Also, I need one more column as well. I need that a month number as well. So that will also write month number, date. Yeah. So now I have added two more columns here for my business requirement for the analytical purpose. So this is that. Now I want to store this data into different table, which means different layer, which means silver table. So what I will do is I'll just set the destination here. Again, just give me a moment. I'll refresh this. Yeah, you need to add the destination. So I'll add the destination here as a lake house. So my lake house connection. Connection one. And then yeah, And I need to select the workspace where I need to put. I'll select the workspace, demo workspace. Inside the demo workspace, I'll put this in demo lakehouse. And then next. Oh, sorry. We need to specify the table name. Since we have already bronze sales, we need to name it as silver because we have done some transformations. So I'll name it as silver sales. And then next. So we can turn off the automatic settings and we'll try to append this because we already don't have any data, so we don't need to overwrite. I'll just save the settings. Yeah. Once it is done, we need to save and run. It's like we are just applying the transformation and saving it in the destination. Currently, yeah, it's just data flow got started to run. We can go to the workspace, demo workspace. Here you can see the data flow. It's still in running state. Once it is completed, we can see our silver layer data also here. If I go to the demo lakehouse, yeah. As of now, we can see one table which is bronze cells, which is the raw data. But let's wait for the silver table to be available here. It might take some time because data flow is still running. So here in the bronze table, we don't have that additional two column, which is month name and month. But let the silver table load. You can see the two column which we have added. Yeah. Now, if you see, we have silver sales table as well in the lakehouse. But it's in enriched data. Like when I say enriched, we have added more additional column based on our requirement. Yeah, this is one example. We can do data type change and we can even remove the column. We can filter out the rows. So we can do whatever we needed on this particular silver layer. So that is the purpose of keeping silver layer. We need to enrich the data. But since my data is good, so I just added two column and I haven't done any other transformation, but we can do we can correct the data type. We can even remove the nulls. We can remove the unwanted columns. If there is some unwanted column which is not needed, we can remove that. But here I have added two more columns, month name and month number, which is needed for me to do my business reporting and business analytics. So I have added these two columns. So now our silver sales is ready. So, but I don't want to use this table for my reporting. Maybe I don't want data of this granularity. So what I can do is I can create one more layer, which will be the layer where the data is analytics ready. So what I need to do here is for this bronze to silver conversion, I used data flow gen 2, but from silver to gold transformation, maybe I can use notebook because I do have some aggregation step. So instead of using data flow gen 2, I'll use um, notebook again to do the transformation. What I need to do is inside the lakehouse, we have this notebook option. We can open the new notebook. Okay. We can name it as gold sales monthly. Can call it as gold sales or monthly. Everything is fine. So what we need to do is we are just going to bring that sales table in aggregated format to silver layer. So first thing is we need to read the data. So to read the data, we can use this spacebar. So it will read the data from silver sales. Yeah, Here we are doing the grouping and aggregation and everything. So when I run this, it will read the data from the silver table. And I just need to wait for some time to get it. And once it is done, right, we can write the data into Lakehouse again. Still running. Let's wait for some time to complete it. Yeah, it got succeeded. We can go to the next one. Like, can write the gold sales monthly data, whatever we fetch from the sales table, right? Silver sales table, we are going to push that by doing these transformations. So I'm going to write it as a gold sales monthly table. It's still in progress. Yeah, it is succeeded. So to verify the data, I mean to verify whether the data is in the format what we expected, we can use and see whether the data is in aggregated format or not. Let's see. Yeah. So in the silver layer, we have a data on a day level. So that is not needed for me to do my analytics. What I need is I just needed this many columns and this many rows. So I just did some aggregation by using notebook. So I have this data in a gold layer, so which will be enough efficient for me to do my analysis. I don't want to have some more granular data which will occupy some memory and doing some. It will, if I have data of more granularity, it will negatively impact my resources. So I don't want to have those many items which is not needed for me. So for that purpose, I have this gold layer. So I keep whatever that I need, so that my data analytics item, like when I create Power BI report, it will be very lightweight. So I don't want to, I don't have to think about the performance and other stuffs. So I'll just use the gold layer data and I'll create the report. So that is the purpose of having the data in gold layer. So having said that, we just bring the data into gold layer. If I go to the demo workspace, yeah, demo lakehouse. Let me refresh the tables. Here you can see the, yeah, gold sales monthly as well. Yeah, as you can see only 30 rows, but when I go here, you can see only 30 rows. When I go to the bronze sales, this is my raw data. It shows 1,000 rows, but that is, I don't need that many rows because I don't need data of that granularity. Even though my data is in 100 rows, I can get that information from these 30 rows itself. So instead of loading 100 rows, I can just compress my data by using aggregation and bring that into the Power BI. So it will be helpful for me to have the lightweight data in the report. So that is the purpose of having these different layers, so that I can get the enriched data as well. So once we have this data in gold layer, what we can do is we can go to demo workspace. Sorry, you can again go to the demo lakehouse. We can create on semantic model for our business reporting needs. When I click semantic model, we have these 3 tables which is available for me. I can fetch the gold sales monthly. So I can name it as, I can name this data set as monthly sales. I'll confirm it. Let's wait for some time. This will be created. Once this semantic model is created, we can directly use that in Power BI Workspace to create that. If Power BI report, we can create that. But oh yeah, So now we have this table. If you look at the table and the information, it is in direct lake mode. So the best part of direct lake mode is you can get the performance of import mode and direct query mode capabilities. Like you can directly fetch the data from the lakehouse itself. I mean, from the Power BI service itself without having any performance hiccups and storage issues. So that is the best part of having data in direct lake. So now what we are going to do is we will just kind of open the Power BI. So I have this Power BI open. I'll go to the one lake catalog. Go to the one lake catalog lakehouses. Okay, I have this table already loaded. Let me delete this. Okay, since it is coming from one lake catalog. And go to the lake houses. On the first one so that I can give you a demo how can we connect to the lakehouse file to Power BI. Yeah, you can go to the one lake catalog, lake houses. Here you can see the works. Lake houses. We are currently working on demo workspace, so we need to refer to that in the demo lake house. Yeah, we can see the three tables. So I'll load the gold layer data. It is basically asking you the directory. We'll keep the directory, but ideally it should be the direct link, which should not be the directory. But yeah, so we can have those gold layer data in the lakehouse and we can connect to the Power BI and we'll do reporting. Like for example, if I want to see the total sales, I can use the card visual and KPI. I can show the total sales. And monthly sales rate, you can see monthly sales. Yeah, everything will be taken care in the backend. So we try to follow this medallion architecture, so it will be easy for us to have the enriched data from different layers. Yeah, so this is how we can create the report by fetching the data from source as a raw data and put it into the different layers of lakehouses wherein we can enrich the data and do all the transformation in between based on the business rate need. Yeah, once this is done, right, we can use the report as per our need. We can do one thing in the pipeline. I mean, in the Azure Data Factories, like we can streamline this process where we can orchestrate the pipeline from fetching the data from source to put it in the gold layer. We can schedule the pipeline from copy the data and do the transformation, everything. So that we can do by creating the pipelines. that I am not covering today, so due to the timelines. So yeah, we can schedule a pipeline to run the process based on the scheduled time without any human intervention. So that is the one more advantage of having the pipeline. So yeah, these are the best practices. Use bronze and gold architecture. Keep the bronze layer immutable, which means we don't want to do any transformation. Use the data flow for medium transformations. Use notebook for heavy processing and parameterize the pipelines as well. So key takeaways: Fabric Data Factory is a unified ETL platform. As we know, we can do all our process in a single environment. We don't need to go back and forth to different places. So that is the beauty of this Fabric environment. And one leg simplifies the data storage. So that is the one of the takeaway. And yep, we can orchestrate the pipelines for everything. Like as I said, we can orchestrate the pipeline to copy the data and to run the notebook and to run the notebook and transform the data and to store it in the different layers of that Medallion architecture. So that also we can do. And direct links enables the faster Power BI analytics. So earlier it was the pain point for the many other Power BI developer, but now direct link in place, we don't need to worry about the other performance issues. So that is the major advantage when it comes to storage. And this is the ideal for a modern data platform. This Microsoft Fabric is evolving day by day. So this one can say this is ideal. So that's the key takeaway. Okay, any questions?
Yeah. How do you manage dependencies between the pipeline if it is there?
Can you elaborate a bit?
If any parent pipeline, child pipeline, in that case.
Okay. And you say manage in the sense like we have two pipelines, right? So
yes.
I didn't get you. Maybe
means in ADF actually we had an execute pipeline, right, in order to run the child pipeline from the parent pipeline. That he was asking.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't explore that part. Maybe we can connect in the LinkedIn. Maybe we can discuss about that. But
yeah. One more thing. We have daily data is getting very huge, right? So how do you implement or increment load in especially in data factory like ADF?
We can use that data flow gen 2, right? We can use that data flow wherein we can use that incremental refresh option wherein we can do the partition. So we can in that way we can handle the large data set. We can explore the data flow gen 2, so that will handle this incremental refresh step when you have the large data set.
Partition in the sense of while copying activity itself, there was an option called partition. Are you referring to the same?
No. So there is the option to use data flow gen 2, right? So in the data flow gen 2, we have an option to parameterize the data. So like when I say partitioning, it will just refresh or include the data based on the parameters. So it will not just entirely refresh or load the historical data. It will just refresh or load the recent data, whatever parameter that we have passed.
So is it like a meta driven like that?
No, it's like a parameterized thing.
No, parameters in the sense like while running the pipeline will be giving the dynamic values. But for suppose if I had 50 GB of data where we want to run a copy activity, so it will create a huge load, right? Then how come partitions help in this picture?
So when we run the pipeline, right? So that's what we need to set that parameterized thing. We need to manage that in the data flow. So right now we have explored the data flow gen 2, right? Here inside the data flow we can manage the parameterized thing. So that we can handle by passing the parameter value, and we can set the parameter based on our need, how much data that I want, so that we can set inside the parameters. Sure. Thank you, Amit. Yeah.
Sure. Should be able to see it now. Sure. Sure. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Done.
Okay, so let's start introduction. Hello everyone, welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community along with the Indian Microsoft Fabric user group. Are super excited to host you all after an amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across cities. We are back with our third global virtual conference. Get ready for 2 days full of tech magic with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. Before we begin, here is a quick reminder about Ask the Expert contest. Ask thoughtful questions during the session to earn points. 5 if the moderator picks it, and up to 5 moderator based on the speaker rating. Top scorer by the end of the event will win Amazon vouchers. Please join me in welcoming Samik Roy. Samik Roy is a data and analytics professional with a strong focus on business intelligence and data driven decision making. He is a passionate about working with data to uncover insights, build impactful dashboards, and solve real world business problems. With a continuous learning mindset and active community involvement, Roy contributes to knowledge sharing and the growth of the analytics ecosystem. Yes, sir. You are welcome. You can start.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you everyone for joining on a Saturday afternoon. Uh, and today, I'll thank you once again to all the organizers and sponsors who had made this event, you know, make it happen. So, with that said, I would like to start on the session, and the session is about elevate your Microsoft Purview with security Copilot. I'm Samik Rai. I'm a Microsoft MVP, and here's my LinkedIn profile. I'll also keep my introduction to the end. Here we focus on slide. So the idea would be to do a little bit of slide, and then I also have some live environment where I would like to show how Copilot works, what are the experiences, and how you can actually adopt like from day one itself, right? With that said, and as you know, if there's any questions, feel free to post that, and moderator will help you to get the questions answered, right? Um, that's bit, and with that said, I'll let me get started. And the first thing I would say, looking at the introduction, so what I'm trying to help you with is, like, maybe you know or you do not know Purview already. I'll try to get you the lay of the land on the Purview, and also look at how Purview can actually use Security Copilot to solve problems at scale. Address the data problem, data governance, and every aspect of Purview. Right. So first thing, what happens is, the way we're gonna we look at the challenge. What is the challenges of today? Again, this is based on my learning and my storylining. You might have a different challenge altogether based on the customers you're working or based on the organization you're working. Having said that, all of them boil down to Purview being a solution on data governance, and then we add Security Copilot on top of it to make sure that we get the fortified solution at scale. And when you talk about big organizations or like people running MSPs and stuff, they're really faster in terms of having the issue resolution or understanding data through Purview. And then we'd also quickly take a look at it. What are the key capabilities? And what I have done, not only the Purview scope, little beyond the scope as well. For example, which touches upon the Purview stuff, which is DSPM per AI stuff. What are the key capabilities? What Copilot offers, right? Then we're going to look at the options we have. So when I say options, right? So options meaning how many ways we can use Security Copilot, and in that usage itself, what are the benefits, what are the advantages and disadvantages, and who should go for what kind of accessibility. Then we're going to look at how do we enable it, like with 3 to 4 simple steps. And then obviously, not only in the slide, I'll also try to get you in the Security Copilot live environment so that we can actually look at what's going to happen and how it looks like, how it works. And action is something as a user, right? Copilot is always helping us to make more efficient decision faster. Either it be a executive report, or it can be a triaging of an incident raised in Purview, or it's an insider management risk or threat, or maybe you want to analyze a particular user risk on a given Purview environment, right? Then obviously, once we have that, we try to conclude that with benefit. And the idea here is it's an evolving cycle, right? The evolving cycle says, okay, again, today you solve one challenge. For example, you want to know about the sensitivity labels. That's the first challenge you're going to look at. Then we look at key capabilities. Then we look at options. Then we look at enable, and then action and benefits, and then we go on to the next challenge. So that's the kind of circular process what we are planning to propose it with Security Copilot. And the reason with Security Copilot, because you definitely can do all this in Purview, right? But the workflow takes a lot of time and complexity. So Security Copilot like adds on an abstract layer to solve all of these at a faster pace, wherein you can address the data in a much faster and efficient way. Now, if we try to look at the challenge, as I said, right, the first challenge is obviously data is everywhere. I mean, this is though it's a little bit of a long statement, but I would say right now data is still everywhere, right? If you talk about Office 365 or Microsoft 365, and things are getting complex day by day, right? You would have a complex organization structure, you had multiple domains, you would have other data sets. For example, some organization uses Azure SQL, they use data storage as let's say Azure storage account. So it's a mix and match, right? Wherever you have stuff. So the complexity of the data, and basically with the infuse of AI, right? To us, it might look like that this is really nice and we are getting things on our fingertips. But if you look at the actual stuff, the way data flow happens, the path becomes more and more complex over time. And from a usability perspective, yes, it is very nice. But from an implementation perspective, or for a governance, or I would say from a review perspective, right? The data landscape is becoming more and more complex on that, right? So then, because that is happening now, whenever there's an incident in Purview, or whenever you want to, let's say, look at a sensitivity label, how many people have applied, who are the people, from a content perspective, right? It's very difficult to figure out. Let's say there is some on-prem storage, there is maybe something in Power BI, there might be something in storage account, and there might be in one of the SharePoint sites, right? Now, as a user, you're gonna look at all of these aspects and investigate it. I mean, that's the way. Now, because you do it manual, though Purview gives you the data, right? But the triaging process is quite natural and quite, one after another. So that's why that is really, really slow. And what happens is this is, let's say you are talking about 10 people organization or 50 people organization. Yes, this might be very, very interesting, right? Let's say as an analyst, we can go deeper. We are taking every aspect of it, investigating, making sure that the alert is true positive or false positive, or even from a data discovery perspective, right? Or making sure that we are getting every edge case scenarios covered possibly, right? But now imagine that how do we scale it, right? For example, same thing if we try to get it for a like 50,000 or 100,000 people organization, like obviously the same team, right? Team cannot grow, like you cannot have a like 50, 60 people for that, right? So that's the challenge, right? And things gonna happen more and more, and incidents become more complex because your data landscape is complex these days, right? That's the fundamental idea of having this challenge put in. But as I said, right, this is what my learning has been throughout working with customers and the environments. Now you can have a totally different perspective, but fundamentally the idea would be you would have data. Right now it's manual, and then the volume of the manual is really, really huge, right? So that is the fundamental challenge, I would say, whatever we have, right? Now before we go further, right, let's take a look at quick, capabilities what Purview offers. Obviously it summarizes all the DSPM stuff, data security posture management, and then risk prompts. As I said, I'll go a little outside the scope as well, just for that we understand. It covers DLPs. It basically lets you cover all your DLP alert triaging. For example, if there's an alert from DLP, right, and that alert might have been caused due to some of the sensitivity level or some of the classifier which is possibly a custom classifier specific to your organization, right? Now imagine that to try that kind of alert, right? What is that we need is definitely with someone with expertise. Okay, this has flagged with, for example, employee ID label, right? Now that person has to understand where is that employee ID label, go to the document, or maybe look at the document, for example, it's a there's a document, right? And that the naming convention itself, the project naming convention is something like that that somehow looks like an employee ID, and that is triggered an alert. Now imagine that scenario and the time taken to do that. That's huge, right? So now with Security Copilot, that is what we get in a triage perspective and the policy recommendation, right? Then the another aspect of really, really big aspect of Purview, right, inside a risk management. Now we have adaptive controls. We would have there are a lot of settings actually we can enable to make sure that insider risk management is handled properly. But again, let's say we have enabled an insider risk management for all the controls, right? Starting from SharePoint file to Exchange email, so all the elements, right, or all the indicators. Basically, I would say that's what we call in Purview language. So because it is enabled for all the elements, anything anywhere it's picked up, or maybe it has picked up multiple signal from multiple places. Now triaging that, yes, that becomes a really, really challenging part in terms of scalability, what I would see here, right? So that's the fundamental idea of stuff. And then e-discovery, right? This is again for that would be the nice thing to say. And then it's really nice to have the e-discovery stuff, right? Now, for the next one, as I say, we have seen key capabilities. Now, what you would also see is what are the options available whenever we are using Security Copilot with Purview. So first option is obviously standalone. Standalone is like where we jump onto Security Copilot portal, and I think we have a question from Raj. If we can pick it up and post it in the chat, that will be helpful. Okay. Do we know what the question is? Can you paste that in the chat? Okay, so you want me to explain the previous slide once, right? Let me get back to the previous one. So we talk about key capabilities, right? I hope this is the right slide. So from a capability perspective, right, what it does. So there is, as I say, there is nothing but mostly what Purview does, right? So data security posture management, it basically summarizes all your summaries or postures and risk prompts. Now, as I quoted some examples on DLP and insider risk management, right? Let's say you have an alert in DLP right, in your organization or for one of your customers. Now, to look at that alert, right, that alert might have been triggered by some policy for sure. Now, that policy might be configured in such a way that, for example, somebody is trying to send a email with a document attached, wherein there are multiple employee IDs, added within it, right? That's kind of a DLP, and that has triggered. Now, yes. Now, after that, what happens is that alert is created, right? And let's imagine that employee ID is very specific, and that organization has its own naming convention of giving email IDs, or sorry, employee IDs, right? In both the cases, the investigation takes a while, right? As a user, or as a SOC analyst, or as a data expert, right? So you would be able to see that what exactly is happening and how can we do that, and how we try that. So imagine the time it takes. Now with Copilot, what I can do, it's like your peer, right? That's what I would say. It's not that it's trying to do something for you, it's more of your additional hands, wherein you would be able to see what exactly was done. So let's say you take like 40-45 minutes to try the whole incident, go to 5 portals, go here and there. Security Copilot can do that on behalf of you. With you just write a prompt, or we start a prompt book, which I'll talk about in the demo, and then it starts doing that, and you get a crisp summary with all the checks done. So that's the benefit. Even in inside a risk management, right? So when you configure these policies, whatever we say, that there are like 20 signals or 20 indicators. Let's say it's a SharePoint file download, it's something, some mass download from any of the OneDrive, mass download from SharePoint. There are a couple of other indicators, right, as Microsoft provides. So again, there's one risk policy created. Now with Copilot, we should be, instead of looking at all of these files, it can summarize and understand, okay, this is from marketing department, right? So what exactly is doing, and also can go back and check, okay, last 30 days what he is doing. Is it different? Is it same? Something like that. Same thing goes for e-discovery stuff, right? So that's basically the key capabilities with Copilot. So just to keep it in a simple terms, let's imagine that you are able to perform 5 activities, right? Now you have speed with you, so that you can do them faster, and when you can do them faster, there's a ripple effect of that incident getting resolved faster, and attack or actual event, right, the DLP event, you are able to catch it before it happens, or maybe you're able to act faster upon it, right? That's what the efficiency and key capabilities will be. Now, coming back to the option, as I was talking about, there are like 2 options. One is standalone, one is embed. So standalone is, as you know, it's a portal by on its own, right? You can say you just chat with it, you write a prompt book, and the reason standard is like where it is applicable. Now, what happens is, let's say you're analyzing, right? So it's very hard to find out a case where there are only one team to triage Purview alert. There's one team to triage, let's say, Office 365 alert. Technically or majorly, they are in a single team, clubbed in a single team, right? So as they're clubbed in a single team, what happens there is, with the standalone experience, right, you can actually control, and you can actually moderate, or you can actually review all of these in a single plan of blast, right? Now, looking at the other aspect, right? So security Copilot is not only for the security team as such, right? Anybody from a compliance officer standpoint, or from a data governance standpoint, right? They go to Purview and they look at a, let's say, template created for insider risk management, or policy created for insider risk management, or maybe a DLP policy itself, right? So in that, what happens is, I am a data officer. I go look at the data. Now on the embedded experience, on the right hand side on pane comes in, which I'll also show you in the demo. With that pane, what happens is, with that pane, what happens is you get to see something within the context. Let's say you are not someone who is holistically look at this thing, which is mostly a security operations team's work, right? You are someone who is particularly looking at a particular incident. Then you can context it on, and then look at particular contextual data set there, right? That's the different option here, what we would look for to. So now let's look at how do we enable it, right? How to enable? Obviously, we would do some settings, which is like the portal name is securitycopilot.microsoft.com. And the good part is, if you have Enter ID login, you don't need any other licensing. As you can definitely go over and do your learnings. Obviously, it needs a compute capacity or secure compute unit, right? Which is the fuel for running Security Copilot to be enabled for it to work. But to look at the portal, literally all you need is the Enter ID login, right? Then you ensure the licensing is there. Mostly, if you are running Purview, you're expected to have E3 and add-on, or E5, or if you might have your own licensing, mechanism or SKU, right? Now, let me get to the configure control, which you'll also see. Now, when you talk about Security Copilot, right? Even for example, in a standalone experience, so Copilot is assumed a different application as such. So you are configuring control that it can go to Purview to do analysis. Now, one fun fact or one really interesting stuff here, what you do understand is, let's say you are doing an analysis for a Purview DLP incident, right? Now that DLP incident is somehow associated to one of the devices because it might have been tagged as a device that this device user has downloaded. Now you want to see the device's compliance or not. And imagine that as a Purview person, it's technically very difficult, right? You need to get to admin portal, you need to get to Intune and get stuff done, understand Intune, and then download the data and then get the results. But here Copilot will be able to do all of these for you, and you have you almost have a result at the blink of your eye, right? So that's the benefit is what we're going to get after configuring the right controls. Then you experience it, right? So when you say experience, that is what we're gonna look at the demo as such, right? That's what we would see. Now, while we have benefits, right? Let me quickly look at benefits right now, and then we can come back and revisit it again. So obviously it's faster, and when you say faster, because it can scale and then it runs in Azure, so Azure Secure Compute Unit. And just a pro tip here, anybody who is using E5 licenses, right? Microsoft has really announced availability of Secure Compute Unit based on a certain set of licensing available. So that means if you have X number of licenses, you get to have Y number of security compute unit available at your tenant without any additional cost. Now that gives a really faster way to adopt or experiment or even learn or even eventually operationalize some section of any of the data governance or security to Security Copilot. Now the next thing, actionable recommendation. Now we're going to see that what's going to say that, and in that itself, right, there will be a lot of actionable. For example, if you want to see that user's risk grasp, so it's going to give you user risk and also going to tell you what you can do, right? Instead of just waiting for it. So this part is also covering, for example, you got an alert, now you don't know what to do with it, right? With that said, it's gonna also help you to understand by recommending the right thing. And because it's with sitting on top of Purview, it also gives you a unified compliance view as such, right? And obviously it's governed by security policies. Now one of the other ways, right, the last part to look at it, and I'm just quickly call upon normal M365 Copilot, right? The good part with this is, for example, if you have a Copilot license, I'm not specifically about Security Copilot, a little bit of context of um, Microsoft 365 Copilot. If you have done your labeling correctly, for example, if your data is considered as sensitive in your nature, sensitivity labels are applied, they are confidential, though they are accessible, but they are confidential, right? So even if you start chatting with that, you'll not be able to chat because Copilot will respect that security policy. That's one thing. Now coming back to the same context for your Security Copilot, right? You can really assign permission who can use what and what are the permissions can be given when Security Copilot is being used, right? That's the fundamental idea. Then the next one is demo, right? So we'll quickly jump onto the portal of where I have configured a Security Copilot. And as I mentioned earlier, if you have any questions anywhere, if you want me to repeat any of the particular section, feel free to do so, right? Now here's the portal, and you see this is a live portal here. So it's called securitycopilot.microsoft.com. That's the URL, and I have obviously configured a particular secure compute unit, which I'm going to show you. But just to look at this, right? This is very intuitive here, and at the bottom, this Security Copilot prompt comes in. Now, one fun fact to understand, correct, that this is a standalone experience, and the benefit, right? I think, okay, we have some questions. So, how does Security Copilot improve Purview investigation? Can Security Copilot access sensitive data? How does Security Copilot reduce governance cost? What are the limitations? All right, I think you have already had all the holistic questions, which is great. Let me cover that through portal. All right. What does Security Copilot improve? Now, imagine that let me just show you the introduction. Then I'll show you one of the investigation I've tried to do using Security Copilot, and I can all definitely show you the benefits and the advantages what it has. Right now, coming to this, the first thing you're gonna see is you can type a prompt, and it can cover all of the aspect. Now, a quick and has a quick option to prompt and prompt books. You can go to the prompt books, which I'll be there in a while. And also, before you do anything, you're gonna get to sources. And as you can see, there are a lot of sources available by Microsoft. So I'll expand that and I'll keep scrolling down. Data security governance compliance. You can turn it on and turn it off. So make sure that by default it's though turned on. All right. Make sure that it is turned on to make sure if you're able to get that Purview stuff or able to query Purview and all those stuff. Wherein if you have Defender, it also can alerts also are available to Defender, but enabling Purview will give you the question number whatever we have asked, right? Access the sensitive data. So see, the idea is not exactly accessing the sensitive data. If you have labeled it, obviously it might not be able to. There are different options. I would come to that how to achieve that, right? But by default, it respects all the governance controls within your environment and stuff like that, right? It's not that it's going to tell you right here and stuff. And when you say sensitive data, so now look at from a investigator lens, right? So I want to see that that person has accessed a file. It is not necessary that me as an analyst I go and see the content of the file and decide it. There might be a different person doing it. Now, having said that, this is one settings, this one file which you can give instruction to also. And then in the plugins, right, I'll scroll down a little bit. There are non-Microsoft plugin, public web search. You can have your custom plugin. So you have any such requirement wherein you want to do something like deep down within the data, let's say, which is not allowed directly. Like for example, you want to have you want to give a privilege to someone to search something. Let's say it can be a Power BI report or it can be anything in Purview which is labeled or tagged as sensitive by someone, or in general it's sensitive. And from a user access standpoint, we will not be able to access that. You can definitely build a plugin, and plugin can be like, as I said, Security Copilot plugin or OpenAI plugin. So with that, let's say you can call a HTTP endpoint in that, and that HTTP endpoint can do your job and get back the data to you, kind of thing. That is what would be, I would say, how it can improve and how it can access sensitive data. Now, coming back to the next one. This is what I have seen in prompt. I'm going to click, and then you can also see prompts, and in the plugin, you can also filter out anything specific. These are Microsoft defined prompts. Next thing, what I'm going to do is, let me go to the session. Hopefully this is not the one. Okay. So I ran something called a prompt book, right? I've asked my username and then, tell. So let me just try to get to the prompt books here. Right. I'll go to the prompt books, see all prompt books, and let me search for Purview. Okay, this might not appear in search. So I'm going to go to the home page, go to the prompt books and scroll down, and the role plugin, I would go to, let me search for Purview, right? If I get, so let's say there are two templates. I mean, this is not limited to only two templates. You can create your own prompt books and use it. Let me get started. Sensitive data protection. If I click on get started, now you see prompt book is nothing but where your data is labeled in. You're going to get some inputs here, right? Let's say you give the label classifier confidential or whatever you want to see. And in the option field, unaltered prompt from user. So this a little data security analytic changes, and then default option and UI, whatever configuration input need to be given, how long we want it to go back, and how long the duration should be in the label classifier you should look for, and then also who are the top 5 users using that. right? And any users who has interacted with the label in that last days, right? And then how can I prevent unauthorized transfer of the data? So now if you look at what it is doing, this is exactly or something similar is being done whenever we are doing that, governance, operational governance, right? Let's say if you're looking at looking at some operation stuff, that okay, this alert has come in, or if we want to analyze some labels, these are the exact step we do. Now imagine that a person doing it, or even branched out in a team, right? Everybody does it. So that still takes a significant amount of time, because there are dependencies and there are different complexities, and there is like sequential dependency, right? For example, if you're not able to give the label name, you're not going to get the last 30 days data for which label you want to, right? Or maybe the top 5 users what the most label classifier is. So kind of thing, there are dependencies, and there are like complexities in terms of governance process in the process, right? Then what happens with this is, now if you use it in security copilot, I'll just show you in the session. It's called Microsoft Security Analysis. All I say, tell me more about my username, and then it gave me some sort of primary thing. And also, if you look at it, went to all the specific pages. Like to get my access, it went to Entra Admin Center. It also gives me link, and then device associated for this user. It took me, right? I have a demo PC in the cloud, and stuff like that. It connected to Entra. It connected to resolve all of these errors. They're still preparing, and then there are a couple of things are still running, right? Let's say what authentication methods are set up for this user. What are the things sign in failure in last 30 days? Now, what exactly it is trying to do, right? It is trying to run a certain set of rules or certain set of queries, which are not logic based. It is prompt based, right? That's the difference. In Purview, list of activities performed by the above user in last 30 days. So these are some sequential questions. Same thing goes for defense for identity. Now with this, imagine that person doing it manually or more than one person doing it, and correlating this versus this prompt book. So this prompt book definitely will run without your any expectation, and solidify your outcome as a whole. And this is contextual, right? And if you look at, right, I'm not asking this to be like act like a security analyst, act like a Purview data governance expert, act like this, act like, so I'm not giving any role, right? So that section is already understood, because it's a product blended in the ecosystem, which Microsoft Security Copilot is, right? So that's also a big saver, time saver. Now same thing, if you give this tool to two of the people, number one is what's that somebody is starting their journey, right? They can definitely ask some questions, get started. Somebody has experience, for example, somebody knows this workflow, but that person also knows that it might take like couple of hours to do all the steps for me. He can come and verify the steps, write his own steps, tweak a few, and then run it. That's where operations becomes a lot smoother, right? That's about the entire stuff of kind of a security copilot, how it works here. Now we're going to look at quick settings. As I mentioned, what exactly to be done. Coming to the bottom here, usage monitoring. So as I say, everything is running on secure compute unit is what I am seeing here, right now it is last 24 hours, and this is what it runs. And let me get to, I mean, I can go to any date to filter it out, and all of this I can look at stuff, right? So that's the way you can measure the cost or measure what is done. And also you can look at the activity level. If I try to break it down, you see exactly it tells I ran to prom books manually, it is connected to Intune, it is connected to Entra, and all the stuff, right? So that's the fundamental idea of looking at stuff. You can also use manages. You can also use manage workspaces, whoever has access to it, and things like that. Then there's another most important part is role assignment, right? As I was talking about, the role assignment is something you can assign an owner who should be able to do what. You should be able to assign contributor also. And there's a recommendation as usual Microsoft gives you, right? I can add a member, whoever want to. If you want to limit it to someone, you can definitely do that. Under the plugin settings, who can add plugins? You can add both the options here, only who can use or who can upload, and also manage plugins availability. So turn off plugin management will not be able to use custom plugins and manage separately. So I'll just keep it turned on, Accessing data from Microsoft 365 services, yes, I can allow your security copilot. Now, this is another benefit, right? That you are allowing security copilot to access data from multiple other stuff, right? So that's the kind of beneficial aspects you have. Now, as I said, coming back to the role assignment is what we'd see. So these are a couple of things, whatever is available. And coming back to the home, and the home page again looks similar. Let me go to the prompt book. As I say, you can also view as a list, which is a lot better, and then you'd be able to see what prompt books are available as such. Right now, let me go to build quickly. Build is basically, let's say you want to build something, or let's say, for example, I would say I'd go a little further here from an agentic standpoint, because we all are talking about agent these days and how that works. So imagine that I, as a user, I start working with Security Copilot for Purview, and then I start writing prompt. Once I'm good with prompt, then we will be moving into prompt books, but still that needs significant user inputs, that as a user you understand, okay, you are running 5 prompts, what that prompt is doing and what that. So to write a prompt, to run a prompt, you might not need any expertise much, but to write a prompt book, you need, definitely you can use a template, but then you need that an understanding of the aspect or the background you're coming from. Now, coming back to the secure store, or I would say build as I show, build lets you build agent, but let me get to the security store. As you can see, recently what has happened is, let me get to Microsoft Purview. There are a couple of other agents, and publisher, I'll go for only Microsoft. See what it does: Microsoft Data Loss Trial Agent and Microsoft Insider Risk Management Trial Agent. Now, the game is shifting right now. So what is happening? So far, we were still having a dependency of a user to come and run the prompt book. Here, let me click on the detail, here. So what it says, it requires 2 prerequisites. It's Security Copilot and Microsoft Purview, and it runs. And if I try to get agent, let me click on get agent. Agents are in use. That's gonna go to agent, and then you can set it up. And if you have to understand, right, when turned on, it runs every 20 minutes. No additional permission required, because you have already given the permission, right? Then what are the identities it connects? Basically uses user accounts identity. That means the agent will not do something by itself. Based on your permission only, it will try to run. But the benefit of, let me get the setup done in Purview portal. So if I click on that, if you see, it went onto the Purview portal and explore agents. I'm also going to show you a couple of other agents which I've played around. Data loss, event, trial management, and then let me click on view details. Now this is the whole thing of, obviously this needs some more permission here, which I've not configured intentionally, but coming back to the same answer of sensitive label and sensitive data, right? Depending on what you configure, you can have your agents running. Now, as you understand, when you have an agent running, right, then you do not need to do something on your own. So let's say every 20 minutes, anything new comes up, it's monitoring on behalf of you, right? So totally you go, without humans saying that, right? Go and run this stuff here and then do the analysis and stuff like that. So that's the advantage of having an agent here. Now, that's kind of something I would say about Security Copilot and all of these features we have, right? So with that said, I'll quickly wait for any questions you have so far. Then we'll talk about a little bit about what it needs and what are the limitations, which are a very less thing here.
Here, as you mentioned about certain set of rules or logic, right? So which one is better? Giving the prompt is better, or manually human mind is better here?
Okay, so see that obviously that depends on certain factors. Number one, if we are starting a Security Copilot, right? To get to know about it, we should always start using writing the prompts so that we understand the question you're asking, is it giving the relevant results or not, right? Then eventually when you have writing the prompts, eventually, right, you'd get a certain set of prompts. For example, a DLP alert comes, right? Now to track a DLP and alert, I need these 5 prompts. Then you convert it to a prompt book, right? So once you do the prompt book, that becomes more repeatable, and let's say over a month, right? You run a same prompt book over a couple of times. Then might be another agentic scenario comes in wherein you don't need to do the agent. You know that in our environment, majorly like on an average monthly basis, 50 DLP alert comes in, right? Whatever reason may be, that's the analysis you've already reached about, and you've also used Copilot. For that, you would go for agentic stuff. So it's not that one size fits all. It's more of that where you start from and where you want to reach. So ideally, that should be it. Now, obviously, either we talk about writing prompt or prompt book, right? For every element, even if I go to prompt book, as I say, let me get started. For example, this one, right? As you see, there are two options. It has an input, and every prompt has an edit button. That means, as a user, whenever you are running a prompt, right? As a human mind, if you think that okay, there is a little bit of additional stuff need to be done for this incident analysis, we can always tweak the prompt, or we can add a prompt. So in the prompt book, so fundamentally the answer to a question would be start with the prompt, then go to prompt book, and then look for agent which can support you. But in the process, keep tweaking, and then every incident maybe have its own different nature. You can still tweak the prompt, and by doing all this as well, you would still have the productivity on your side. That means it is doing it faster. To show you something, if I go to user analysis, if you see, it just happened to be when I just started like 5 minutes before the session, and it has time, right? It took 31 seconds, it took 11 seconds. Now you can measure that, and you can do the math by yourself that how long it would have been taken to get this one of the steps done, right? That's the idea here. And additionally, as I say, as in when we work with Copilot, you have how is the response? Looks right, needs improvement, inappropriate. Now, this is not a feedback what we give to Microsoft support or Microsoft prompt as such, or Microsoft engineers. This is more about the security Copilot model deployed for this particular tenant. So, for example, if you're giving a feedback for your tenant, that becomes more tuned or more found in your tenant, right? That's an advantage you have. Hope that answers the question.
Yeah. How does security Copilot reduce governance operational cost in that way?
Right. So now let's say when you talk about governance operational cost, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. When you say governance operations, so you are doing certain governance activity, right? And each activity takes really longer time due to either there is human in the loop, or there is like a huge complexity in the process. Let's say take the same thing, you do a user analysis, right? For a user analysis, you need to go to Entra, look at the device compliance, look at the devices the user has logged into, look at the labels he has touched upon. So all of this element, right? So you definitely would have an operation playbook already, right, to run it. Now that playbook takes X amount of time, and because it's a human loop in the entire flow, right, there's a high chance that you know if one input is influenced, the whole workflow doesn't give you the right result, right? Which is the loophole in the manual workflow. Now with security, Copilot, you can implement the same workflow at a faster rate, at an efficient rate, and by doing this time and over and again, right, eventually security Copilot will understand the environment better and better. So that's how I'd say from a governance and operation perspective, that's where it is a big saver, right? Imagine that one person doing like 50 alerts a day, right? And versus one person with security Copilot doing 50 alerts a day. That lot more efficient, and the triaging mechanism, right, gets lot more strengthened. Hope that answers.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
All right, sure. Now coming back to the last section, I'll definitely have any questions if you want to. But coming from a setup perspective, right? As I said, there are two components. This security Copilot, it is not like a license like other Copilot. Well, if you want to run Intune, if you want to run Entra ID or utilize Entra ID, those are base licenses, and they have to be there. But having said that, there's something called secure compute unit. If I go to usage monitoring, as I see, demo capacity is my secure compute unit, and there's a charge, as I say, if you see that, right? It just overshooted because I've capped it for 1 SCU per hour, right? Now you can look at that, and then you can change the units if you want to. Let's say I can go on a floating unit, I can change it to 1, and this is the pricing per unit per hour is what is the costing is. Now the more you use, the more it incurs, or the more time you want to turn off. Now there are a couple of tweaks to really make it efficient and tuned and production ready. Imagine that you know that your governance process, or on a particular day of the month, right, you get your peak volumes. Let's say it can be the last Friday, last Tuesday, or last Wednesday, whatever, right? You can turn on just in time security copilot, do analysis. It doesn't mean that, for example, let's take this example for this demo, right? I have not maybe turned it on forever. I just turned on before the session started. Now, but still, it was able to give me the accurate result because it's already understood what tenant it is in, and it was able to give me the right answer in the prompt book. Now, that's an advantage. If you know the peaks, if you know your thresholds, you want to exactly accelerate or optimize on that point in time, you do not need to have security copilot running for 24/7. And there are DevOps workflows which can help you provision and deprovision secure compute unit capacities in Azure, right? That's one of the ways. Second thing is, there are agent, as I mentioned, right? Agents take a lot more optimized way and burn lesser SCUs to do certain stuffs. So that's also, I would say, another route of it. And as I say, for example, if you look at the monthly estimated one, right? Definitely you don't need to run it on whole month if you're not using for the whole month. And the third element to it is, uh, recently on Ignite, Microsoft has announced that there are benefits who are having E5 customers. For example, if you are like having 1,000 E5 seats in your tenant, right? You get X amount of secure compute unit available by default for usage for Security Copilot without any additional charge. So these are a couple of things which are basically, from a cost standpoint, helps you efficiently so that you don't burn much credit in Security Copilot, but still would be able to get greater value in terms of your governance team, security team, and all of the teams who want to use Security Copilot, right? So that was the sum game, I would say, from a cost perspective, right? Now, the last part I wanted to cover here in this session is how someone can get used to the portal, or what exactly it takes, right? So as I say, anybody, if you have a Microsoft login ID, right, you can go to Security Copilot and you can sneak peek around the portal, look at all the settings, get the familiarity. Yes, without an SCU you might not be able to actually act something, but you can still see the prompt books, you can still see what is available and what's coming in, what are the options available from here, right? Let's say I'll say identity policy creation and stuff like that. If I want to see it just went on a prompt with a particular placeholder. If I go to another prompt book, let me say I'd say external surface return. If I just get started, you see the same thing. So these all are visible, available for you. Though you may not be able to submit or run it, but for your understanding, this is a lot better from a learning perspective if you really want to get started with Security Copilot. And what I would recommend is, you should use this portal to in a way that you are able to leverage the feature, you're able to understand the feature, and then when the time comes when you really have in production or have a pre-prod environment, right, in Azure, provision a secure compute unit and then run for it, right? That should be the fundamental idea of Security Copilot as a whole. And with that said, what I'd like to quickly go there, right, is obviously if you have any questions. But before that, what I would like to go by is again this slide here, right? That what we talked about. So we start with the challenge. The challenge is like, for example, the overload in security and compliance teams for management of the stuff. And then we looked at the key capabilities, what Purview or with Security Copilot for how we get it. And then you get the options. As I say, okay, I think one of the things I should also be showing is the Security Copilot behavior here. Explore agents. So I'm here in Purview portal, right? Let's say I click on Copilot. Now this is where the same Copilot opens on the context window. Now imagine that, as I say, right, and it is also contextual, right? I'm in an agent page, so there's nothing to show here. So let's say if I go to solutions, if I go to audit, or maybe go to policies, let me see if I have any policies there, or I'd go to data loss prevention and policies, right? And let's say data loss for team. And then start on Copilot. it's going to ask me something, and then you can see troubleshoot, and you can do all those things. You can ask more question specific to this policy and go from there, and then play around it. So this is an embed experience for everybody who want to use within the Purview portal, specific to any Purview policies. But for anyone who want to kind of get a really better holistic view, that's the play, security-copilot.microsoft.com. You should go there, and then once you go there, what happens is you'd be able to not only look at Purview if you're investigating or if you're working in any data stream or any workflow within Purview. And in case if you want to investigate as a part of that, you want to go to Intune, you want to go to, let's say, any third party services. So again, let me get back to home and let me get back to the plugins, right? As I say, hash loop, or let me get all this one. Let's say you have an IP address in Purview which you want to investigate, and you want to have abuse IPDB, or let's say you want to check in by in any of the vendors if you look at, right? And you can have, let's say somebody's doing dark trace or gray noise as a kind of IP or threat enrichment in Purview, right? You can do all of these things, and then if you have any other third party system, right? Or let's say if you're working with ServiceNow, because maybe some people have ServiceNow as a ticketing system, you want to get context, your ticket is raised or your alert is raised in Purview, and that's also synced to ServiceNow. You can really play around from both the zones, and then you use Security Copilot to get a holistic view over there, right? So I'll quickly scroll up for all other stuff, and then as I say, you can go for public, what you want to, and you can always go for an additional plugin. So with that is what I'd say Security Copilot you would be benefit for. Coming back to the same workflow here, right? We'd have the challenge, whatever it's cost. It can be operational hazard. It can be the slowness of your response. It can be like looking at details from a Purview standpoint, then looking at the capabilities, what you have, what you can leverage for the options, as I say, embed and standalone. Then you enable Security Copilot, which I just did, and you can also run the first prompt book, and then you can take actions depending on whatever the response comes in, and that gives you some benefits, and then you move on to the next challenge, right? So with that said, I'd like to give it back to you for any questions you have. In the meantime, let me get to the question slide as well so that I can just specify that. All right. So if you have any question, that's good. What I would like to do is, this is my LinkedIn handle, and myself, Samik, as I mentioned in the beginning, I have been an author, Microsoft MVP, and then a speaker in conferences, educating people about Microsoft security, specifically Purview and any other security products or governance products. And also I have been authoring a book for KQL, which is also available there. It's been a while now, and that's about myself. Feel free to reach out to me in LinkedIn for any questions you have, further questions you have, right? So again, if there are no other questions, I would definitely like to thank you everyone for taking your time out, and thank you once again to the community for organizing such a wonderful event, and obviously the sponsors to support the event and bring it to life. With that said, thank you everyone.
With one question.
Yeah, sure.
So can we apply both the vouchers 600 and 700 or one?
I think that was
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Everyone.
Let's dive into the future of AI responsibility. I wish you all the best, Lalit, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Aditya, for warm introduction. And if you can hear about why,
Yes, Lalit.
okay, if you can, heard about in today's world, why generative AI means and how you want it to, secure. Because majority of the are using AI or generative AI and whatsoever the form. It is all artificial intelligence in terms of creating the document, PPT, creating the agents, working with multiple steps and all of those things, right? And that's why it's really important to have this knowledge session in terms of what is your responsibilities and what is important to each and individual, right? In terms of architecture, in terms of controlling, governance, compliance, and to bring the process to more to use AI to be more productive and all of those things, and people are missing out a lot of things in that part. But this note, let me just start with Amlarit Rawat. Already introduction been done, so I don't want it to, add more in that part, but I'm working as a CISO at Kanerka and I have been, wrote two books on Azure, public speakers, multiple things, author, mentor, blogger, and all of those things will be a part of it. Now, let's understand why the security concerns in and around AI, not even in AI, if you talk about cloud, digitalizations, and all of those things, why this security concerns is the board level topic. All the CXO talking about data and have seen hundreds of cases where people have just put down their code into the ChatGPT, put down their code into the open source and all of those things. They're done. Even they don't even look down, they have the credentials, they have database strings and all of those things. They're just putting it up rather than using the secure way. So the first part is it's directly impacting your enterprise data. When I say enterprise data, it could be your PI data, PHI data, HIPAA, healthcare data, or financial data, or anything, right? And that's really, seeing like people are putting anything and everything on that and training them and without thinking on that part. That is one. The second is the traditional application security model is insufficient to detect all of those things until unless you are going to implement the DLP and all of those things. But application security is really important because in the back end, you'll have some of those models which is been running, and in the front end, you'll have chatbox and all of those things, and you're feeding those particular data there, right? So, how you're going to secure? You can secure from authentications, you secure from networks, but how are you going to secure in terms of data level, right? How it is going to protect it? Because ultimately, you're feeding the data, and it's your own. Everything's you have connected, authenticated networks. So these two layers came. About the third layer, right? And if you fail to implement all of those security control, basically majority of the enterprise are losing in terms of brand, having legal issues, regulatory compliance, risk, and all of those things will be a part of it. And then if an organizations in today's world want to be secure, they'll have to have some of those governance model ethics. They have to adopt the AI adoptions model or security models, mitigate the risk, mitigate the biases, and all of those things. And the fifth point, and could not be the last, regulators have eyes on AI usage and their controls. So if you do not fail, if you do not, pass on that part, they'll have really strict actions against the organizations. They're asking why are these controls not available here, right? And if these controls not be there, what are the data you're feeding to in terms of multiple places and all of those things, right? And that's where it is a vast topic that you're using generative AI, good. It's user productivity, good. It's improving enhancing the skills, really good. What about security? Because you cannot feed anything and everything on the models, right? And how you're using the guardrails to make sure they are secure. Now, if you look down the landscapes and the threats in terms of generative AI, so if you talk about in terms of static inputs, right? In traditional apps, you'll have static inputs, but if you look down in generative AI, it is dynamic prompt, right? It's nowhere static. Then, if you traditional applications, you'll have the predictable outputs. Where it is in generative AI, you'll have only probabilistic outputs based on your data you are feeding or the questions you are asking, right? In traditional applications, you know what are the vector attacks can become. But in generative AI, that patterns will changing like anything, right? So there will be any emerging patterns or the new patterns which comes and take all of those things. Traditional applications basically is code centric, whereas generative AI is your data plus prompt, whatever the prompt you're going to put, that is there. Static applications easy to audit because everything is in your control. Whereas if you talk about in terms of generative AI, they need a new telemetry, the data controls and everything should be there. How you're going to secure the applications, like whether you are using networking controls like private endpoint, authentications, and how you're going to control that particular or specific model, right, which sits to you, it sits in your premises and all of those things. In the traditional applications like you, everything will be controlled by you, right? Either you're putting on VMs or using your web services, the data will be controlled and everything will be there, right? And that is the real challenge in and around in terms of traditional applications versus generative AI related stuff. Then, if you talk about in terms of threat protections, right? How you're going to protect and generative AI applications from any threats. As and when an users, you build any of those applications and then put a prompt, right? Once you put a prompt, it will go to generative AI, right? And if you don't have any of those guardrails, it directly goes to the model and it gives you the answers. It helps you with lot of things, and even it will train their models, and you're putting your data and everything's there. But what happens when you enable the generative AI guardrails, right? Where it will detect at the first response when you just insert the data and then put in those prompts, it will directly ask the prompt injections, can you validate it? That is something they wanted to put it. They'll have indirect prompt injections as well to secure your data. Whether someone is trying to access, like, or it protect from your unauthorized access, DDoS attacks, if you are putting any of those sensitive data, data poisoning, and model hijacking. Model hijacking is very common scenario where everyone is coming with their own model. They're just tweaking, customizing, training that model, and say you can use it. And there are hundreds of free AI services or AI models. You go use it, you're done. And there's no responsibility because it's a free model. They say they are open source. Who's going to be responsible for that? Right? So rather than you're using an open model, if you have your enterprise licenses or company is giving, that's the good to go. And then once any of those alert will be detected, it sends to your admin saying that okay, these are the things are there, and then SecOps team will be involved. They'll investigate through XDR, and then they will give you the automatic response saying that whether you should go with it and all of those things, or just process your data and gives the related answers. Right. So threat protections is really important in terms of today's world. That this is the one security you are going to implement in your environment. Now, if you talk about in terms of generative AI surface, right, or what could be the amplifying risks, right? In this, if you look down, you'll have generative AI amplified risk, new attack surface, and then vector search, right? So we'll start from the vector search, right? You have the control in terms of your applications, identity, endpoint, network, data, and cloud. Wherever you are hosting on Google or Azure, Microsoft Azure, you hosted, you can still have those control because these cloud models will too much mature, right? In terms of protecting things, and you can use the cloud for Defender, you can use NSG, you can use private endpoint and compliances policies, Azure policies for data guarding, you can secure your data using Key Vault and all of those things that will be there. What will happen to this two layers, right? When you put the prompt, how it is going to be behave, the responses, whether you are getting the good responses, how you're going to orchestrate your AI model, which data your AI model being trained, whether your RAG data or RAG model is secure or not, what are the plugins and the skills, all of those things comes. If you miss one or another part of it, it's not going to be secure. Now, looks of the risk. Risk is your data will be leakage. And if you just like you don't want me to tell you that what could be the risk, but if you just search it on the Google, what are the recent attacks using in this? There are almost 95 to 97% attacks happen on AI. Either it could be one form or another form. And that's the truth, right? So you have the data leakages, jailbreaks, people are, putting in direct injections, or whether your model has some of those vulnerability or hallucination or probably biases. And there are many things. So whenever you are training your model for specific use cases in terms of retail or all of those things, I'll have to make sure your model will be so secure that only they will process the data, the prompts, or the data which you have already trained. Right. Apart from that, it should not be able to do that. And recently, like I was, looking out the ChatGPT model, I put my picture. I say, can you just make me a scary picture? They said, no, I can't do that because I'll say you let me know what are the good things I can do, but not the bad things. And that's how they are, making sure that the prompts and the words which you are putting it, right, that will be secure. Now, if you talk about in terms of data security, how the data they all collecting the data, right? The data collections will be there. Then you'll have the data premises, then the model training, right? Once this is there, and if you don't have that attack detection model, right? What kind of the attacks, or because you are going to train probably structured or unstructured data, and that data will be in millions of files or millions of rows. How are you going to make sure that data is secure, right? It is millions, and there is no tool that can identify and give you this is the risk. Someone done the SQL injections, or only someone has put a small file in millions of file. How it will make sure that your data is there. So you'll have to put your data injections, and then you just publish the report to the dashboards and all of those things, and then give the RBAC access and all of those things, the user who wants to require those access and all of those things. And that's how you're going to secure. But I'll come up with another model in terms of data protections of Azure, how you can do that. And then if you look down, this is one is reference architecture in terms of using API management services, how you're going to secure. So if any users comes as an your AI enabled applications, so have the network which is private link, which has been covered, and then you'll go to an API management services. And this API management services has another private endpoint which connects to your Azure OpenAI TPMs model. That is the one part. So if you look down, even any users counts the authentications, and only it is allowing through the specific private tunnel, right? Not on that. Second, if you have the OpenAI model and PTU and all of those things, that is also fine because you are using the private link and getting connected. Now, if you wanted to connect to all other services, how are you going to do that? You'll have to have the VNet pairing. And once you have the VNet pairing, right, you are going to connect your AI models to there as well. So that will be purely secure in terms of your network. So same, if you are using an authentications or authorizations, right? You use role-based access control and all of those things to make sure that will be get connected. Now, if you look down data privacies and overall, right? If you have the data models, how you going to protect things? Let's say your applications is there where you put the prompts, right? As you put the prompts, what will happen? It will go to the your assistants or the thread models or APIs, or if you have the vector store APIs and basically all of those things, that it will run and is stored into the data storage, right? The specific data storage which you have been encrypted using the keyword, or you can use the double encryptions and customer resource and all of those things, right? Then once that is done, it will fetch that particular data and put it into the assistant services, which will again comes to the containers or embedding and all of those things. So basically you are putting a prompt, and now if you look down the interfaces part, right? So in this, you are completing and embedding your all the images and responses, which contains images, internal APIs and all of those things. And that is sending to your abuse monitoring, whether someone has put any abusing language and all of those things, and with the 30 days of retentions window and things. And that connects to particular AI guardrail model to validate whether this particular data has any of those abusive language or any misinterpretations and all of those things, right? Once that is done, then it will send and it will have the content filtering where AI Foundry has, direct model and the customer fine tuning model. In this, you can have the direct, you can enable the services. I'll show you the another slide that how it will be. So once this is done, once your content filtering will be done, then you can send this particular data to, stored into the databases. If you have batch API services, the file storage, it will go. And then at last, you'll do the fine tuning, and then you're using Cloud for Defender or any data guardrails and all of those things. Once all of those things done, fine tuning and everything is done, then your prompt is going to back and saying that this is your answers and all of those things. So these are different model in terms of three phases: assistant, interface, and fine tuning, right? And that's how you are going to make sure your models are really talking, and the data which you have that has the content filtering, abusive language, biases mitigations, right, and data protections as well. Now, if you looked out, that's where he was talking about in terms of content filtering. When you build out your model, so if you say you have violence, hate, sexual, or self harm, how you wanted to block? That's a medium block or the high block. So, and then you can also put the text and images in both, because people might put the text or images and how these things are getting blocked, right? So in the model only you are going to put, that's the input filter, and you need to block, right? So it will block in each category and make sure it will help you to identify things. Now we talk about governance and compliances as really an important part. So if you don't apply those, will be a challenging for you and your organization will building out a specific product. Let's say Azure policies you will use where you can allow only the specific region, or you decide within your organizations what are the models needs to be implemented, right? Let's say you wanted to implement ChatGPT 4.0 or 5.2, recently it's came, right? Or you wanted to integrate with perplexity model and all of those things, or probably different kinds of model like SOU, or when I will doing the demo, right? These are the models you can do that. I'll have rule-based access control, you follow the change management process, model governance, life cycle, and all of those things. You'll have to make sure that you are governing the whole AI environment using the Azure policies. Responsible AI comes with, it has the highest role, right? In general terms, if we talk about, they'll say that you are not responsible for these things because they don't see the accountability on one person. So responsible AI helps to make sure your AI model is secure, where it has the accountability, provide you the transparencies, fairness, reliability and the safety, privacy and the security, and inclusiveness. So it has different model which does all of those things, and based on the model you're going to implement, or as a wholesale responsible AI you're going to put in your systems, right? It helps your model to make sure it will protect your brand, it will protect biases, it protects individual privacies, inclusiveness, because if you looked out, the different kind of people are there in the world, right? They one community like another community don't like another one. If you take an America example, there is called community A and community B. I don't want it to take a name or specifically, and every region has this. You looked out the religions, right? There are multiple religions. People wanted to create a content out of this and make the hit rates. You never know, right? What kind of the people want to do with those models, and they're open to all. So it protects from all of those things and makes sure your brand will be protected. Now, if you took out in terms of responsible AI toolbox, how does it works? Basically, when you prompt, it will analysis of your errors, identify the cohort, error rates, benchmarks, and all of those things, right? And do the fairness assessment, right? Where it will predict the different sensitive groups and all of those things. Then I start diagnostic. So we'll have model interpretations, exploratory data analysis, co- content factual analysis, right? So it will validate all of those three models, right? Then it will start mitigating. So if there is unfair mitigations biases, it will say, no, we cannot process the data and all of those things, or it will enrich your data. Then for those casuals, yes? Okay, if you're not talking, please be on mute. And then it will inform and actions. So you'll have casual interfaces, understandings, the casual's impact, your features or real world outcomes comes, and all of those analysis, and after that it will give you the response, right? So first it will do the model comparison, and backward it has a lot of compatibilities and it will check. So this will help you from identifying to diagnose to mitigate to inform if there are any actions needs to be taken, right? So it's securing your all the layers. And I think that's it. Probably I just put it up in 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Let me know if you have any questions, queries. I'll be happy to take that questions.
Yeah, Lali. We have a few of the questions from our attendees. Uh,
Yes. I
Hello,
can
sir.
take those questions.
You have mentioned there that static versus Gen AI, where the last point you mentioned the telemetry. What does
Right.
that it mean? It was second slide actually.
Yep. I got it. Okay. So basically, telemetry, like what kind of the data you are going to put in, right? So if you have the static applications you are building out on your on-premises or wherever, right? You know the telemetry there, right? You know I would say the layers which you wanted to protect, right? But if you looked out in terms of generative AI, every prompt that has the different data, they'll have the different telemetry, right? The different use cases. And that's how they're making the difference. Because here you know what you're going to protect. But you talk about in terms of generative AI, how it is going to be protected and what you are going to do, right? So that data telemetry is going to be different. Is that something which you're looking at?
Yes, sir. Yes, actually.
So that's how this telemetry works.
Yeah. How does
Probably
Microsoft?
sentiments you can talk about in terms of sentiments and different kind of collecting, analyzing, or interpreting of the data. That's how your data telemetry works. Okay. Kate, does that answer your questions?
Yes, sir. Actually, yes.
How do you apply zero trust principles?
Zero trust. So
Yeah.
zero trust. It is Raj who asked the questions.
Yeah. Yes. Raj.
So Raj, if you talk about in terms of zero trust means verify first and then implement, right? So any information that you cannot trust, but you will verify and then trust. Okay. So it has 5 or 6 layers. You'll have identity. So first it comes with the network because you traveled through network to your environment, right? And then you authenticate. So first you have to protect your networks, then verifying the people identity, right? Then it comes with the data protections or the applications protections, application level security, data level security, right? And in each steps you are validating this particular user, right? Whether if you talk about in terms of network, right? Whether it is they're coming from your network. So we'll say conditional access policies you have, or the firewall you put up the set of rules that these are the specific IP address of my organization. If any users comes from this allow. Otherwise, you blocked on the firewall level, right? So you implement this, and then authentications, then networks, right? Then data protections, then compliances, and that's how the 6 and 7 layers. For each layers, you have to put the security. So it is just validating and verifying you as a user or applications as a user or requesting whatsoever the data related things, and you have to implement all of those things in that here because it's a vast topic in terms of zero trust. I've just covered up in probably pretty small way, I would say. Hope that answer your questions, or you have any specific
Yes,
questions?
yes, yes. On top of it, so how we do sensitive labels play in generative AI security? What's the role?
Okay. Sensitive labeling, I think you can include the purview. That is one part. I think something is already covered in the previous session. That is one. So you can use the purview, or there is responsible AI guardrails, which is there. You can also do that, but you'll make sure that whenever you're training the data, right, you can set it up that what kind of the data you're going to do that. And when you train the data, and there also there are few, like I have shown you, right, there's one image which is protecting from your harmless and all of those things. Similarly, that model can be also included in terms of data protections, right? And you can use the purview also for that part as well, and that's how you can level up your data.
Thank you. Thank
That
you.
answer your questions?
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Any other questions?
Yes, Lalit, we do have few of the questions in the chat box. Um, Janae is going to integrate in Microsoft Fabric in the future.
I think that's okay. That's already there because if you look out, I think they have recently launched for Fabric for Copilot.
Yes.
And so that is already there, but probably it might, I'm not sure if it's that mature, but probably it's already there in the purview. So, yes, in terms of Fabric, AI is already enabled in the Fabric for Copilot. But in general, if you have the data you wanted to train and all of those things, you can still use the Copilot, or you wanted to use for a specific purpose, probably you'll just build out your own custom model and then get trained and then you can utilize it. So it is already there and Fabric as well.
Yeah, I hope got an answer. And we have another questions from Rajkumar. How does Microsoft Fabric prevent AI from accessing unauthorized data? And the second question is, what role do sensitivity
Yeah,
label?
that one already cleared. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. 3-4 cleared, 3-5 cleared. Fourth one is can Copilot or AI model modify data or principle in Fabric, pipeline in Fabric? This one, yeah.
Okay, the other subjects like I'll have to look down the capabilities because this has been already there. But let me. I don't think so. It will modify your pipelines, right? Because it's a preview.
Yeah.
Because if they'll modify what are the data you have put in and all of those things, right, will be a challenging for you and until unless it will get your confirmations. I think in some extent, yes, you can
Are you sharing
modify
something?
your.
Because I didn't see anything. Are you sharing anything?
No, I'm not sharing anything.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So in some prospect, you can just modify your code or some extent your the data you want or the items which you have, right? So I'm just looking out some of those things. Probably I can share you that link. What does Copilot for Fabric? Probably that gives you the clear intentions, right? So it for now, I think modifying the pipelines and all of those things is risking birth because how you're going to for individually setting up their pipeline for their stuff, right? So you can just still, define the code, modify the code and all of those things. But I don't think so you can still modify the whole pipeline and all of those things. So Fabric item that supports data factory, data flow, chain to data pipelines, notebooks, data warehousing. But probably you can just ask Copilot, can you modify the pipelines? I think that will be, as per this documents, yes, it is there.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah, but you can look that out because documents can have multiple things, but in the real you might not see because of one or another reason. So that would be your answers. Yeah.
Yes, yes. It makes sense. Thank you.
So you can go for the next.
Can we track which are the all unapproved AI tools in the organization are being used?
See, AI unapproved tools, right? There are many, like if you look down, there are hundreds of tools which is there, right? In terms of unapproved, even if you are using ChatGPT for free, that is unapproved because no one is taking the responsibilities, right? Where no one is taking the where no one is taking the responsibility, which will unapproved. Like they are all SaaS model. So if something goes wrong, right? Whom you are going to claim that because of you, this is things is happen. There are multiple of code tools. People are putting the images or reels on this. Even I myself go on those videos and looked out those tools. And first I look it out and probably I never signed up. Rather than I prefer some of those famous companies, right, to make sure that they will be responsible for something, right? But there are hundreds of tools. Like they are using ChatGPT in the backend. There's a code analysis, one tool, right? And you'll have different kind of those tools. There are multiple tools. Like you looked out that what are tools. No one says these are unapproved, but until unless it is free, right? No one will give you anything on free until unless they're getting something. And you're
As a,
putting it, who you are putting the responsible for that, right?
so as an
That's the major
organization,
difference.
we can we define this like these are the all the approved models only this can be used and if anybody using something
Yeah, you
else we
can
can.
find it. See, majorly those tools, I think you can use the ChatGPT 4.0, which is pretty mature. Gemini is pretty mature. Then you'll have Sonnet, that is mature, right? It's used. So I think these three, four, five tools will be, good to use and that serve your purpose in your organizations. Because people, like apart from this, they are using backend, they are using these tools only. Okay. And then they are creating their models out of it by training the data and face recognitions and all of those things. But models are these only, right? So let me just look down what are those models. I have the CI Foundry. So you have, let's say, Kimi K22 thinking, right? ChatGPT 1.0, Mistral Lars, Cloud Ops 4.5, and probably you can use one of those another tool that can Cloud Sonnet is there, right? These are the tools you can still utilize, right? And go with the bigger one. Just do the research, and that's how we can do that. And that will serve your purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Did that answer your questions?
Yeah.
Lab Data AI, Google DeepMind, OpenAI, Chinese. Like recently, they have Chinese one, right? QBI centric. There are hundreds of models. People just wanted to go with it, but I would say like don't go with it. But just you can use couple of them, which is really needed, right? Do not trust for other model. Majorly the company they are using ChatGPT, Sonnet, DALI, right? For each and everything they have different kinds of model, right? So that's how you can do that. And that's where you can make someone is responsible.
Okay. Another thing, how we can prevent our defense mechanism against data poisoning?
Sorry, I'm just missing.
How to plan a defense mechanism against data poisoning?
Defense mechanism and data pipeline.
Any type of data poisoning means it may be in the data pipeline, it may be in the access to the data source level, and another AI model can poison the data.
That's good questions, but probably I would say like you can use Purview, right? That will secure your model, and even like that will also help you in terms of poisoning and all of those things. So I think Purview is already available on the Microsoft Fabric, right? That's how you can use that, and probably you can use some of those techniques of denial or repressions or projections and displacements, things related stuff. But majorly, Purview has all of those things, right? So if you are using Purview with this, definitely it is going to help you out on those purpose, right? So they'll have the first in-depth model also, right? If you have it, so where you can give the least privilege if someone is trying to access the data, or probably you can implement RLS also. That is another point of view, right? And you can implement just-in-time related access, multi-factor authentications, and all of those things, and give the table-wise access. Whoever need what kind of things they would need it, right? So you can have the applications, data, security, and all of those things. But Purview could be like if you're specifically looking out on this, I think Purview would be a good product to get in, and additions to you can also implement Cloud for Defender, which will help you to prevent all of those things.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Any other questions?
Okay, if you don't have any questions, so we can move to another session. So currently, another session that is on power of vibe coding with model-driven app is going on the other room. So you can check that links on the chat box, guys. If you don't have any questions, we can conclude this event or conclude the session.
You can join me on LinkedIn, and thank you so much for hearing. I have just pasted the link here, so you can join me on LinkedIn if you have further questions and queries. I would be happy to answer it.
Yeah, if you have any questions or you can reach out to the Lalit in the LinkedIn. Thanks, Lalit. Thanks for your time and sharing your expertise to the community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kalyan. Thanks so
Bye.
much.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Moderators, can we end this call then?
Hi Amit, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Hello. Okay, okay,
Yes, sir.
perfect.
So please check the screen, sir.
And just give
Share
me a
this.
minute. I'm checking.
Okay, sir.
I'm not able to share the screen actually.
Please check it now, sir.
Not yet.
Please rejoin, sir.
Okay.
Sir, share your screen now, sir.
Yes, yes. Okay, I'm able to share now. Hope you can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. All good. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, perfect. No worries. I think it's about to sharp for shall we start?
Yes, sir. Within 2 minutes, we'll start.
Okay, sure. All right, it's sharp 4.
Yes,
Uh,
sir. You can start.
yeah. Yes, perfect. All good. Thanks. All right.
Yes, sir. We have an introduction for you.
Sure.
Hello, everyone. Please join me in welcoming Dhruvin Shaha, a Microsoft MVP and expert in Microsoft Power Platform with a deep experience in Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power BI. Dhruvin has helped numerous organizations drive digital transformation. He also a popular content creator, shaping valuable tutorials and insights with a global audience through his YouTube channel and blogs. We are excited to have him share his expertise with us today. So, welcome, sir. You are live now.
Thank you so much for this introduction. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon from wherever you joined. Welcome to Global Microsoft Analytic Community Conference 3. This is one amazing event and lots of learning throughout the next today and tomorrow we are having throughout this particular event. So I'm very pleased to have the session over here into this conference. And of course, I would like to thank each and every organizer and moderators to organize this amazing event. And of course, we will be able to learn a lot of things from the community. So today what I'm going to show you in my demonstration is specifically I'm going to talk about vibe coding with model driven application. So far we have heard this word a lot, like vibe coding and the AI replacement and AI can do the code. So what would be the ground level reality and what level of customization you can do with the different power apps component? We can able to leverage that throughout this particular session. This session at least will give you the whole vibe of vibe coding. So before we get started, our moderator already introduced me. Myself Dhruvin Shah, and I'm Microsoft MVP and Microsoft certified trainer. Currently I'm working as AI and Power Platform specialist in one of the Australian company. I'm a very active blogger and YouTuber, having 130 plus articles and 100 plus tech videos published already on my YouTube channel. If you wanted to just follow me on my all the social media handles, this is a shortcut link, linktree/dhruvin.shah. I will paste this link in the chat window soon. From there you can simply follow me on all my social media handles. I usually post the content around Power Platform, specifically if you are interested throughout the Power Apps or maybe the Power Platform side of thing. You can find lots of content around that. And feel free to follow me on my Instagram account as well, where I'm uploading lots of short content on the Power Platform. So the Insta ID is Power Platform Guy. So this is all about me. Without talking more about myself, let me start directly jump on to the today's session agenda. I don't have much slides over here in my presentation. I'm directly going to showcase the demo itself, so you will get a better context around that. So, first of all, let me just get around the context that what we are going to implement today, and what's the problem statement here that we are going to solve into today's particular session. So the first thing come up into picture is what is vibe coding, right? And what is the need of that and how it is useful into model driven application. Okay, so if you look at the model driven application in the today's world, most of the time we are hearing that model driven application are not prettier, model driven application are not providing you the UI capability, it doesn't offer you the user interface which looks amazing. Because model driven application typically looks like this. It has the grid layouts. Let's say when you open any particular record, it will be opening this kind of a specific kind of form over here, and that's what how the model driven application looks like. No matter what kind of application you are building, every model driven application has this type of thing. Now the biggest problem with the current model driven application is UI incompatibility, in the sense, like let's say for an example, it's not providing you the what you see is what you get kind of mechanism where you can just drag drop element the way you want. You can add inject css, you can inject, of course you can inject javascript, but there is no scope of css in the model driven application. Like whatever your back office application looks like here, like maximum I can just customize the fields, or maybe even some PCF control. If I build customly and want to integrate over here, I can do that. But there is no such scope where I can change the whole layout the way I want. Or maybe sometimes I have a requirement that, okay, this is my support ticket, right? I don't like this layout, but instead of this, I need card layout. Okay, this type of card I want to design on my page. Okay, and maybe responsive card, right? And let's say for an example, sometimes you want to just build a Kanban board kind of functionality, that ticket has the different status like in progress, completed, and finish, and you can simply drag and drop over here, right? So those type of features are literally missing at this point in the model driven application, which means that customization scope is very limited with the current out of the box model driven application. But with the vibe coding, this is going to be changed, and now we can proudly say by the end of the session that model driven apps also looks beautiful. Also we can do the customization the way we want, and everything will happen with the vibe coding. So what is vibe coding? Let's try to understand that terminology first. Okay. So first of all, I will start the complete journey from scratch, so you will be able to completely follow along with me. So the very first thing that you need to do here is, whenever we are building the model driven application, first of all, before you get started, you need to activate one feature from your admin center. So let's say for an example, here I am in my model driven bash 26 environment, and I'm simply clicking on the admin center from here. Once you click on admin center, you will be able to see the different environments for where you want to enable that vibe coding feature for yourself. So generally, let's go to the manage option over here, and over here you will be able to find out your environment. Go there. Remember one thing, this feature at this point only available for US tenancy. It's not available across every tenancy. It will take some time to it's generally available, but it's not available in across all the regions at this point of time. So let me just click on my environment over here, and my environment is already set up in the US region, so it is showing me that option. Now again, if I talk about the maturity of this feature, I would say currently it's available, but again, like people are hesitating to use it into the production purposes. But at least the power is more and more things are being added, and gradually this feature is being matured. But right now, as the thing is that it's not available across all the tenancy. So sometimes if you are working on the different environment which is located on the different geographical boundary, maybe it's not available for you. So that's the case. But once it is available across all the tenancy, hopefully after that we can start leveraging it out for the production apps and everywhere. But at least for your knowledge perspective and what you can achieve versus what not, you can simply test it out right now. So simply what I'm doing here is, I'm simply going to my environment, I'm clicking on the setting option over here. I am going to product option and clicking on features. Once you click on features, basically you can able to see this Copilot section over here. All right. Now here you need to enable one particular feature over here that allow users to analyze using AI powered chat experience and allow canvas editor to I mean this is for the canvas application, and this is like for the people who wanted to make the applications for yourself. So make sure both of these options from your admin centers are turned on to utilize the vibe coding feature for your application. Okay, so this is first step you need to do. Now to get started with the model driven application, let's create from scratch model driven application. So I'm clicking on new option, app and model driven application. Generally, once you activate this feature, usually it will take around 15-20 minutes to reflect the latest thing within your environment. But right now, I'm simply start creating the application now. So let me just provide over here that global uh, conference free support ticket. Okay, and click on create. So I'm simply creating one model driven application for myself. Now, first, what I would like to do here is let's just draw the simple model-driven application the typical way we are usually doing. So this is my model-driven application. Now, when you click on new option over here, usually right now we are having an option over here called Dataverse table. So let's add Dataverse table first, and I'm just adding my support ticket table. Click on add, and basically this is simply adding my typical model driven application. Okay, but now I just don't want this one, but instead of that what I want is I want to completely customize this the way I wanted. Okay, and for that I'm going to leverage the capability of the vibe coding over here. And to utilize the vibe coding within the model driven application, the simplest way to achieve here is click on add page. Once you click on add page, you will be able to see an option describe a page. This is the place which is providing you the vibe coding capability within the model driven application. So let's click on that. And once you click on that, basically, instead of just using the out of the box model driven functionality, it is opening the completely new layout over here. And this is providing you this kind of Copilot kind of experience over here. So basically, you can able to see that it just open you that describe your page. And from here, you can describe your page information in just prompt, and using that prompt it will do that whole activity for you. Okay, so now the thing is that right now what you can do here is this is your describe your page, and right now you can see that there are some out of the box prompt as well available over here. But what we will start here is we will start focusing on our own custom requirement that what we gonna accomplish over here. So the very first thing what I want here is, specifically I've shown you in the demo that I really don't like this grid at all. So I want to completely revamp this grid with some sort of beautiful card layout, right? Generally when this type of requirement come up into picture, our mind would immediately say that okay, go with the canvas application, right? But in canvas application we know the pain that how much functions we need to write up by our own, and filter sort everything you need to manage by your own, right? While in model driven application, those are the rich features that. Now let's say if you want to customize the same experience within the model driven application, so far without vibe coding there is no such option. Okay, only option was like if you integrate your canvas page within model driven, then it was the only option. But now with this feature it becomes easier to do that customization. So now what I'm doing here is simply there are some tips and tricks to write out some sort of prompts over here. Okay, so first of all what you need to do here is simply like against which table you wanted to prepare your page, that's something you need to define here. Okay, so what I'm doing here is simply first over here there is an option available add image or add table. So either if you are having some sort of wireframe or some sort of design reference for yourself, or maybe if you have some Figma export and that Figma is something you wanted to cover up within your model driven application, then maybe you can leverage that out. Or maybe you can simply attach your table, so at least your model driven application knows that okay, this is from where I need to pick up all the fields, I need to pick up all the columns and need to build my page. Okay, so right now what I'm doing is I'm simply clicking on add table, and once you click on add table, basically it is showing you the tables available or table attached within this model driven application. At a time you can add 6 maximum table over here, which means that from 6 different table you can bring up the data in a one go. Okay, if you are having more than 6 table, maybe you need to create the multiple prompts, or maybe in the next prompt you can change the table, or maybe you can create a multiple page. I think that limit is sufficient at this point of time, but if that is the case, maybe you need to create multiple generative pages for yourself. So let's say I'm adding my support ticket table. Okay, so it has attached that table over here for myself. Okay, now what I would like to make a prompt over here is uh, please create. I am simply using the natural language, and over here you can see that it is providing right now GPT 5.0 model over here, because behind the scene it is using GPT model to generate the whole structure for yourself. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm simply start making a prompt, and again like what we are doing here is simply using the own general natural language that what I wanted to achieve here. Okay, so uh, I'm just adding this one. I have support ticket table. I want to create responsive card layout which shows. You need to specify the column. Okay, and how can you find that? Already from your existing grid you get your column names, right? So maybe just open any record and see what you want to have in your card. So maybe I would like to show the ticket number, ticket ID, then maybe subject, then priority, and when it was created and who created. Okay, maybe I need that information. Okay, so I will add I'm just start typing. I want to create a responsive card layout which shows ticket ID, description, created by, created on, maybe created by, I don't know, want just park it, created on, priority, and let's see what else, and subject, description, subject, priority. Okay, then I would like to add some more thing that okay, whatever priority is there, according to that I wanted to set the color formatting as well. Based on the priority column, at the border color of the card, if it is high priority, then red color. For medium priority, it should be orange color, and for low priority, it should be green color. Okay, now I'm just adding this much of thing at this point of time. Okay, start to giving the short prompt over here, then we can make it much more bigger and maybe enhance it as well. Okay, so let's see what kind of layout it can generate over here. I'm just adding one more thing over here that okay, it should generate the card. I will say along with that, add the view button in each card. When you click on view button, it should open pop up to update the priority. And what else you can change over there is you can assign this to someone. Okay, now let's hit enter and let's see what will happen. Now what is happening is it started reading your context over here, same like how ChatGPT and other agents are doing. Same way it started thinking about the overall process, and you can see that on the right side here it started generating the whole code for yourself. So this code is nothing but the React code which is available over here, and it started generating that, and behind the scene app agent is doing this whole activity. You can always track that out, that okay, how that interpreted that request and how it created this thing. And see, the output is in front of your screen itself. So here you can see that support tickets are showing over here and it shows perfectly to you. Even if you just wanted to look at the preview, you can see this is what it is showing at this point on my screen. And even if you just wanted to you can simply save these changes first of all. Okay, and you can check this out as well by clicking on the play button over here. So just click on publish, and from here as well you can simply test it out. So let's say you can see here this is like a PC working slow. So that was like one of the ticket. It's taking some time. Let's wait for a moment. Okay, when you click on view button, see it is showing you that okay, if you want to change the priority or maybe if you want to assign it to someone else, this UI is little bit not good. We can always improve it into next prompt, but it looks good at this point of time. And when you click on play over here, you can see the same layout in the big resolution, and this is what it is showing you in a generative page one section. And you can see that this is how the overall grid looks like. Even let me do this way. Let me just change the responsiveness over here from the browser, and you can see here like it's fully responsive. See, all the cards are fully responsive in the nature. So the way we provided the prompt, the way it generated it perfectly, right? Now obviously we need to do lots of enhancement over here, so we are going to start to do that. Okay, but let's understand one thing behind the scene over here. So this is what it generated, the support ticket uh, homepage, right? Now if we look at the code over here in the background, let's go to the code version. Just click on wait. Let me just refresh my screen quickly. So this is where we are in my generative page. Let's load this. And this is where I can see my code, right? Now, the good part about this vibe coding is this is all your React code. Okay, so let's say for an example, sometime just with AI, if you are not able to achieve the way you want, okay, then what you can do here from is simply you can change the code by your own as well. So if you are comfortable writing the React code, then or as React and HTML, CSS, then probably it's fairly very easy for you to directly do the code tweaks over here and change it over here. It providing you that flexibility as well. Earlier that feature was not there, but nowadays they have started providing that. So you will not completely be blocked that okay, sometimes what happen here is with AI, this is the common behavior we have faced. No matter if you are using cursor or maybe if you are using chat gpt or what a Gemini or what AI model you are using, right? At one point of time, somehow this is what my feeling, because I usually deal with different AI model every day in my day-to-day practice. So what's my common observation is like up to 5 6 prompt it's good, it's working fine, but after that what happens is it start getting confused and it's not giving you the result the way you wanted. So at the time, rather than depending on completely yourself on the AI, because AI prompts are working in a fashion that what kind of language, what kind of tone you are using in your prompt, right? Same thing, like let's say if you copy paste my same prompt, maybe it will give you the different result, right? So the thing is that human power is also be here. So generally, if you know the React, probably you can change this code from yourself here as well. So at that time, you don't need to completely dependent on that. So that is also available as a part of capability. Okay, now let's enhance this support ticket more. Okay, because what are few things here is currently when you click on view button, it doesn't looks good. I mean, it is providing you, but you can see that the even over here the UI is not accurate, right? And I would like to add some more thing over here. And if you look at this behavior over here, so ticket ID should be showing like at the very top in the bold letter, right? Description, maybe I don't want it, so maybe I can remove it from the card, that's fine. Okay, and maybe I would like to add like when it is created, I want to add one more additional column here as well. And maybe I would like to add some more filters on the top, like priority filter I want to add. Then I would like to add the search filter, search feature for the ticket ID. So if you type any ticket number, it should search according to that, right? And maybe um, I would like to add some more columns into the edit form, like subject and description. If you want to edit it, you should be able to do that. Okay, so let's start enhancing this a lot. So now what you can do here is once you generate this thing, maybe you can start writing some more prompts over here. Okay, please add priority filter to filter my card based on the priority. So it will add the filter. Also add the search option at the top to search the data by ticket ID. Okay, start doing slowly. I mean, first let's finish this one, then we will add one more prompt where we will start doing the another change again. So what happened is it started rewriting the whole code again. So it is revamping the whole code structure, and let's see what it can come up with. Okay. Another observation I find this, like generally when you do any prompting over here, it is scrapping all the code, rewriting the whole code. So what happens is ideally this should be like, okay, only necessary element that are required, probably it should update that, but it simply rewriting the whole code structure over here. So this is what it try to remember the thing, but sometimes I have observed that in between that it will start removing your existing thing. But hopefully right now, finger cross, everything working fine, and you can see that it's working absolutely fine. Let's taste it out. So I'm just filtering high, so you can see all the high priority ticket, medium, all the medium priority ticket. You didn't write any code, right? Everything is happening with the very simple prompts over here, right? Now let me search by the ticket ID 1005. See, I can see 1005. Let's say 1007. See, I can see perfectly, right? So it's working absolutely fine the way I wanted, right? I love this version. Maybe simply publish it out. Okay, now let's enhance it more, because now we need to simply uh, check the view button, and on top of that, what fields you want to do that. First, let's change the card over here. So I would like to add the ticket ID at the very top. uh, let's so I'm just adding, like, let's change the card layout a little bit. I want to see ticket ID first in bold letters, and color should be color of ticket ID should match based on the priority. Then I want to see subject next to, is it subject or is it something else? Let's have a quick look. Subject, right? Subject next to ticket ID. After that, show the priority and created on date for the ticket. Also, calculate the number of day with respect to today. Okay, let's see what it can come up with over here. Okay, it again start to understanding this code prompt and start revamping the whole code. Will take some moments. Okay, perfect. And here I am. See how beautifully it created for you. Ticket number, and see it is based on the color, right? Medium priority than this one, created on and 21 days ago. You know that calculation as well, it does properly, right? What is the ticket is all about, it just added that. Maybe if you want in the new line, maybe you can add the new prompt, but it looks all good to me. Okay, so looks all good, perfect, I love it. Now let's just focus on the view button. Okay, so now let's add some prompt over here. Now let's focus on the view form. When you click on view, it should show me the form properly with the edit capability of subject, description, priority, and status. Also, one field per one row. Also, add delete option as well on the card. When I try to delete, ask for the confirmation and then delete. Okay, let's see what it can come up with. So I simply explain my requirement and now let's see what it will do for me. Okay, it started revamping the whole code again. You can see that code length is now increasing. Yep, perfect. Now it's showing me this. And now if you look at this one, click on view. See, it provided me this, but again, the UI is not that level of accurate. All good. And this is looks good. And let me just change over here, get Windows 11 Home Edition. Windows 12, maybe let me just add that. Priority should be high. And let me click on save. See, it changed perfectly on the fly and showing you the reflection over here as well. So looks good. Okay, and if you click on delete, let's say I want like to delete this one. So it's showing that, okay, are you sure you want to delete this? When you click on delete, it is deleting that request as well. So looks good, perfect. Okay, now it's just a matter that we need to tweak the edit form. Okay, edit form not looks good by design. And maybe to explain it better, what you can do as a prompt practice is you can take a screenshot over here. Okay. And then what you can do is you can just highlight that what elements are wrong, right? So it understand that what it need to do as a change. Okay. Save this screenshot. Then simply in your prompt itself, just upload it. Okay. So I'm just uploading that. I uploaded that. Not please check the screenshot and fix the design. So this capability is also there. So you don't need to describe a lot. If you just upload a screenshot and just tell it to do it, it can do it properly for you. Let's see. It's generating the code. When the code length is increasing, it will start taking more time, and hopefully this model will be improved in the future. So it didn't wipe out the whole code and do it again instead of just making the tweaks in the code where we need. Okay, and now see, looks perfect. See it excellently. I mean, understand it properly and working as expected. Perfect. I'm all happy with my thing. All good. Click on publish and I'm done with my vibe coding. Okay. So this is one demo I would like to showcase you. And you know how easy it is. I mean, just using the natural language, you can implement this. Now, gone are those days where you need to build up the complex PCF component for a model driven application. You can do completely via this React coding and completely via this vibe coding experience and, make it over here. All right. Now, let me talk about one more simple example over here with regards to supporting it. Not like just this kind of grades, but sometimes we need to implement like some sort of Kanban board kind of functionality. You can implement that as well over here. Okay. So let's change it. So at the end, what you can do here is you can simply rename your page that this is your support ticket. Title is your support ticket latest. Perfect. You can publish it out. And now go back to your model driven application. And now let me create one more generative page over here within the model driven application. So let's go back. Let me go to the solution. I'm just going over here. So this is where we started adding the things. Okay. Now let me tell you one more important thing. Another question also come up into your mind that okay, behind this in what kind of component it is using inside your solution, because this will always amaze us, like this is using the vibe coding, but behind this in what kind of a dependency it will add in your solution. Let's have a look around that as well. So I'm just clicking on these three dots over here, click on add required object, click on OK. Okay, and let's see what it will do it for us over here. Okay, so you can see here right now it's not showing me any significance changes over here within my solution. But what you can do here is simply clicking on your solution, start clicking on export solution, click on next. At the time it will start to identifying the dependencies over here for your project. And one of the thing you can see here is UX agent project. So this is what the biggest dependency that is responsible for this one. I'm not selecting the other one, but at least this UX one, because other things are coming from my other table. I'm simply adding this one. So what happens is once you add this thing, it will start appearing in your solution itself. So now if I open my solution again, over here you can see ux agent project and ux agent project file. So these two dependencies are added at your solution level when you are export and import it out. Currently this feature is solution aware, so you can simply deploy it out. It supports ALM and pipeline as well, so no such issues on that part. Okay, but at least this is what it is doing in the background. All right, now let's open the app again. I'm opening the app again. Click on edit. And now let's simply create the that one. So now what I'm doing here is I'm adding one more generative pages over here and clicking on describe a page. All right, and now here you can start describing the Kanban board functionality that you wanted to achieve with the vibe coding. So what I'm doing here is I'm simply adding simple prompt. Just within 5-10 minutes we will be able to finish this up. Okay, so let's say I would start typing my requirement over here. First, as obvious, you need to attach the table over here. Support ticket table you added. Okay, now you can just mention that I want to build Kanban board functionality for the support ticket. It should show me 3 buckets based on the priority: high, medium, and low. High priority bucket should have pink background. Medium one should have yellow background, and low one should have green background. Uh, one can easily able to drag and drop the ticket from one bucket to another, and during the movement the ticket priority should be updated. Help me to achieve this. Okay, let's hit a prompt and let's see what it come up with. Okay, so it started generating the UI for myself. Let's wait for a moment. So see, this is what we are getting now. So you can see the Kanban board is ready now. Now you can see that there are different tickets: high, medium, and low. This is what it is showing. Let's say I want this to be moved from here to here. So I can simply drag and drop here. See, it change over here and it perfectly added over here like this way, right? Or maybe let's say vice versa. If I want to do that, I can do it over here, right? Now, what I also want here is when you move the movement, that's all fine. But this should also have click feature that, okay, when you click on any priority, at that time it should open some sort of detailing in the side panel or something like that, right? Maybe I need that. So maybe I'll add some prompt over here. Also, I would like to see one more thing in this bodies. Currently, it's showing only subject to you. So I need the ticket ID as well over here. So we know that which ticket ID are there. And maybe over here on the top, I wanted to show some sort of count as well, that how many tickets are fall underneath each bucket. Okay. So 3 basic thing I wanted to improve over here in this Kanban board. So I'll just add this thing. Uh, in this Kanban board card. Please include ticket number and subject in 2 lines. Also add view button which shows the ticket information in detail in side panel. Okay, let's do up to this point first. I'm just doing this. Let's see what it changes over here. And this is what it is doing. Now I'm just changing from here to here and I'm clicking on view button and see you can see the detailing as well about each ticket. And the one that you moved, let's see the latest information of that as well. So it's showing you perfectly like this, right? So this is how you can do that. At the end, I'm just adding one prompt. Add ticket count at the top of each bucket. Example, high priority and 10 tickets. Okay, let's see what it will do. It started revamping the code. And here I am. See, it's showing me this. And now if I'm moving this to here, then see the numbers are also changing on the fly, 3 tickets and 6 tickets, and so fast, right? So this is how you can simply implement this vibe coding feature. Now just imagine with this, you can achieve endless capability the way you want or the way you are imagining and completely powered by the React code behind the scene. So you always have the scope of the customization with yourself to achieve this kind of requirement, right? So yeah, this is all about I have it for today. As a part of today's session, I wanted to cover as a part of the vibe coding. Okay, so yeah, I don't have any much thing to present. So now I would like to take the question from the chat window over here, and we can just go with the Q&A session over here. So
Yes, sir.
let's.
We have a question. How do you
Yes, yes.
define vibe coding in the context of model-driven apps? Where does it sit between no code and pro code?
Okay, so let me just. I'm just reading from the chat window itself. So it's a good question. Let me tell you honestly, like vibe coding is totally different than the low code. Low code era is finished now. So we are living in a generation of 2025 now. So low code is, if you have heard about Ignite's speech from Charles Lamana this year, it's clearly stated low code is dead. Low code is dead means existing application that you are working with the low code, it's fine, you can maintain that. But now the new generation applications are built up with the help of code apps, with the help of model driven application. So this is not fall underneath low code at all. It's not considered as a low code. This is a pro code, I would say, but again like a more AI powered. So with AI you can do much more things, but on the other hand it provides you the pro code capability by doing the coding as well. So traditional low code development in the future we will not be able to see, of course, that is sure, because Microsoft is focusing. Even Canvas app is going to be dead in a future, because people have started moving Canvas application to the code apps now, which is again like a rich powerful UI, and you can do much more things with the React and other technology. Because the thing is that now with the help of AI, like you can do much more thing now. Just imagine if I need to do the React code 5 years back, it's very difficult, to learn the whole language, you to learn everything by your own. But now you can see that with this automated code, at least that life become easier. If you know a little bit thing on the React, you can still able to make the customization for yourself. So of course, it's changing, and it's not fall under a low code at all. It's the development methodology is gradually changing with the evolving of the AI. Okay. I can see another question. Can vibe coding replace the developers? No, it will not replace the developers, because AI can do certain things. But again, it's scary that at certain point of time, if model become greater, of course, it will take up the job of entry level, or I mean, I would say 1 to 3 years of a coder's job, because it can do the code, but it really don't know your requirement or your context. So obviously, human involvement is required at any point of the time. But the thing is that, of course, entry level jobs are at risk, or maybe support level job, because it can easily able to identify the issue. It can able to do the debugging task, some base structure creation class very easily, which junior developers or entry level people are doing. So obviously, it's a threat over there. But again, human involvement still will be there. Okay. uh, how does vibe coding improve collaboration with the business user, with use case? Improve collaboration with the business users with use case. I mean, I would say like it seemed like chat gpt. I mean, improve the business use case. I mean, it can suggest many things, but now it's at the end it's up to business that how you gonna solve that. Okay. So that's all. How does the vibe coding VM compare to canvas application? uh, I mean, Canvas application is, I would say, has, I would definitely don't see right now the future of Canvas application. The reason being is that everything is going to be changed with the vibe coding and code apps. So, code apps instead of Canvas application, start searching around that. Lots of things are rolling out on internet around that. It will take some time. Existing applications still we need to bear with Canvas app, but of course future apps could be the code apps. But again, it will take some time to become a little bit stable, and to the adoption will take time, because businesses have developed so many canvas applications since 5 years in the past, right? So they can't do the heavy investment now on this vibe coding or code apps. So it will take time, but yeah, future is that. Of course, we are in the middle of the AI era versus low code era. So both the things we need to cope up with. We should know Canvas application as well, because existing application need that. But for future application, we need to upskill ourselves to these code apps as well. Let's say business team wants app in 2 weeks instead of 2 months. How we can? Okay, that's a very personal question. It's like I mean, business requirement are always be. It's not like instead of 2 month work you can do 2 weeks with the vibe coding. Not at all, because this vibe coding, when you go to the actual project level, of course it is like a more challenging. Like it is solving the simple business problem right now, but the business requirements are always complex. Right now it's not that level of maturity that it can solve. So I cannot expect 2 months to do within 2 weeks. No, not at all. I can see. Is it possible to add images? I haven't tried it out with the images. I have no idea on that. I need to check on that as well. Okay, so not an answer on that one. Can we add cascading filters? Yes, you can add the cascading filters. Apart from GPT, can we use other models for vibe coding? No. At this point, only GPT models are supported. Hopefully, in the future, they will improve. But maybe you can keep this code outside of this one. Maybe you can use Cursor and you can use Sonnet model over there to improve your code, and then you can copy and paste the code. That possibility is always there. So, yeah, it is there. What level of permission required to app agent in the Power Apps involve licensing? No, no additional licensing is required. You require system customizer role in order to make that happen. But no additional licensing. It's already covered within your model driven application licensing. Okay. Can vibe coding do the debugging itself? Debugging, it's a developer feature. It's not a vibe coding feature. So if you want to debug the React code, how you debug in the traditional way the React code, simply you can do it over here. Okay. In my general organization access to Power Platform admin center, I can see. Okay, I don't see any much thing over here. Okay, all good. I think I covered up all the questions from the chat window. Hope this session is valuable for you and maybe it adds some knowledge in your day-to-day activity that you are doing. But yeah, feel free to reach out if you have any question over here. Otherwise, I'm happy to wrap up for today's session. And thank you so much for all the organizer and all the attendees who attended till the last.
So thank you. So thank you for your session.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. So thank you.
काम तो सच्ची हो गया लेवल का भी नहीं
Welcome, sir.
Hi everyone, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
Can you share your screen, sir?
Just give me 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
I hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Okay. Right. So let me know when to start.
Yes, sir. We'll start within 2 minutes.
Sure. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Please join me in welcoming Sadesh. Sadesh Segu is a data and analytical professional with a strong interest in business intelligence and modern data solution. He is passionate about working with data to generate meaningful insights and support data-driven decision making with a continuous learning mindset and active involvement in the data community. Sadesh focuses on building practical, impactful analytics solution. Sir, the stage is yours. You are live now. You can start.
Yep. Perfect. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Today, we will speak about how Azure AI transforms the analytical lifecycle, taking us through a path from data to intelligence. So, my name is Sandesh. I'm a seasoned enterprise architect with TOGAF certified and has 19 plus years of experience. I'm currently working as a Chief Technology Officer at Azure Technologies. So I know it's a Saturday evening and the last session for today. So I will try to keep as simple and crisp as possible, giving you the insights and giving you insights about how Azure AI can transform your data into uh, intelligently data to intelligence and the analytics life cycle, right? So, what are we going to discuss today in this session? Let's talk about the challenges with the current industry life cycle, the traditional analytics life cycle, and we'll see how the analytics reinvented with Azure AI. And also, we'll look at technical foundations for the modern analytics. And we'll deep dive into Azure AI and Fabric architecture and a rack demo workflow. And finally, close off with the question and answer session. I hope if we are all aligned here. So, what are the current challenges we have in the current situation or the industry, right? So, the current challenge is data versus intelligence. We have a lot of data. Organizations generate a lot of data at unprecedented scale and also stored in silos.
all the data is not stored at one place, and the data is generated from various systems of the source systems that are available for the organizations, right? And traditional analytics struggles with the unstructured data. So for a traditional analytics, it is more of a structured data and it's a reactive method of analytics. And what are we going to achieve here? The goal is to achieve actionable insights, actionable insights and intelligence. So the real challenge here is converting the data that is available with the that's generated by the organizations into actionable insights on intelligence, right? So at end of the day, the top management needs an actionable insights, not a fancy chart. So that's where the industry is moving, and we want to move from reactive reporting to predictive and prescriptive insights. So rather than somebody coming and asking, okay, give me this insight or that insight, uh, with the with the current technologies we have in place, we will see how we can do the predictive and prescriptive insights, right? And the goal here is to make analytics more adaptive, automated, and accessible to everyone. So this is a typical traditional diagram of analytics life cycle. So in today's world, we start at collecting the data, and then storing the data, and then preparing this data. So before even we go for reporting and decision making, we also do a data cleaning and the data analysis using various ETL tools. So this is an traditional analytics life cycle, and the challenges here is often this life cycle is often linear and can be slow, right? So at each stage, it is typically handled by the different teams with the traditional life cycle, and leading to silos and delays. And the dependencies on each team will be more here, and there will be a lot of delays in getting the decision making reports and visualizations. Yeah. So how does analytics gets reinvented with Azure AI? So what does Azure AI brings here? So Azure AI brings to the table the data, AI, and BI into one intelligent system to move from hindsight to foresight, right? And the key benefits here by adopting Azure AI into the analytics lifecycle is rapid insight delivery with AI assistance, and also it is security is centralized and governance is centralized here with this approach, with the lower cost and fragmented tools. And the most important thing here is the native integration with the Microsoft stack. So whatever services we use with the Azure AI, it is all seamless. It will all seamlessly connect with the Microsoft stack. What are these Microsoft stack? Office 365 that we use on a day-to-day basis, and the Power Platform, and including the Teams, right? So Power Platform, how does it help, right? So you give a data set, and with the Copilot, you can get the insights through giving just a simple prompt. So this is the value proposition that Azure AI brings onto the table. Yeah. So let's look at the technical foundation for the modern analytics. So the foundation for the modern analytics is a unified platform to solve the issues what we have with the traditional approach. We will need a unified platform, and that's Microsoft Fabric. It's just not a tool. It's just not another tool, but a unified SaaS platform for all analytical needs. It brings together all the services that you already use, like the data factory for the data ingestion, and Synapse for warehouse and engineering, Synapse for warehouse and engineering, and Power BI for visualization. So all these are packaged together into one experience here with this unified platform. Right, so and it is all built on one lake, a single unified data lake for the entire organization. And what is the benefit of this? There is no more data silos, and one copy of data accessible by all the tools. We don't need to have different formats of the data um, um, to input to different tools. So one format of the data, one copy of the data will be accessible by all the tools under the Microsoft Fabric. So the next one is the intelligence layer. Just not having a unified layer is enough in the current industry. We need an intelligence layer. So there comes the Azure AI platform. And here is what it is. Azure AI includes the powerful new AI Foundry and OpenAI services, and it is separated. It is These are not separate tools altogether. They are all integrated tools and built to give the intelligence for the data what we have in the organization. So, what are the key components here? Oh, I'm so sorry. Please let me know if I'm too fast. I can slow down.
No, sir, going good.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, let's discuss about the Azure AI key components. So, we have the classic Azure AI services that are powerful, uh, that has the powerful pre-built models for vision, speech, and language. It was earlier called as cognitive services, and this can easily enrich data with no ML expertise. So what does this mean? So we don't need to have an expertise for the machine language in the machine language space to get started with the AI services. It is as easy as plug and play, right? And it gives more user friendly interfaces for visualizing our data and analyzing our data. And then we have the Azure AI Foundry. This is a unified platform, and we use this to build and deploy enterprise-grade generative AI applications. This is the basis of enterprise-grade AI applications and agents, right? And then lastly, we have the Azure OpenAI services. Yep. Azure OpenAI services provides enterprise grade access to powerful foundation models like GPT-4 integrated with Azure security and governance. So whatever we are doing in this current era, we also need to think about the security as a top priority. So without security, whatever you do, it's just a waste of time. Okay. So what is an AI analytics lifecycle? So the modern analytics lifecycle integrated with AI is something that it looks like this. So it looks similar to the traditional analytics lifecycle, but here the key difference is that the usage of the tool set, right? So the tools what we use and also usage of the machine learning and other AI tools is what the key differentiator in the new analytics life cycle, right? So as compared with the traditional life cycle, we have data ingestion, transformation, and then data visualization, right? So what does ingestion differ here? We use Azure Document AI Intelligence to automatically extract the data from the unstructured data, right? So this works, the new lifecycle works with both structured and unstructured data. So what does it mean? I'll take a simple example of invoice processing, right? So invoice processing, there are two different methods here. Two different categories basically. One is accounts payable and one is accounts receivable. So if you want to do analytics on accounts receivable, that means the money that you want to receive, right, is very easy because you have that integrated system where you generate the invoices and send it to the customers and they pay off the money to you. So here the data is structured and it is very easy to perform analytics on this structured data. And the challenge with the other part is accounts payable, the money which the organization needs to pay out, right? So it comes from, the invoices comes from different vendors, and um, it all comes in different formats. Some send it in PDF, some send it in a physical copy, some send it in a Excel sheet, right? So all that is where the challenge is, and that is where the AI comes into play. So yeah, how does AI help here? And the first part is the data ingestion. Data ingestion. You take an example of the accounts payable, and you receive an invoice from a vendor, and you need to pay the money, and the top management is asking for what is my accounts payable at the end of the day. How many days I have to pay for each invoice, kind of thing, right? So we'll take a simple example. So we use the Azure Document Intelligence Service in this case here. So we train the document intelligence to extract the data from the physical copies. Like you scan the physical copy and do a OCR against it, right? OCR is the optical content recognition, or you have PDF copies and you train the document intelligence models on these PDF copies to extract the data out of these invoices. And once you extract all these invoices, you keep that or store that data into the database, which is more of kind of a structured data now, right? So the next step here is the transformation. So one transformation is like moving beyond the complex code with natural language driven ETL. Instead of writing a complex SQL or Spark code, data analysts can simply describe the transformation they want in the plain English. So, and the AI generates the code and makes the data prep faster and more accessible. So a simple example is ChatGPT. You can just give it a prompt and it will give you a SQL statement to you to run the a SQL statement ready to run. Right. So that's a simple example there. Then we have enrichment. So in the analytics lifecycle, we enable semantic enrichment. This is where the AI truly shines, and we use embeddings to capture the semantic meaning of the data and just not the keywords. So you have actually processed the data using the document intelligence and transformed and stored the data, but you want the enrichment to happen. It's just not the keyword pair that you're storing in the vector search, but the meaning of the data you store. Say, for example, you extract the amount payable and the date of the invoice and the due date, right? So these three are independent components, and the data enrichment says, okay, the you have to pay X amount in the coming 10 days or 15 days. It and the visualization, it raises a red alert if it is like nearing the due date, say for example in 2 days or so, kind of thing. So that's the enrichment. And then the finally comes the insights. So insights, we use Copilot within the Power BI, and this completes the analytics lifecycle. So using Copilot, users can naturally run the queries using the natural language processing. So you create a data set and give the Copilot a prompt saying that show me all the invoices that I need to pay in the next 7 days. So that's where the AI comes into picture, and you don't need to have an analytics background to generate this. A plain English sentence will generate the report and even summarizes the insights for you. So that's the modern analytics life cycle looks like. So that's the difference between a traditional and AI integrated analytics life cycle look like. Right. So yeah, to achieve all this, we'll deep dive a little bit into the technical architecture, and there's no demo here in today's session. We'll look at how what are the different technical architectures involved in getting the AI enabled or AI integrated analytics lifecycle to get into play. The first one here is Microsoft Fabric architecture. So Fabric is a set of tools where we have different AI can be enabled at each stage here. So Fabric simplifies data estates and enables AI for the enrichment at every step. We use Synapse Data Engineering, which provides the comprehensive data engineering capabilities, and Power BI integrated semantics. That's the middle layer offering unified business intelligence and analytics. And this is all stored under one lake warehouse called Lakehouse. And we use the regular tools which are like the data factory for integrating the data, the pipelines, and then use the Power BI to publish the reports. And the overall storage of the data happens in the Lakehouse. And we have Azure AI architecture. Azure AI architecture. So this slide illustrates the architecture of Azure AI and how it supports the enterprise analytics. Right. So on the left, we see various data sources which are feeding into the source systems. And all these are stored in the Azure Data Lake. Azure Data Lake is a scalable and secure foundation for all the analytics activities. It can scale up to terabytes and petabytes. Then we have prompt flow and orchestration. So we use that to interact between the data and the AI models. And this ensures the query and the tasks are handled efficiently, the prompt flow. So to achieve this, we use the Azure AI Studio, which provides a user-friendly interface for building and deploying and managing the AI solutions. So AI Studio is like an IDE for your analytic environment. Then this is all secured with the Azure Security Center, Defender for Cloud, giving all the protection that is required for your AI models and analytics workloads and workspaces. So this integrated approach accelerates innovation and delivers actionable insights. So Azure AI is one part and the Fabric is other part, which combined together we will give the Azure integrated architecture. So in this kind of architecture, the power of the Fabric and the Azure AI is combined together to deliver the actionable insights while getting the insights from the unstructured data as well. So, as I mentioned in the previous slide, we have the different data sources which are stored in the Azure Data Lake and Azure databases. So here you can see we have data lake storage and databases as well for both the structured and unstructured data. And for the processing of the data, we use Azure Synapse Analytics and also the Azure AI. On top of that sits the machine learning, which when trained gives the patterns of the data and also gives more insights for the data, right? So machine learning learns all your data. So to give a glimpse like how machine learning works is it is a set of rules defined on the machine learning engineering, and we train the data, we train the machine learning models using the test data, and when it is productionized, it will run on a huge data set and gives the accurate results. And to host the visualizations, we have Power BI under the Fabric, and this is all secured under security, Azure Security, that uses Microsoft Defender for Cloud and Azure Key Vault to store the secrets. And the CI/CD is done via GitHub or GitHub Enterprise or Azure DevOps for deploying and developing and deploying and delivering the continuous integrations. So in summary, Azure's integrated architecture brings together data storage, processing, AI, security, development, all development tools into a unified platform. And this enables enterprises to innovate rapidly, maintain compliance, and unlock the full value of their data. So this is very important here. So uh, using this AI integrated architecture, organizations can fully unlock the value of the data they have in their environment. Right. So we have built all this architecture, and if we don't secure this architecture, as I mentioned earlier, security in this era takes the top priority, and you take this product to your CISO and they directly reject it, right? So we should also consider security. Security is one of the top priority in any application for that matter in this current era. So security is just not a wrapper. It should be a part of the architecture, right? So for this particular case today, the security, what we use here is the Purview catalogs for data classifications. And then we use Azure Key Vaults to store the secrets. And finally, we use Microsoft Defender for Cloud for adopting the for adopting defense against your cloud systems, right? So Azure Defender for Cloud acts as the first line of defense for all your cloud applications. That includes the Fabric and the Azure AI as well. So by doing all this, we have now ready with building the dashboards with analytics and insights, right? So as mentioned, with the AI integrated models, organizations can unlock the full potential of the data they have. And with using the Power BI, data refreshes and data lineage are taken care by the Fabric, and we have automated data pipelines. We can build automated data pipelines which ensures the data delivery with real-time accuracy. With the full lineage and tracking of your data across all sources. So and then by doing so, the BI now becomes more proactive with actual actionable insights. So what does this mean? So with this kind of dashboards, yes, AI surfaces the critical patterns and anomalies before any human does or requests them. So in the traditional analytics, there was a set of KPIs and business rules, business dashboards that needs to be defined. But with the integrated AI will surface all the critical patterns here, and also it highlights all the anomalies that it finds without even anybody asking, right? So that's the power of AI here. So to achieve all this, we'll look at rack flow. So the entire system, this entire integrated system enables powerful and new patterns like retrieval augmented generation, which we call it as RAG. So this is kind of orchestration, and this is where the analytics meets the intelligence, and your data becomes decisions. So RAG user combines a generative AI model like the GPT-4 and any latest models that are in the market, right? And it provides data with it integrates with your data, which sits in your private environment, and using the vector search, this lets you build a enterprise grade applications that are secure, accurate, and grounded in your grounded in your company's truth. So all this are based on the data that you have, and you don't need to have uh, analytics background to get the insights of your data. All you need to do is give a simple prompt in the plain English, and the rack takes care of the processing in the back end, and uh, it shows the analytics or visualizations for you when processing the models, right? So that's the power of generative AI and RAG in the today's environment. Yep. So what do we have as a final outcome? By doing all these things, integrating AI at every step of your analytics life cycle, we have a enterprise grade solution that is secure, governed, and scalable. Security in the wise, it leverages Azure's built-in security, private networking, and content safety filters, and it is gone by all your existing data governance. So this is very important in the current era, and it is scalable since it is built on Azure's robust elastic infrastructure. You can scale from small demo to a global application. So that's the outcome of the AI integrated analytics lifecycle. Yep. Right. So yeah, that's all I had for today, and I did not want to bore you taking the whole 1 hour. So we are open for any questions.
Yes, sir, we have a question.
Yep.
In analytical lifecycle, if we use Azure AI for all the stages like ingestion, transformation, enrichment, and insights at all stages, we are going to consume tokens, which is also cost involved. So, how to reduce the cost?
Yeah. So the tokens are consumed for the large language models, LLMs, right? So uh, you have so Microsoft has made it very simple by getting the licenses. So for example, if you are integrating AI or Copilot in the Fabric, right? So you purchase that tokens as a license, and that license is utilized in the Fabric.
Yes, sir, we have another question. How does Azure AI fundamentally change the traditional analytics life cycle from descriptive reporting to prescriptive intelligence?
Yeah. So Azure AI, as I mentioned, I took the use case of the invoice processing, accounts payables and accounts receivables. So accounts receivables is easy because all the data, whatever the invoices you raise, is stored in the databases, in your database. But whereas accounts payable, which comes in a physical format, sometimes I have seen a lot of vendors sending invoices in physical format via post, or they send a soft copy of the invoice in the PDF format. So using the Azure AI, you extract all this data from the physical copy. Like a physical copy, you scan it and do a OCR to get the data out of it. And if you have PDFs, using the Azure AI document intelligence, you extract the data and then store it. So that's where the difference is.
Yes, sir. And what is Copilot's role in AI and Fabric?
Yeah, Copilot, you can use the Copilot in the Fabric. Like, for example, Copilot is integrated with every stage here on the Power BI also. You use the Copilot, you do the natural language processing on the using the Copilot to get the insights of your data. So if you remember when the Power BI was launched, we had this natural language processing where we had a data set, and this is all for the structured data, right? So we create a data set and give it to the end user, and they use the natural language to process the queries, process the data and get the insights. In the Copilot is the advanced version of this, so it can read your data, analyze your data and give the insights wherever it is stored. So even in the, for example, right now we are using the Teams, and if it is Copilot is integrated with the Teams, you can say, okay, this session, what was stored, and the transcript of this session, you can query using the Copilot, and you can get the insights.
Sir, and another question. How can Azure AI automate or augment data preparation, quality checks, and feature engineering?
Oh, can you repeat that for me, please?
Yes, sir. How can Azure AI automate or augment data preparation, quality checks, feature engineering?
Yeah, so Azure AI using the basis of the data engineering, it will for all this, the data engineering is the basis, and using the Azure can actually describe the patterns, and clean the data before you store it into the
Morning 9
database.
to evening. This is my higher path.
I'm sorry, there is
My
a
lord, this is
disturbance.
my lord. Anyway,
Can you go on mute, please?
Yes, sir. We have another question.
Sure.
How do organizations govern AI generated insights to ensure accuracy, comprehension, and accountability?
So for this, the main thing is the security here, and we use the Microsoft Purview to do the data classification and to define the data loss policies. So that takes care of the data loss prevention.
Yes, sir. And when should decisions remain human driven versus AI recommended or AI executed?
Yeah, so if you have seen all the AI outputs, there is a caution. It says this is a AI generated output, and use it at your own care, right? So that applies here as well. So humans, when the uh, data is generated or visual insights are generated, uh, the quality team, the QA team should always take a look at it, or the business team themselves. Say, for example, in the case of invoicing, right? So the finance team, they they will give one insight, take the first stab at it and make sure that it is working fine before it is being circulated. So even though AI is playing a key role in everyday life, it is always recommended to have a second eye and make sure that everything is looking fine before sending it to the larger audience, and make sure it's all fine, right? So humans play a critical role here as well.
Okay, sir. And can you explain more about Defender?
Yeah. So Defender is Microsoft's product, and Defender for Cloud is the first line of defense for all the cloud applications, right? So any traffic that is coming to the Defender, any traffic that is coming to your applications. So let's take in this case the the Fabric, right? So, for example, I am logging in from an unknown location. I don't know. I can be a malicious user, right? So, and Fabric is an independent solution sitting out there, right? And Defender, it acts as the mediator, takes the request, makes sure that the request that is going to the Fabric is not malicious, and it acts as the first line of defense. And if there are any bots or any malicious traffic coming in, it blocks at the Defender level and doesn't send it to the Fabric. So that's why you have seen, right, very rarely the Azure hits. I mean, I haven't seen a case that Azure is hit by a ransomware. So that's how secured is the Azure environment with their proprietary security systems.
Yes, sir. And how can AI explain insights in a way business users trust and understand?
Yeah. So business users, right? So we are not giving them the insights directly. We are giving them an interface which can query the data using the natural language processing. So that's how user friendly it is. So with this AI integrated architecture, right, you essentially don't need to show your insights on the Power BI itself, right? So you can build a small web application where you say, okay, you have this data set and you give an interface to key in your prompt, and the business users says, okay, give me accounts payable in the next 7 days. So that's how that simple it is using the AI.
Yes, sir. And what maturity model does Microsoft recommend for moving from BI centric analytics to AI driven intelligence?
So it's not about Microsoft's recommendation, right? So it's how matured is your organization's data. So your organization's data, is it only structured, or it has hybrid data like structured and unstructured, and your existing BI models, right? BI environment, is it ready for your AI integration? So that is what it matters. So you are using a traditional analytics environment now, and you want to move to the AI environment. So you need to first assess your environment and see how much your environment is prepared for moving into the AI integrated environment. And also it depends upon the use case that your business use. Even though the tech teams are ready to move, but business says, okay, I'm happy with this, whatever insights I'm getting, then there's no point in going to the AI, right? So it is how much your the environment is matured for the AI implementation. That is what it matters.
Okay, sir. Do AI makes mistakes while automate the data?
Oh, of course, 100%. So no AI gives 100% results. Keep this in mind. Any AI model that gives 80% accuracy, that's the top performing model. And rest 20% needs the human intervention.
Yes, sir. Can we really get accurate insights by using AI surfaces for critical patterns in Power BI?
Yes, and it depends upon how you train your models.
Okay, sir. And we have a last final question.
Sure.
What are some key limitations of using natural language queries in Power BI? And how can the data professionals prepare their tools better for getting tasks done with the help of AI efficiently?
Okay. So there are two parts for this. One is with the traditional life cycle where we do the natural language processing, right? So in that case, the limitation is with the set of data that is available. But when it comes to the AI, right? So what happens is you do the natural language processing using the large language model. So you get more insights, and the understanding of your language is more in the AI than the traditional NLP.
Okay, sir. Done.
All right. Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks for joining us today. Yep. And I hope you enjoyed this session. Uh, Thank you. Have a nice evening.
So thank you for your insightful session.
Bye, everyone.
Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody today?
Hey,
Good to
hi,
see you.
Chris. Good
Hello.
morning. Hi. I'm Aditya this side.
Good morning, Aditya. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. How are you doing?
Oh, just having the best day ever, man.
Great.
Yes.
Yes, and good to see you again here in the Microsoft
I'm excited to be
conference.
back. It's number
Yeah,
2.
yes. Mm, Can we, check the screen sharing meanwhile, people join?
Of course. Oh,
Yeah,
you got it?
Yep, I can see the
Okay.
screen.
Awesome. Shut the front door. That's exciting. I didn't mean to scare you off. Yeah? What channel are we on? Okay. What YouTube channel? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Oh man, not subscribed to you. That's crazy. I go crazy on you. Holy cow! Do you have multiple streams going at the same time, Amit?
Yes,
Oh, yeah. I didn't know you could even do that. That's crazy. Are we 1 or 2? What is this? Okay. Very interesting. All right, I see it. Hello, lady. Exciting.
yes, Chris. People are joining.
This is fantastic. Oh man, I could. No, it'll be all right. Like I could green screen myself in on this, but no, it's all right. We got this. It's good to see people coming in today. Nice to see everyone. How are we doing? Good, I hope. All right, Bravia, Amit, Abhishek, Badu. Boy, Fireflies AI note taker Samai. Good morning. Read. Wow. I hope we don't have more AI read bots than we do people. That'd be great.
Yes, Amit, can we start or can we wait for a few more minutes? Okay. Meanwhile, people join. Hello, all. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. Um, Before I start the session, so I would like to welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community, along with the India Microsoft Fabric user group, are super excited to host you all. After an amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across the different states in India, we are back with our third global virtual conference. So get ready for 2 days full of tech fest with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything what you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. So let's get started. Before we begin, here's a quick reminder about the Ask the Expert context. So, after asking a thoughtful questions during the session, based on the speaker's point or scores or a rating, top scorers by the end of the event, you would be getting an Amazon vouchers. Please post your questions along with your registered email ID in the comment box. Also, before getting started, I would like to introduce Chris Wagner, a director of data and AI at Baker Tilly, principal solution architect at Cartos BI, and widely known in community as a fabric administrator, Power BI boss, and the ever creative Santa Way clause. With a unique blend of deep technical expertise and a passion for making data fun and accessible, Chris brings energy and insights wherever he goes. Today's session will explore how small and mid-sized businesses can harness Microsoft Fabric to unlock powerful data capabilities. So let's give him a warm welcome to the one and only Chris Wagner.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How the heck are we doing today? I hope we're having a great day. I am so super excited to be here. We are in for a 1 hour bum rush through some of the basics of Microsoft Fabric. This is really for like Power BI developers, analysts. People are just trying to get their feet wet in this space. So if you are brand new to Fabric, and there's lots of people that are like joining Fabric every single day, this session is for you. Also, if you're old to Fabric and you're trying to make sure you keep people up to date or want to do a similar introduction to Fabric, this demonstration should like kind of hopefully show you how some of the great ways that I've found to introduce Fabric to other people. So with that, let's jump into it. All right. So why are we talking about Microsoft Fabric? What is the whole point of it? Let's take a little bit of a step back, okay? Now I'm going to really date myself because I'm older than probably a lot of people that are on this call. But I'm 30 years ago, Microsoft and the PC space was very, very new. Computers were just being rolled out to people. People are getting trained in computers. And one of the big challenges people had was there was like a whole bunch of different office productivity tools. There was Word, there was Word Perfect, there was, oh gosh, a whole bunch of different text editors that people would have to send documents around. It was a real problem because if I had Word and you had Word Perfect, I had to be very specific in how I shared my documents. I had to go and convert to a document type that was universal and vice versa. And it made sharing information in the doc or in the office like really difficult, really hard, and it was just a real problem. Well, Microsoft, they rolled out Office, which combined Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Outlook, and a few others, but the four big ones all into one package solution. So companies could go out and just buy Office and be assured that everyone in their organization was going to communicate and talk to each other. Well, Microsoft Fabric is the exact same thing when it comes to the ecosystem of data and now data combined with AI. If I, as a leader in an organization, want to make sure that that you or the people in my company are able to commonly share information, work on common tools, work on common data, there is absolutely no better platform than Microsoft Fabric because it's got all of the tools that you're going to need, regardless of what your use case is, to work inside of that. Okay, so Microsoft Fabric combines that all into one thing, running into one place. Okay. Now, we kind of got this brought up before, but just want to make sure we're introduced properly. My name is Chris Wagner. I'm the director of AI and data at Baker Tilly. I'm also the OG data god. Follow me on Kratos BI on YouTube. I absolutely love sharing insights and information with people. Every Friday, I've got Fabric Fridays, where we do a live stream where we bring together some of the best and brightest people in the space to just have conversations. And if you're ever interested in being on the show, just send me a line. I would love meeting people and talking with people as well. All right. Now, mate, you got to get on here at some point in time too if you're still around. All right. Now, we did have there's a competition going about questions. Please ask questions during the session. Ask them as we're going. Put them in the chat as they come up. I want to be able to answer them for you. You're not going to throw me off. You're not going to upset me if you ask a question and I'm in the middle of oh gosh, what just happened there? Let's go back. There we go. You're not going to throw me off, but apparently changing desktops will throw me off. So, but generally speaking, you're going to be just fine. So don't you worry about it. I want to answer your questions. I mean, honestly, I woke up this morning as early as I did for you, not for me. So, happy to answer any questions that you may come up with. Okay. All right, so let's break it down even further. So, okay, you say, Chris, great, it's one universal platform, but how can I start to think about these components? How can I start to think about what I'm doing? Well, basically, there's three personas that of people that work inside of Fabric, and they used to have this little button on the side that I really liked because I think it has super promise where you could actually see your persona that you were doing, but they got rid of it because people found it confusing. But I think that was only because there are so few things in Fabric. Fabric's about to become overwhelming, and I want you to all understand it's going to be okay. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Just take it one step at a time, okay? And I'm going to show you how to do that in this training today. But there's three basic personas or hats I like to think about putting on when it comes to working with Fabric. Number one is data engineering. What the heck is data engineering? Well, when I say data engineering, I'm talking about the act of going to get data, like transforming it, mashing it up, and loading it and getting it ready for presentation or for my analytics. So if you're an analyst, think about how Sherry in accounting emails out that spreadsheet every month and you need to do analysis on it. Well, when you get that data in Excel and you load it into Power BI, that's the act of data engineering. So right there, you'll have created a pipeline, even if it's a manual pipeline, that takes the data from Excel and loads it into Power BI. All right. Now in Fabric, we're just going to do it in a slightly different way, and I'm going to show you that in a little bit. All right. Data analysis, that's what you do with Power BI. That's your, hey, I want to create a report. I want to get some insights on it. That's your Power BI reporting. Okay, so it should be for you, so you should be very familiar with it. Data science, on the other hand, these are some of the new capabilities that you hear lots and lots of people talking about with high-fangled PhD degrees, and you hear about data sciences in organizations that are, these highfalutin things. But the reality is, a lot of these data science is basically statistics, machine learning to help you gain further insights on your data. Okay, these will use a whole bunch of different tools, but also similar tools that our data engineering or data analytics team members would be using. So I don't want you to be super afraid of data science thinking, oh, I'm not that guy with the PhD. I'm not the highfalutin person. I couldn't possibly do data science. I got great news for you. With Microsoft Fabric, you sure can. Okay? Let's keep going. All right? Now, when I put on my hat of a data engineering, or you say, hey, Chris, when I put on that hat of a data engineer, what are the tools or components that I'm going to be working with? Well, let's start with a high level overview of like, what are we talking about here? Okay, so the first thing that we're going to hit on is your classical data warehouse. Okay, this is a fundamental piece of technology that's been around for, oh gosh, 25, 30 years or more. We've been bringing data together and storing the data in a data warehouse. Now, there's and theories and processes that you might use that we've built out over the last 30 years to do that. I don't want you to have to worry about that. Okay. Warehouses are often the simplest and easiest way for you to build and load and manage data. The big reason that we love our data warehouses is in order to work with data warehouses, all you have to do is know some SQL, just know some SQL and you'll be good to go. Okay. Next thing is a lake house. Well, lake houses are a relatively new concept that basically brings in the ability to have structured data, which is like tables, fields, and columns, with unstructured data, which could be videos or like these weird garbled JSON files, right, that are just ugly to work with. In the cloud, we often find files, both structured and unstructured files. That's where lakehouses come in. It allows you to manage and work with that data all in one place. Okay. The great news is lakehouses are fantastic with Python. So if you're saying to yourself, "Hey, Chris, I love me some Python. I got done with business school a year ago or 2 years ago, and I'm trying to use some of the Python that they showed me," a lake house is going to be a great place for you to live and operate. It's not necessarily the only place you could be, but you're probably going to really like the lake house. Now, there's a big debate, and you can talk with lots of people about the differences between warehouses and lake houses. But I'm going to say those are the two biggest ones, which is which tool do you want? Do you want just simple SQL or do you want advanced Python? Now, you may be sitting there going, hey, I want advanced Python. It's got advanced in the name. It's got Python. Those are brand new things. I'm just going to do a lakehouse. You can totally do that. Just want to point out one of the big differentiators between a warehouse and a lakehouse is the cost to operate that item. Now, for the most part, if you work in a small space and you're doing just some ad hoc stuff, that cost isn't going to be such a big deal. That cost comes into play when you get to larger and larger instances. So for all intents and purposes, if you're doing something very small, you're not going to really notice the difference in price between a lake house and warehouse. Okay? All right. Those are the two big things that you're going to be working on. Now, what are you going to use to work with those tools? Well, that's really going to get into the concept of pipelines and notebooks. Pipelines are going to control the flow of information into our warehouse or lakehouse. Notebooks are you're going to use those to manage your transformations, how you put in business logic, all of those different components. Okay. Now, a pipeline can trigger SQL statements to run in a warehouse. It can also trigger a notebook to run against a lakehouse. So those pipelines are going to be your like orchestrators about telling you what goes where. So for example, if you're looking at that Excel file that you want to run and load into something, you would use a Python or you'd use a notebook or You would use a pipeline to define your source, the Excel file, your destination, your warehouse or lake house, and then the pipeline would run and manage that for you. Okay? Very simple. If you had any transformations, you'd stick it into that pipeline. All right. You could also use some other tools, but those are the basics that we'll talk about here. And then foundationally, one of the biggest things that Microsoft pulls into this is the concept of shortcutting. Now, if you're a Power BI analyst or you've been working in data for a long time, you know the pains of having to work with, I just need to load information from these 500 Excel files into my spreadsheet and work with data there. Well, what the problem is, you just end up copying data over and over and over again, and it becomes a nightmare for management. What shortcuts allow us to do is basically share information with different people, with different work streams, with different reports, without having to actually make a copy of that data. For example, I can load my data into a lakehouse, and then I can shortcut that over to my other friend who's using a lakehouse. Or if you're a Power BI analyst, maybe your enterprise team has created a series of lakehouses that they use to manage and share information in your company. You could stand up a lakehouse yourself to load in that Sherry's Excel file. You could load that in, and then you could create a shortcut from that enterprise warehouse where that customer table is or where that GL information is. And then you could use that in your lakehouse. So you've got both your information brought in as well as the shortcuts from that enterprise stuff. And I'll be showing you guys that simple demo today. All right. When we talk about analytics, where are we getting into here? Now, I want to focus on my screen. Oh, here, we'll just do this for now. All right. I'll be very clear to you guys. Power BI is Power BI. There's nothing more that Fabric adds beyond, or you're not changing anything in Fabric with Power BI. Everything that you've worked with and used in Power BI is available, is accessible, is exactly what you have at your disposal in Fabric, okay? And if anything, think of Fabric as an extension on the things that you're able to do inside of Power BI. So you still have your reports, you still have your dashboards, you still have your data flows, you still have your semantic models, you still have your metrics, you still have all of the things that you've ever worked with in the past are still 100% available for you. They're just available inside of Fabric. One of the ways I like to really think about Fabric, and I think this is a good analogy, is think of Fabric as the operating system for data at Microsoft, okay? Power BI is one of the applications that's been running on that operating system, and Power BI has been running on that operating system for like 5 or 6 years at this point in time, okay? So what's so cool about that is, because you've been working with Power BI for that period of time, that Power BI is super fast, super responsive. It's able to just pull up and do some really complex calculations really, really fast. So it's ultimately super scalable and something that you can really leverage and do. All right. So we're not going to go too deep into each one of these things because you're standing, these, you're a Power BI analyst, it's for you, but you have all of those capabilities that you've ever had before still exist inside of Fabric, okay? Now, let's talk data science, all right? Here's where you can start to do some super cool things. Oh, where did my team go? Okay. I saw a question. Apologies. Devendra is asking about how is the performance of shortcuts in Fabric for very large queries. And that is a great question. All right. So shortcuts store information in the amazing feature that Fabric has called One Lake. Okay. One Lake is kind of like OneDrive, except for your data, where basically I can manage manage very large files that I share information out to people. And those files are all stored in that One Lake, and they're all stored in what's known as a Delta Parquet format. Now, if you're a Power BI analyst, like you're like, I don't know what that is. You don't need to know what that is, okay? It's an open source file type, or let me explain the basics of it. You don't need to know any more than that. It stores data in an open source file type. So you can run Python, you can run SQL, and you can run analytics at scale at highly performant consumption, okay? Now, I say that, and that's like 90% of the time, you're going to see really great performance with One Lake, and just like you would in a lake house. Lake houses are highly performant, they work great. And because even with a shortcut, you're basically running off of a local file to wherever you are, just like you would with OneDrive, right? Like that file becomes, like if I pull up my file folder here, and I go into here, this is my One Lake, okay? All of these files you can see, all of my files are stored in the cloud here. But when I go to access any one of them, it's just like OneDrive, right? I go in and I go to access it. Oh, come on now. Right? I can go in and I can access it. Oh, okay. There we go. Here we are. I've got all my files in here. As I start to access and interact with them, they get downloaded locally, and then it becomes very fast. So you might see a little bit of a lag there, just like you can with OneDrive, with OneDrive. But for the most part, it's exceedingly fast and really good. Now, if you want to get like super technical, there are some situations where exceedingly large queries with specific joins to other tables, where you're going to notice that lake houses are not quite as performant as warehouses. Okay, so there's some kind of push and shove there where you might need to bring data into a lake house to get all your performance and whatnot if you're going very large. But for the most part, and I'm talking billions and billions of records mashing up against billions and billions of records. For the most part, if that's not what you're talking about, a lakehouse and the Delta file is going to give you a super fast, speedy performance. Okay?
Thanks, Steve.
Cool. All right, let's keep going. I did see a question about handling different granularities of data in Power BI, and that's a great question. The reality is that's been a common question that we've had in the Power BI space. What do you do when I've got super detailed information, aggregated detail, and then aggregated detail? And the reality is you need something called a conforming dimension, or something that links those two together. And one's going to be at a deeper detail, and one's going to be at a higher detail. So you can look at like sales for each of the colors of cars or bikes. And that's a very common, not a problem thing, but you need to have that, right? Awesome. All right, let's keep going. And I'm going to swing around to Raj in just a little bit around performance and business flexibility. All right. Okay, let's talk about data science. You're going to have all the basics and functionalities that you might need in a data science area, and I'll let you. You can look at the stuff on this slide here. But basics are: if you're looking to do anything inside of the data science area, I highly recommend, honestly, just presume you can do that thing, and then experiment and try it out. You'll find that Fabric is super easy to work with. You'll find that there is actually, when you go into Fabric and you go in, you could switch. So this is Fabric. I can go in and I can actually either in my workspace or I could create a new workspace for it. I can do some basic data analytics, and these are science capabilities or data science capabilities. I've got all of these functions that become available for me, and then I can, oh, look at that, a new workload available, Power BI Designer from Power BI Tips. That's cool. Oh, this is interesting. Why'd that do that? Okay. But yeah, there's just all sorts of data science capabilities in there. They've got a whole bunch of learned programs and things that make it really easy for you to learn. So as you're experimenting, as you're trying to learn more about it, presume you can do these things and then just jump in with your both feet. It's very easy to get going. Just kind of like, just keep moving for this stuff, okay? Now, we kind of talked about storage in OneLake. That's a universal plane that's like OneDrive. We've got Purview. This is our data governance, and really this also starts to blend in with security. Purview is how we document and share what data is accessible and available out there. But one of the coolest things that Purview also allows us to do is define edge-based security frameworks. So you can actually lock down and secure information so you don't have to worry about exfiltration of data. So that's very cool. If you're a Power BI analyst, maybe not a big deal to you, but just know that like your company is going to end up using Purview. Even if you don't use it fully for governance, you'll use it for at least that component of it. And then Entra ID is, oh, look at that. I got a typo. It's not Microsoft. It's Microsoft. Entra ID is your old Active Directory groups. This is one I'm going to like actually just pull up and focus in on. In Power BI, it's really easy to share things to individuals, and I can share it to Tom, I can share it to Dick, I can share it to Harry. All that stuff's super easy. I want you to not do that thing, okay? Create an Entra ID group. Put the people in that Entra ID group that should be that report or that data or that workspace or whatever it is should be shared to, and then share it with that Entra ID group, okay? What that means is then when Sally comes along, all you have to do is take Sally and add her to that Entra ID group, and you're going to be assured that Sally has access to everything that she's going to need to have access to. Because what's going to invariably happen is if you share to Tom, Dick, and Harry, you're going to share one report to them, and you're going to share a semantic model. And, oh, you know what? You actually end up having to share a workflow, and you end up sharing this, and you share that. And before you know it, Tom, Dick, and Harry have access to 30, 40, 50 different unique things. And when Sally comes along, you have to remember the 30, 40, 50 different unique things that you would have to share to Sally for her to be able to do her job. We don't want to do that. That's a bad thing, right? So create the Entra ID group, share things to that Entra ID group, and add people into that Entra ID group. So Tom, Dick, and Harry can be part of your report sharing AD group. And then when Sally comes along, all you do is add Sally into that group, and then voila, Sally has access to everything that she should have access to. Okay? This means you're going to be slowing down a little bit at the start of sharing information, at the start of distributing stuff. But once you do, your life just becomes so much easier when you've done that. That I just please don't don't not do that. Okay. All right, let's get back to it. All right. The great thing that Power BI has is no matter what you do in Power BI, there is a low-code, lightweight, easy way for you to engage with it, okay? So if you're going to be taking your first steps in data engineering today, don't worry. We've got some low code options for you, so you don't have to know Python. You don't have to know T-SQL. There's an easy low code path where you can just drag and drop WYSIWYGs to bring the stuff through. But if you get to the point where you're like, you know what? I really like this data engineering stuff. I want to go pro at it. This stuff just makes sense to me. I want to explore and learn more. Well, great. Everything that has a low code front end, there's a pro code back end that you can actually go super deep in. So you can actually, and this is something I absolutely love, is you can craft, I know we're going back in. You can craft your career in the data analytics space to match what you like to do. Okay. Now, your job may push you one way or the other, but there's so much need for people to be doing data and analytics, data engineering, data science, and all sorts of different variations thereof that you can craft your career to go super deep in whatever makes the most sense for you. So maybe as a Power BI report developer, you're like, you know what? I just love creating reports. Awesome. Keep doing that. Use the low code data engineering to load your data. Use low code data science in order to give you some additional insights and add value to your data. And then go pro code, go hardcore on the Power BI side of the house. Learn how to use Tabular Editor. Learn all the stuff that you could do with data visuals, right? Like you could totally do it. You don't have to go deep in the other stuff, okay? Now, no. Maybe as a Power BI developer, you're going to get in and you're going to say, you know what? Making nice looking visuals is hard. I don't understand what it doesn't make sense to me, or I see these great visuals that like some people make out there, and I've tried and they do not look the same thing. It's just not working out. But you know what? I love this data engineering side of the house, or I love this data science stuff. Awesome. Fabric makes it super easy for you to like low code everything if you want. And then choose where you want to go deep. So maybe you start low coding everything and you start to go a little deep on the data engineering and the Python path, and you start to get into that. And then you realize like, hey, you know what? That notebooks I'm using in data engineering work really well on data science. And then you start to experiment with that. And then you gain some insights in the data science side, and you realize, you know what? I want to set myself down the data science path. You could totally evolve along that path. I mean, honestly, because these tools are all built together, because they all integrate together, it makes it super easy for you to kind of like pick your own path on this stuff. Okay, so that's why I love Fabric so much, is that low code, pro code is everywhere. All right, and then the last and potentially greatest component here is that it's all powered through Copilot. I'll admit, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, I don't know Python. I don't think at this point in my career I'm ever going to know Python, because frankly, Copilot gives me the results and the ability to use Python to deliver on solutions where I don't need to know Python. I'm able to talk with Copilot, ask it, hey, I need to create a Python notebook that does this. I need to access the customer table, and I need to apply these cleaning aspects to the customer address to make sure that they're properly formatted addresses. Can you help me generate a notebook that does that? And Copilot will help you do that. Now, you need to trust but verify, like let it create the Python, run the Python, evaluate the results. If it worked, hey, great, you're done. If it didn't work, go back in and give it more instructions. Like, no, you haven't properly formatted the date format, or I need the dates or the addresses to be broken out into street, city, state, zip, right? Something along those lines, right? So trust but verify, but be confident that by working with Copilot, you can get to the right answer. And actually, that's a really great point. We're going to bring myself back up here. You will get to the right answer. Don't Don't be mad when Copilot or any AI doesn't give you the right answer right away. Let it be like wrong, but then talk with it. Let it know it's actually incredibly smart, right? All right, let's keep going. Oh my boy, we got some good questions on there. You guys are doing good with that. We're gonna keep going because we are at the demo time. You guys ready? You ready? Here we go. All right. All right, let's get into it. What's that? Someone said something there, but we're just gonna keep on going. All right. So if I'm a Power BI developer, oops, let me get back into my Power BI landing space. If I'm a Power BI developer, this is what I come in, this is what I see. It's exactly like I'm used to. I've got all my buttons on the side here. I've got my workspaces. Hey, I'm in Power BI. Like, what's going to possibly be different? Well, let's start with a brand new workspace. Okay, so I'm going to say, hey, new workspace. I'm going to call this the Fabric Basics. Right, I'm gonna just leave it at that. And this is something important. In order for me to do this, I do need to have a Fabric capacity available for me. Now, Microsoft gives out a very generous trial. As you can see right up here, I've got 21 days left of my trial. I've had between I think it was at one point 60 or 90, or I don't even remember anymore. But I've had this for like 3 years at this point, so I don't know exactly when this is going to go away. But you can do this in a trial. So I could choose a Fabric capacity that's a paid capacity, or I could do a trial which is free. If I do a Fabric capacity, it's going to give me my options of which Fabric capacities I have available for me. And then I'm going to go ahead and click on apply. All right. This is your basic workspace creation. Do we see anything different from Power BI? Nope, not yet. All right. Now I'm going to collapse this for a second here. I'm going to go up to my new items here. Here's where we start to get into a slightly different experience. As you can see, I've got a whole bunch of favorited items in here when it comes to like what items are available to me. But for your purposes, I'm going to go over and I'm going to show you what you might see when you go in and you see all items, okay? Now you're going to see all the items that are available for visualizing your data. So this is basically your Power BI stuff. Although I don't know what a map is. That's interesting. But you're going to see like your dashboard. You're going to see your exploration. You're going to see a paginated report. You're going to see a Power BI report. Look at that. Power BI tips is in there too. Boy, that's interesting. Scorecards, all your stuff that you're accustomed to, right? Now, of all of these things, I like working with reports. So I'm going to put that as a favorited item. As I look down at my at getting data and start putting on my data engineering hat, there's a couple things that I really like to work with here. So I'm often using copy jobs because I'm just copying data from one place into my repository, so I know that I keep things updated and copied, and I just get the full set that's out there. I also really like the low-code experience that I get from data flows. Now, you'll notice that there's a data flow Gen 1. This is your classic Power BI data flow. In Fabric, data flow Gen 2 allows you to do the same thing as you could with the data flow Gen 1, which is extract data, transform it, and load it. But a data flow Gen 2 gives you the ability to load data into many different places. For example, you can load it into a lakehouse, or you can load it into a warehouse, right? So I've started that one too. And I've also started my notebook and my pipelines, okay? The whole point of this being is that I don't necessarily want to look at everything every time I go into and start to like work inside of Fabric. I only want to see the things that I use on a regular basis because frankly, just some of the stuff I don't use all that often, right? Like I use lake houses. I use warehouses, I use SQL databases and semantic models. I don't find myself often using event houses. Well, we can't use data marts anymore. That's dead. I don't know why that's still in there. That's a bug. Oh, look at this. Here's my sample warehouse. So if I wanted to try something out, I could load a sample warehouse. I just don't do some of these things on a very regular basis. So I don't have them clicked, right? So same thing as we start to get into prepared data and analyze and train data. Honestly, I don't really ever do those as part of my day-to-day jobs, but that's just because it's not part of my stuff. And that's okay, all right? Now, a quick callback. Don't try to use everything in Fabric for your solution, okay? You need to keep the solution as simple as what you need the solution to be. Don't try to do everything. Don't try to get in and pull everything together. Just make it as simple as you can, okay? And so for that end, I'm going to quickly show you like how I can figure out like how I want to build and load data. Now, I'm a big fan of this task flow guide up at the top because I can use one of these to help me build out how I should organize and structure what work I have to do. Now, while there's a whole bunch of different options and different things that you might want to follow, like, hey, maybe I want to use Translytical, or maybe I want an event-based medallion, or some of these other things out there. I want you to keep it as simple as possible. All right. So I'm going to say I want to create a basic Fabric data flow where I'm going to get data. I'm going to store my data someplace. I'm going to create a Power BI visual on top of it. Okay. And in this case, you know what? I'm not even going to do the track thing. So we're going to keep it as simple as we possibly can. All right. So, a little pro tip, I know that this storage item takes just a little bit longer. Well, that's interesting that you did that. I'm going to create a lake house for this one so that you can see what a lake house is like. We'll call this one Fabric Basics. Lake house. We're going to assign it to store data. I'm going to say create that guy. And now I'm going to have a lake house that's been created. You can see it's done, right? Now I've got my lake house here. Now there's no data here, but it's there and it's ready for me, okay? So I've got my lake house that's been created. I can see that it's down here. I've got my lake house. I've got my SQL endpoint so I can run SQL against it. But now I'm going to go and I'm going to get some data from it or for it, okay? So I'm going to go to my favorites. And you know what? Let's use a copy job. And we're going to call this Fabric Basics. Copy job, CJ, create. And again, I want this to be as simple as possible so you feel, okay, I can do this. This is not as hard as I'm afraid that it's going to be, okay? So good. My copy job, you're going to see, it's going to walk me through everything that I need and want to do. So I'm going to go and I'm going to say, yes, here's where I'm going to copy my data from. Something that's already available inside my OneLake catalog. So that's great. My enterprise has provided that. Now for Kratos BI points, put in chat what I'm doing wrong if I'm copying from a lakehouse. Right, so I'm going to find, I've got a special table I want to do. Where is it? Okay, we're just going to do a small one to keep this going simple. We'll just say, not currency, we're going to say customer. Next, choose a data destination. It's my Fabric Basics Lakehouse. You could say full copy or incremental copy. A full copy is going to run a full load every time. An incremental copy is going to do initial copies all the data and then only copies through changes. And we'll say overwrite the destination on full load. So we're going to say yes to that. And we're going to say it's going to go from the bronze dim customer. It's going to go into my bronze dim customer, and that's fine. I could edit my mappings if I want to make any changes to that, but I don't really want to do that. So it's okay. We'll say done. My incremental column. Well, in order to do an incremental column, you have to have a date table, so I can't do that. So we'll just do full copy for the purposes of this. You have to have a date-based table that shows what's been updated for incremental. I don't have that on my customer table, so I'm just going to do full load, save and run. This is just going to be up and running and going for me. And you're going to see that this runs through here. You can actually watch the run get started down below. This is going to end up copying it across. So it's queued. It's then going to run. Come on now. The demo gods. You tell me. Leave this message in the chat. Do you prefer to see a live demo where sometimes things take a little longer? Or do you like to see where people record like a little GIF or movie and then play it? I'm personally partial to doing it live because you see what it's actually like. Like, hey, look, now we're done. But some people are different on that. So I'd love to hear what you guys think. Live. Let's see, here in live. Great. All right. So we go up here. Let's refresh it here. Everybody likes live. Okay, good. All right. Look, now I've got a new schema right here. I've got my bronze schema came through. I've got my dim customer right here. Da-da-da-da-da-da. And boom. Now I've got all of my, I was able to access my query right within my lakehouse, or I was able to access my data right within my lakehouse. I could see it there. I can switch over to my T-SQL mode. So I could say, hey, show me my SQL endpoint. And this is kind of nice because when I go over to here, I could see my table. I can see the values here, but I actually can switch right into writing a query. So I could say select star from bronze.dim customer. This runs just like any other item right there. So I could say that. I could create a new semantic model on top of it. We'll call this Fabric Basics. Semantic model. You can see how easy that is. That's going to create my semantic model. And then I can build my report on top of that like I would normally in Power BI. So I've just done in this, hold on one second here. Inside this demo, what I did is I created a lakehouse. I went and got data. I loaded it into my lakehouse. I've created my semantic model, right? So getting data and loading it in, that's kind of like your data flow Gen 2, right? Or like a data flow, right? So you load data into your semantic model, then you build a report on it. This is actually taking just a step. It's saying, okay, load my data into a lakehouse. Now put a semantic model on top of it, and then build my Power BI reports. Big advantage there is, like, if you have a lot of semantic models you're trying to manage, now you can manage all of your loads in one place. So if you have like the customer table in 15 different semantic models, you don't have to load it 15 times like you used to have to do in the past. You just load it in the lakehouse, put a semantic model on top of it, boom, you're ready to go, right? Yeah, I pulled my screen away. But now this is up. So this was created. If I go back to my Fabric Basics, I can unselect. Here we go. Okay, so I've got my Collect data is now here. Here's my Fabric Basics semantic model. I'm actually gonna like add that to my my reporting layer, my create visualizations. I can go in. Why didn't they allow me to edit it? Well, that's interesting. I thought that's what I. Ha! I don't know why that's not letting me edit it. Well, whatever. We're nearly out of time, so I will not figure out what it is I'm doing wrong there. But very easy for me to then go in and make some changes to that. I'm going to point out one thing that so I've been doing this all in Power BI mode. I could switch over to Fabric mode and take a look at this shiznit. So same thing, workspaces, Fabric Basics. Now, I love this mode because of two new things. So when I go into Fabric mode, I have access to all, I can see on the left-hand pane here, all of the items that are in my workspace that I'm working with, as well as through here. But I can also still see the items that I was last in, right? And this pane can stay open. I could choose to unpin it, but I want to keep it there for the purposes of the demo. But I could show you each one of these things, right? Yes. Okay, so we are, let's head over to questions. We've got 8 minutes left. I want to hit on some of the questions in the chat here. Let's see. Whoa, you guys have some great ones in here. We did granularities. How do I balance performance versus business flexibility? That is a great question that came up from Raj. Let me pull that up. That is something that you've got to develop as part of your organization. And that's why some organizations, because they're very concerned about performance, they're more concerned about performance than they are flexibility, will like allow you in to read and leverage lakehouses or warehouses that are managed by DBAs, and you'll just write queries and perform analytics off of that. Versus some organizations that will say, hey, you know what? You guys take the reins on everything. Maybe things won't be as performant, but you know what? We want to be ultimately flexible and allowing people to do whatever they need to do to get the job done, or somewhere in between. Okay. Personally, I like the in between mark because I know that companies that say, hey, we're going to own everything, end up not realizing how much gets taken off their platform and done. And companies who say, hey, we're not going to own anything, have no sight into the quality or visibility of like how they're spending money or how things are performant things are. Okay. How does Fabric change the traditional Power BI data flow workflow from data ingestion to reporting? I think I kind of showed that. So instead of going right into the semantic model, you go into a lake or a warehouse or even a SQL database. What is one lake? We covered that. Fabric semantic models and Power BI datasets are identical, so don't lose your head about that. When should Power BI developers use Dataflow Gen 2 versus Fabric data pipelines? Great question. So you can actually use Dataflow Gen 2 inside of pipelines. Pipelines just give you more